Section 14 of The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Part 1. Modern history, the history of modern art and modern thought, as well as that of modern politics, dates from July 14th, 1789, the capture of the Bastille at the hands of the Parisian mob. Carlyle says there is only one other real date in all history, and that is one without a date, lost in the mists of legends, the Trojan War. There is no political event, no war or rumor of war among the European nations of today which, when traced to its source, does not somehow flow from that howling rabble which sweated and cursed all day long before the prison, symbol of absolute aristocratic power, overpowered the handful of guards which defended it, and made known to the king, through his minister, its message, "Sire, this is not an insurrection, it is a revolution." For a century and a quarter, the mob of July 14th has stood like a wall between the Middle Ages and modern times. No less than modern politics, modern thought, and all its artistic expression date from 1789. For, against the authority of hereditary rules and rulers, the mob of the Bastille proclaimed another authority, namely that of facts. The notion that forms should square with facts, and not facts with forms, then became the basis of men's thinking. This truth had existed as a theory in the minds of individual thinkers for many decades, even for many centuries, but the Parisian mob first revealed the truth of it by enacting it as a fact. From that fact, the truth spread among men's minds, forcing them, according to their lights, to bring all forms and authorities to the test of facts. Babies, who were thought to be the next generation's great men, were brought up in this kind of thought and were subtly inoculated with it so that their later thinking was based upon it, whether they would or no. And so men have come to ask of a monarch not whether he is a legitimate son of his house, but whether he derives his authority from the will of the nation. They have come to ask of a philosophy not whether it is consistent, but whether it is true. And they have come to ask of an art form not whether it is perfect, but whether it is fitting to its subject matter. When we come to compare the music of the 19th century with that of the century preceding, we find a contrast as striking as that between the state of Europe as Napoleon left it with that as he found it. The Europe of the 18th century was for the most part a conglomeration of petty states, without national feeling, without standing armies in the modern sense, states which their princes ruled as private property for the supplying of their personal wants, with power of life and death over their subjects, states whose soldiers ran away after the second volley and whose warfare was little more than a formal and rather stupid chess game, states whose statesmanship was the merest personal intrigue of favorites. Among these states, a few half-trained mobs of revolutionary armies spread terror, and the young Napoleon amazed them by demonstrating that soldiers who had their hearts in a great cause could outfight those who had not. So, in contrast to the crystal-clear symphonies of the 18th century and the vocal roulades and delicate clavichord suites, we find in the 19th century huge orchestral works, grandiose operas, the shattering of established forms, an astonishing increase in the size of the orchestra and the complexity of its parts, the association of music with high poetic ideas, and the utter rejection of most of the prevailing harmonic rules. And with this extension of scope, there came a profound deepening in content, as much more profound and human as the Parisian mob's notion of society was more profound and human than that of Louis XVI. The Revolution and the Napoleonic age, which had been periods of dazzling personal glory, in which individual ability and willpower became effective as never before, had stimulated the egotistic impulses of the 19th century. people came to feel that a thing could perhaps be good merely because they wanted it. Hence the personal and emotional notes sound in the music of the 19th century as they never sounded before. The sentimental musings of Chopin, the intense emotional expression of Schumann's songs, the wild and willful iconoclasm of Berlioz's symphonies were personal in the highest degree. And, as the complement to this individual expression, there dawned a certain folk or mob expression, for the post-Napoleonic age was also an age of national awakening. The feeling of men that they are part of a group of human beings rather than of a remote empire is the feeling which we have in primitive literature, in the epics and fairy stories, the ballads and folk epics. This folk feeling came to brilliant expression in Liszt's Hungarian Rhapsodies, and the deep heroic note sounds quite as grandly in his symphonic poems. Music took on a power, by the aid of subtle suggestion, of evoking physical images, and in deeper sincerity it achieved something like accurate description of the emotions. 1,000 shades of expression, never dreamed of before, were brought into the art. Men's ears became more delicate, in that they distinguished nuance of tone and phrase, and particularly the individual qualities of various instruments, as never before. It was the great age of the pianoforte, in which the instrument was dowered with a musical literature of its own, comparable in range and beauty with that of the orchestra. The instruments of the orchestra, too, were cultivated with attention to their peculiar powers, and the potentialities of orchestral expression were multiplied many times over. It was the great age of subdivision into schools and of the development of national expression. The differences between German, French, and Italian music in the 18th century are little more than matters of taste and emphasis, variations from one stock. But the national schools which developed during the Romantic period differ utterly in their musical material and treatment. It was the golden age of virtuosity. The technical facility of such men as Kalkbrenner and Czerny came to dazzling fruition in Liszt and Paganini, whose concert tours were triumphal journeys and whose names were on people's lips like those of the great national conquerors. This virtuosity took hold of people's imaginations. Liszt and Paganini became, even during their lifetimes, glittering, miracular legends. Their exploits were, during the third and fourth decades of the century, the substitute for those of Napoleon in the first 15 years. Their exploits expanded with the growing interrelation of modern life. The great growth of newspaper circulation in the Napoleonic age, and the spread of railroads through the continent in the 30s, increased many times the glory and extent of the virtuoso's great deeds. But the traveling virtuoso was a symbol of a far more important fact. For in this age, musicians began to break away entirely from the personal patron. They appealed for their justification and support from the prince to the people. The name of a great musician was, thanks to the means of communication, spread broadcast among men, and there was something like an adequate living to be made by a composer-pianist from his concerts and the sale of his compositions. From the time of the Revolution on, it was the French state, with its conservatory and its theatres, not the French court, which was the chief patron of the arts. And from Napoleonic times on, it was the people at large, or at least the more cultured part of them, whose approval the artist sought. In all essentials, from the fall of Napoleon onward, it was a modern world in which the musician found himself. But it is evident that we cannot get along far in this examination of Romantic music without reviewing the outward social history of the time. It is a time of colors we can never discover from a mere observation of outward facts and dates, for it is a time of complexities of superficial intrigue likely to obscure its meaning. We must therefore see the period, not as most historians give it to us, but as a movement of great masses of people and of the growing ideas which directed their actions. Royal courts and popular assemblies were not the real facts, but only the clearinghouses for the real facts. The balances on one or the other side of the ledger which they showed bear only the roughest kind of relation to the truth. It is well to skeleton this period with 5 dates. The first is the one already met, 1789. The next is the assumption of the consulate by Napoleon in 1799, which was practically the beginning of the empire. The next is the fall of Napoleon, which we may place in 1814 after the Battle of Leipzig, or in 1815 after Waterloo, as we prefer. The next is 1830, when, after conservative reaction throughout Europe, the mobs in most of the great capitals raised insurrections and in some cases overthrew governments and obtained some measure of constitutional law. And the last is 1848, when these popular outbreaks recurred in still more serious form, and with a proletarian consciousness that made this revolution the precursor of the 20th century, as certainly as 1789 was the precursor of the 19th. We cannot here give the details of the mighty and prolonged struggle. We shall only recall to the reader the astounding sequence of cataclysms and exploits that shook Europe, roused its consciousness strata by strata, remodeled its face, its thoughts, its ideals, its laws, and its arts. Paris was the nervous center of this upheaval, the stage upon which the most conspicuous acts were paraded. But every blow struck in that arena re-echoed, multiplied throughout Europe, just as every wave of the turmoil originating in any part of Europe recorded itself upon the seismograph of Paris. From the tyranny and unthinking submission of before 1789, we pass to a period of constitutional tolerance of the monarchical form, thence to the aggressive propaganda for republican principles and the terror, thence to the personal exploits of a popular hero arousing wonder and admiration while imposing a new sort of tyranny. Stimulated imaginations now give birth to new enthusiasms, stir up the feelings of national unity and pride. To consciousness of nationality succeeds consciousness of class. Reactions and restorations bringing new revolutions, successful mobs impose terms on submissive monarchs at Paris in 1833, as at Berlin in 1848. Then finally follows the Communist Manifesto. France, Germany, Austria, Hungary, Bohemia, even England were convulsed with this glorious upheaval, and not kings and soldiers alone, but men of peaceful moods, working men, men of professions, poets, artists, musicians, were born into this whirlpool of politics. Musicians of the 18th century had no thoughts but of their art. Those of the 19th were national enthusiasts, celebrants of contemporary heroes, political philosophers, propagandists, and agitators. What wonder? Since the days of Julius Caesar, had there been any concrete events to take hold of men's imaginations as these did? They set all men thinking big. If the difference between a Haydn's symphony of 1790 and Beethoven's Ninth of 1826 is the difference between a toy shop and the open world, is not the cause to be found mainly in these battles of the nations? Not only Beethoven, Berlioz, Chopin, Liszt, and Wagner, the political exile, were affected by the successive events of 1789 to 1848. As proof of how closely musical history coincides with the revolution wrought by these momentous years, let us recall that Beethoven, the real source of Romantic music, lived at the time of Napoleon, and by the Eroica Symphony actually touches Napoleon, and that by the year 1848, which is the last of those dates which we have chosen as the historic outline of the Romantic movement in music, Schubert and Weber were long dead, Mendelssohn was dead, Chopin was almost on his deathbed, Schumann was drifting toward the end, Berlioz was weary of life, and Liszt was working quietly at Weimar, which had been for years one of the most liberal spots in Germany. And as if Wagner's dreams of a mighty national music attended the realization of the dream of all Germany, the foundation stone of the National Theatre at Bayreuth was laid hardly a year after the unity of the German Empire was declared at Versailles in 1871. How shall we characterize the music of this period? In musical terms, it is almost impossible to characterize it as a whole, for the steady stream of tradition had broken up violently into a multitude of forms and styles, and these must be characterized one by one as they come under our consideration. As a whole, it must be characterized in broader terms, for the assertion of the Parisian mob was at the bottom of it all. Previously, men's imaginations had been bounded by the traditional types. They took it for granted that they must contain themselves within the limitations to which they had been born. But since a dirty rabble had overturned the power of the Bourbons, and an obscure Corsican had married into the House of Habsburg, men realized that nothing is impossible. Limitations are made only to be broken down. The intellectual giant of the age had brought this realization to supreme literary expression in Faust, the epic of the man who would include within himself all truth and all experience. And, whereas the ideal of the previous age had been to work within limits and so become perfect, the ideal of this latter age was to work without limits and so become great. Throughout the first half of the 19th century, this sense of freedom to achieve the impossible was the presiding genius of music. And with it, as a corollary to it, came one thing more, a thing which is the second great message of Goethe's Faust, the idea that truth must be personally experienced, that while it is abstract, it is non-existent. Faust could not know love except by being young and falling in love. He could not achieve his redemption by understanding the beauty of service. He must redeem himself by actually serving his fellow men. And so in the 19th century, men came to feel that beautiful music cannot be merely contemplated and admired, but must be lived with and felt. Accordingly, composers of this period emphasized continually the sensuous in their music, developing orchestral colors, dazzling masses of tone, intense harmonies and biting dissonances, delicate half-lights of modulation, and the deep magic of human song. The change in attitude from music as a thing to be admired, from music as a thing to be felt, is perhaps the chief musical fact of the early 19th century. Part 2. Let us now consider the great Romantic composers as men living amid the stress and turmoil of revolution. All but Schubert were more or less closely in touch with it. All but him and Mendelssohn were distinctly revolutionists, skilled as composers and hardly less skilled to defend in impassioned prose the music they had written. As champions of the new in music, they are best studied against the background of young Europe in arms and exultant. But in the case of Franz Schubert, we can almost dispense with the background. His determining influences, so far as they affected his peculiar contributions to music, were almost wholly literary. He was an ideal example of what we call the pure musician. There is nothing to indicate that he was interested in anything but his art. He lived in or near Vienna during all the Napoleonic invasions, but was concerned only with escaping military service. Schubert was the last of the musical specialists. From the time when his schoolmaster father first directed his musical inclinations, he had only one interest in the world, outside of the ordinary amusements of his Bohemian life. If Bach was dominated by his Protestant piety and Handel by the lure of outward success, Schubert worked for no other reason than his love of the beautiful sounds which he created, and of which he heard few enough in his short lifetime. Yet even here we are forced back for a moment to the political background. For it is to be noticed that the great German composers of the late 18th and early 19th century found their activities centered in and near Vienna. Haydn, Mozart, Beethoven, and Schubert are all preeminently Austrian. In the second quarter of the 19th century, that is, after the death of Schubert, there is not a single great composer living in Vienna for more than a short period of time. The political situation of Vienna, the stronghold of darkness at this time, must have had a blighting effect on vigorous and open-minded men. At a time when the most stimulating intellectual life was surging through Germany generally, Vienna was suffering the most rigid censorship, and not a ray of light from the intellectual world was permitted to enter the city. Weber felt this in 1814 in Austrian Prague. He wrote, "The few composers and scholars who live here groan for the most part under a yoke which has reduced them to slavery and taken away the spirit which distinguishes the true freeborn artist." Weber, a true freeborn artist, left Prague at the earliest opportunity and went to Dresden, where the national movement, though frowned upon, was open and aggressive. Schubert, on the contrary, because of poverty and indolence, never left Vienna and the territory immediately surrounding. In the preceding generation, when music was still flowing in the calm traditions, composers could work best in such a shut-in environment. It is possibly well to remember, however, that Austria had a fit of liberalism in the 2 decades preceding Napoleon's regime. But with the 19th century things changed. When the beacon of national life was lighting the best spirits of the time, the composers left Vienna and scattered over Germany or settled in Paris and London. Schubert alone remained, his imagination indifferent to the world beyond. In all things but one, he was a remnant of the 18th century, living on within the walls of the 18th century, Vienna. But this one thing, which made him a romanticist, a link between the past and the present, a promise for the future, was connected, like all the other important things of the time, with the Revolution and the Napoleonic convulsions. It was, in short, the German national movement expressed in the only form in which it could penetrate to Vienna, namely the Romantic movement in literature. Not in the least that Schubert recognized it as such. His simple soul doubtless saw nothing in it but an opportunity for beautiful melodies, but its inspiration was the German nationalist movement. The fuel was furnished in the 18th century in the renaissance of German folklore and folk poetry. The researches of Scott among the Scotch Highlands, Bishop Percy's Reliques of English and Scottish folk poetry, the vogue which Goethe's Werther gave to Ossian in his supposed Welsh poetry, and most of all the ballads of Bürger, including the immortal Lenore, contributed toward the end of the century to an intense interest in old Germanic popular literature. Uhland, one of the most typical of the Romantic poets, fed, in his youthful years, on old books and chronicles with wonderful pictures, descriptions of travel in lands where the inhabitants had but one eye, placed in the center of the forehead, and where there were men with horses' feet and cranes' necks, also a great work with gruesome engravings of the Spanish wars in the Netherlands. When he looked out on the streets, he saw Austrian or French soldiers moving through the town, and realized there was an outside world of romantic passions and great issues, a thing Schubert never realized. Even then, he was filled with patriotic fervor, and his beloved Germanic folk literature became an expression of it. In 1806-8 appeared Arman and Brentano's Des Knaben Wunderhorn, a collection of German folk poetry of all sorts, mostly taken down by word of mouth from the people, which did for Germany what Percy's Reliques had done for England. Under this stimulus, the German Romantic movement became, in Heine's words, a reawakening of the poetry of Middle Ages, as it had manifested itself in its songs, paintings, and architecture, placed at the service of the national awakening. But patriotic fervor was the underground meaning of the Romantic movement. This hardly penetrated to Schubert. He saw in it only his beautiful songs and the inspiration of immortal longings awakened by old books and chronicles with wonderful pictures. He had at his disposal a wonderful lyrical literature. First of all, Goethe, originator of so much that is rich in modern German life. Rickert and Chamisso and Müller, singers of the personal sentiments. Körner, the soldier poet, and Uhland, spokesman for the people and apologist for the radical wing of the liberal political movement. Wieland and Herder, and in the last months of his life, Heine, ultra-lyricist, satirist, and cosmopolite. From this field, Schubert's instinct selected the purely lyrical, without regard to its tendency, with little critical discrimination of any sort. Thanks to his fertility, he included in his list of songs all the best lyric poets of his time. And to these poets he owed what was new and historically significant in the spirit of his musical output. This new element, reduced to its simplest terms, was the emotional lyrical quality at its purest. His musical training was almost exclusively classical, as far as it was anything at all. He knew and adored first Mozart and later Beethoven, but these composers would not have given him his wonderful gift of expressive song. And since it is never sufficient to lay any specific quality purely to inborn genius, innate genius is, on the whole, undifferentiated and not specific, we must lay it, in Schubert's case, to the Romantic poets. From the earliest years of his creative, as opposed to his merely imitative, life, he set their songs to music. He found nothing else so congenial. Inevitably, the spontaneous song called forth by these lyrics dominated his musical thinking. The Romantic poets had taught him to create from the heart, rather than from the intelligence. Franz Schubert was born at Lichtental, a suburb of Vienna, in 1797, one of a family of 19 children, of whom 10 survived childhood. Instructed in violin playing by his father, nearly all German schoolmasters played the violin, he evinced an astounding musical talent at a very early age, was taken as boy soprano into the Vienna court chapel, and instructed in the musical choir school, the Konvikt, receiving lessons from Ruciszka and Salieri. At 16, when his voice changed, he left the Konvikt, and during 3 years assisted his father as elementary school teacher in Lichtental. But in the meantime, he composed no less than 8 operas, 4 masses, and other church works, and a number of songs. Not until 1817 was he enabled, through the generosity of his friend Schober, to devote himself entirely to music. Never in his short life was he in a position to support himself adequately by means of his art. As musical tutor in the house of Esterházy in Hungary, 1818 to 1824, he was provided for only during the summer months. Salieri's post as Vice-Kapellmeister in Vienna, as well as the conductorship of the Kärntner Tor Theatre, he failed to secure. Hence he was dependent upon the meager return from his compositions and the assistance of a few generous friends, singers like Schönstein and Vogel, who made his songs popular. Narrow as his sphere of action was the circle of those who appreciated him. Public recognition he secured only in his last year with a single concert of his own compositions. He died in 1828 at the age of 31. During that short span, his productivity was almost incredible. Operas, mostly forgotten, their texts alone would make them impossible, and some lost choral works of extraordinary merit. Symphonies, some of which rank among the masterpieces of all times, 14 string quartets and many other chamber works, piano sonatas of deep poetic content, and shorter piano pieces, moments musicaux, impromptus, etc., poured from his magic pen, but especially songs, to the number of 650, a great many of which are immortal. Schubert was able to publish only a portion of this prodigious product during his lifetime. Much of it has since his death been resurrected from an obscure bundle of assorted music found among his effects, and at his death valued at 10 florins, $2.12. A perfect stream of posthumous symphonies, operas, quartets, songs, every sort of music appeared year after year, till the world began to doubt their authenticity. Schumann, upon his visit to Vienna in 1838, still discovered priceless treasures, including the great C major symphony. As a man, Schubert never got far away from the peasant stock from which he came. He was casual and careless in his life, a bohemian rather from shiftlessness than from high spirits, content to work hard and faithfully, and demanding nothing more than a seidel of beer and a bosom companion for his diversion. He was never intellectual, and what we might call his culture came only from desultory reading. He was as sensitive as a child, and as trusting and warm-hearted. His musical education had never been consistently pursued. His fertility was so great that he preferred dashing off a new piece to correcting an old one. Hence his work tends to be prolix and, in the more academic sense, thin. Toward the end of his life, however, he felt his technical shortcomings, and at the time of his death had made arrangements for lessons in counterpoint from Sechter. It is fair to say that we possess only Schubert's early works. Though they are some 1,800 in number, they are only a fragment of what he would have produced had he reached 70. By the age at which he died, Wagner had not written Tannhäuser, nor Beethoven his Third Symphony. In point of natural genius, no composer, excepting possibly Mozart, excelled him. His rich and pure vein of melody is unmatched in all the history of music. We have already pointed out the strong influence of the great Viennese classics upon Schubert. In forming an estimate of his style, we must recur to a comparison with them. We think immediately of Mozart when we consider the utter spontaneity, the inevitableness of Schubert's melodies, his inexhaustible well of inspiration, the pure loveliness, the limpid clarity of his phrases. Yet in actual subject matter he is more closely connected to Beethoven. It is no detraction to say that in his early period he freely borrowed from him, for in Mr. Hadau's words, Schubert always wears his rue with a difference. Again, in his procedure, in his harmonic progression, and the rhythmic structure of his phrases, he harks back to Haydn. The abruptness of his modulations, the clear-cut directness of his articulation, the folk flavor of some of his themes are closely akin to that master's work. But out of all this material, he developed an idiom as individual as any of his predecessors. The essential quality which distinguishes that idiom is lyricism. Schubert is the lyricist par excellence. More than any of the Viennese masters was he imbued with the poetic quality of ideas. His musical phrases are poetic, where Mozart's are purely musical. They have the force of words. They seem even translations of words. They are the equivalents of one certain poetic sentiment and no other. They fit one particular mood only. In the famous words of Liszt, Schubert was le musicien le plus poète qui fit jamais, the most poetic musician that ever lived. We may go further. Granting that Mozart, too, was a poetic musician, Schubert was a musical poet. What literary poet does he resemble? Hadau compares him to Keats. A German would select Heine. For Heine had all of that simplicity, that unalterable directness which we can never persuade ourselves was the result of intellectual calculation or of technical skill. He is so artless an artist that we feel his phrases came to him ready-made, a perfect gift from heaven, which suffered no criticism, no alteration or improvement. Schubert died but 1 year after Beethoven, a circumstance which alone gives us reason to dispute his place among the Romantic composers. He himself would hardly have placed himself among them, for he did not relish even the romantic vagaries of Beethoven at the expense of pure beauty, though he worshipped that master in love and awe. It must be delightful and refreshing for the artist, he wrote of his teacher Salieri upon the latter's jubilee, To hear in the compositions of his pupils simple nature with its expression free from all oddity, such as now dominant with most musicians, and for which we have to thank one of our greatest German artists almost exclusively. Yet, as Langhans says, not to deny his inclination to elegance and pure beauty, he was able to approach the master who was unattainable in these departments, orchestral and chamber music, more closely than any one of his contemporaries and successors. Yes, and in some respects he was able to go beyond. With less general power of design than his great predecessors, he surpasses them all in the variety of his color. His harmony is extraordinarily rich and original, his modulations are audacious, his contrasts often striking and effective, and he has a peculiar power of driving his point home by sudden alterations in volume of sound. In the matter of form, he could allow himself more freedom. He could freight his sonatas with a poetic message that stretched beyond conventional bounds, for his audience was better prepared to comprehend it. And while his polyphony is never like that of Beethoven or even Mozart, his sensuous harmonic style, crystal clear and gorgeously varied, with its novel and enchanting use of the enharmonic change and its subtle interchange of the major and minor modes, supplies a richness and variety of another sort and in itself constitutes an advance, the starting point of harmonic development among succeeding composers. By these tokens, and by a peculiar quality of imagination in his warmth, his vividness, and impatience of formal restraint, he points forward to the generation that should rebel against all formality. But above all, by his lyric quality. He is lyric where Beethoven is epic, and lyricism is the very essence of Romanticism. Whatever his stature as a symphonist, as a composer in general, his position as a songwriter is unique and of more importance than any other. Here he creates a new form, not by a change of principle, by a theoretically definable process, but a free artistic creative activity such as only a true genius, a rich personality not forced by a scholastic education into definitely limited tracks, could accomplish. The particular merit of this accomplishment of Schubert will have more detailed discussion in the following chapter. But aside from that, he touched no form that he did not enrich. By his sense of beauty, unaided by scholarship or the inspiration of great deeds in the outer world, he made himself one of the great pioneers of modern music. Together with Weber, he set the spirit for modern piano music and invented some of its most typical forms. His moments musicaux, impromptus, and pieces in dance forms gave the impulse to an entire literature. The Fantasiestücke of Schumann, the songs without words of Mendelssohn, are typical examples. His quartets and his two great symphonies, the C major and the unfinished B minor, have a beauty hardly surpassed in instrumental music, and are inferior to the great works of their kind only in grasp of form. His influence on posterity is immeasurable, not only in the crisp rhythms and harmonic sonorities of Schumann, in the sensuous melodies and gracious turns of Mendelssohn, but in their progeny, from Brahms to Grieg, there flows the musical essence of Schubert. Who can listen to the slow movement of the mighty Brahms C minor symphony without realizing the depth of that well of inspiration, the universality of the idiom created by the last of the Vienna masters? Schubert's music was indeed the swan song of the Viennese period of the history of music, and it is remarkable that a voice from that city, more than any other in Europe bound to the old regime, should have sung of the future of music. But so Schubert sang from a city of the past. Meanwhile, new voices were raised from other lands, strong with the promise of the time. End of section 14.
Section 15 of The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jake Malizia. The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism by the National Society of Music. The Romantic Movement, Its Characteristics and Its Growth, Part 2. The great significance of Weber in musical history is that he may fairly be called the first German national composer. Preceding composers of the race had been German in the sense that they were of German blood, and their works were paid for by Germans, and also in that their music usually had certain characteristics of the German nature, but they were not consciously national in the aggressive sense. Weber's works are the first musical expression of a German patriotism, cultivating what is most deeply and typically German, singing German unity of feeling, and presenting something like a solid front against foreign feelings and art. But we are too apt to wave away such a statement as a mere phrase. At a distance we are too liable to suppose that a great art can come into being in response to a mere sentimental idea. But German patriotism was a passion which was fought for by the best brains and spirits of the time. It was in the heat of conflict that Weber's music acquired its deep meaning and its spiritual intensity. To understand the state of affairs, we must again go back to the French Revolution. Germany was at the end of the 18th century more rigidly medieval than any other European country, save possibly Russia and parts of Italy. The German patriot Stein thus described the condition of Mecklenburg in a letter written in 1802. Quote, I found the aspect of the country as cheerless as its misty northern sky, great estates, much of them in pastures or fallow, an extremely thin population, the entire labouring class under the yoke of serfage, stretches of land attached to solitary, ill-built farmhouses. In short, a monotony, a dead stillness spreading over the whole country, an absence of life and activity that quite overcame my spirits. The home of the Mecklenburg noble, who weighs like a load on his peasants instead of improving their condition, gives me the idea of the den of some wild beast, who devastates everything about him and surrounds himself with the silence of the grave. End quote. If Stein was perhaps inclined to be pessimistic in his effort to arouse the German spirits, it is because he has in his mind's eye the possibility of better things, and the actual superiority of conditions in France and England. Most observers of the time viewed conditions with indifference. Goethe showed little or no patriotism. Germany is not a nation, he said curtly. After the peace of Lunéville and the Diet of Ratisbonne, the greater part of Germany fell under Napoleon's influence. The German people showed no concern at thus passing under the control of the French. The German states were nothing but the petty German courts. Fife humorously describes the process of political reorganization which the territory underwent in 1801. Quote, Scarcely was the Treaty of Lunéville signed when the whole company of intriguers who had touted at Rastatt posted off to the French capital with their maps and their money-bags, the keener for the work when it became known that by common consent the free cities of the empire were now to be thrown into the spoil. Talleyrand and his confidant, Mathieu, had no occasion to ask for bribes, or to manoeuvre for the position of arbiters in Germany. They were overwhelmed with importunities. Solemn diplomatists of the old school toiled up 4 flights of stairs to the lodging of the needy secretary, or danced attendance at the parties of the witty minister. They hugged Talleyrand's poodle, they played blind man's buff and belaboured each other with handkerchiefs to please his little niece. The shrewder of them fortified their attentions with solid bargains, and made it their principal care not to be outbidden at the auction. Thus the game was kept up, as long as there was a bishopric or a city in the market. End quote. Such were the issues which controlled the national destiny of Germany in 1801. Napoleon unintentionally gave the impetus to the German resurgence by forcing some vestige of rational organization upon the land. The internal condition of the priest-ruled districts was generally wretched. Heavy ignorance, beggary, and intolerance kept life down to an inert monotony. The free cities, as a rule, were sunk in debt. The management of their affairs had become the perquisite of a few lawyers and privileged families. The new regime centralized administration, strengthened the financial system, and relieved the peasants of the most intolerable of their burdens, and thus gave them a stake in the national welfare. 5 years later, Napoleon helped matters further by a rule of insolence and national oppression that was intolerable to any educated persons, except the ever-servile Prussian court. The Battle of Jena and the capture of Berlin had thrown all Prussia into French hands, and the court into French alliances. Stein protested and attempted to arouse the people. He met with indifference. Then came more indignities. 40,000 French soldiers, permanently quartered on Prussian soil, taught the common people the bitterness of foreign domination. When the Spanish resistance of 1808 showed the weakness of Napoleon, a band of statesmen and patriots, including the poet Arndt, the philosopher Fichte, and the theologian Schleiermacher, renewed their campaign for national feeling, the only thing that could put into German armies the spirit needful for Napoleon's overthrow. In all this, the House of Hohenzollern and the ministers of the court of Potsdam played a most inglorious role. The patriots were frowned upon or openly prosecuted. Schill, a patriotic army officer, who attempted to attack the French on his own account, was denounced from Berlin. Even when Napoleon was returning defeated from Moscow, the jealousies of the court stood out to the last against the spontaneous national uprising. Finally, Frederick William, the Prussian king, made a virtue of necessity and entered the field in the name of German unity. But the nationalist movement had become a constitutionalist, even a republican movement. The German soldiers returning home victorious after the Battle of Leipzig received the expected promise of a constitution from Frederick William. After 2 years of delay, the promise had been practically withdrawn. Only the examples of Weimar, Bavaria, and Baden, together with the propaganda of the liberals, kept the issue alive and growing until it came to partial culmination in 1848. It was into this Napoleonic situation that Weber was thrown in his most impressionable years. On a little vacation trip from Prague, he went to Berlin and saw the return of Frederick William and the victorious Prussians from Paris after the Battle of Leipzig. The national frenzy took hold of him, and at his next moment of leisure he composed settings of some of Körner's war songs, including the famous Du Schwert an meine Linken, which made him better known and loved throughout Germany than all his previous works. To this day, these songs are sung by the German singing societies, and nothing in all the literature of music is more truly German. To celebrate Waterloo, he composed a cantata, Kampf und Sieg, which in the next 2 years was performed in a number of the capitals and secured Weber his nationalist reputation. It was well that he was thus brilliantly and openly known at the time. He needed this reputation 5 years later, when his work took on a changed significance. Karl Maria Freiherr von Weber was born at Eutin, Oldenburg, in 1786, of Austrian parentage, into what we should call the decayed gentility. His father was from time to time retired army officer, director of a theatre band, and itinerant theatre manager. His mother, who died when he was 7, was an opera singer. The boy, under his stepbrother's proddings, became something of a musician, and when left to his own resources, a prodigy. His travellings were incessant, his studies a patchwork. Footnote: he was a pupil first of his stepbrother Fridolin of Heuschkel in Hildburghausen, of Michael Haydn in Salzburg 1797, of Kalscher in theory, and Verlazy in singing. End of footnote. Nevertheless, he had success on his infantile concert tours, and showed marked talent in his early compositions. At the age of 13 he wrote an opera, Das Waldmädchen, which was performed in many theatres in Germany, and even in Russia. From the age of 16 to 18 he was Kapellmeister at the theatre in Breslau. After some 2 years of uncertainty and rather fast life, he became private secretary to the Duke Ludwig of Württemberg. His life became faster. He became involved in debts. Worse, he became involved in intrigue. The king was suspicious. Weber was arrested and thrown into prison. He was cleared of the charges against him, but was banished from the kingdom. Realizing that the way of the transgressor is hard, Weber now devoted himself to serious living and the making of music. Then followed 3 undirected years, filled with literature and reading, as well as music. In 1812, during a stay in Berlin, he amused himself by teaching a war song of his to the Brandenburg Brigade, stationed in the barracks. No doubt his life in the court of Stuttgart had shown him the insincerity of aristocratic pretensions, and had turned his thoughts already to the finer things about him. That popular liberal feeling which just now took the form of military enthusiasm. In the following year, he accepted the post of Kapellmeister of the German theatre at Prague, with the difficult problem of reorganizing the opera, but with full authority to do it at his best. From this time on his life became steady and illumined with serious purpose. He brought to the theatre a rigour of discipline which it had not known before, and produced a brilliant series of German operas. Early in 1817 he accepted a position as Kapellmeister of the German, as opposed to the Italian, opera of Dresden. It was a challenge to his best powers, for the German opera of Dresden was practically non-existent. For a century Italian opera had held undisputed sway, with French a respected second. The light German Singspiele, the chief representative of German opera, was performed by second-rate artists. All the prestige and influence of the city was for the Italian and French. For the court of Dresden, like that of Berlin half a century before, was thoroughly Frenchified. The King of Saxony owed his kingdom to Napoleon, and aristocratic Germans still regarded what was German as mean and common. But there was a more significant reason for Weber's peculiar position, a reason that gave the colour to his future importance. What was patriotic was, as we have seen, in the eyes of the court, liberal and dangerous. To foster German opera was accordingly to run the risk of fostering anti-monarchical sentiments. If, just at this time, the court of Dresden chose to inaugurate a separate German opera, it was as a less harmful concession to the demands of the populace, and more particularly as a sort of anti-Austrian move which crystallized just at this time in opposition to Metternich reactionism. But though the court wished a German opera, it felt no particular sympathy for it. In the preliminary negotiations, it tried to insist, until met with Weber's firm attitude, that its German Kapellmeister should occupy a lower rank than Mollacchi, the Italian director. And as Weber's fame as a German nationalist composer grew, the court of Dresden was one of the last to recognize it. In the face of such lukewarmness, Weber established the prestige of the German opera, and wrote Der Freischütz, around which all German nationalist sentiment centered. But to understand why Freischütz occupied this peculiar position, we must once more turn back to history. On the 18th of October 1817, says the ever-entertaining Pfeiffe, the students of Jena, with deputations from all the Protestant universities of Germany, held a festival at Eisenach to celebrate the double anniversary of the Reformation and of the Battle of Leipzig. 500 young patriots, among them scholars who had been decorated for bravery at Waterloo, bound their brows with oak leaves, and, assembled within the venerable hall of Luther's Wartburg Castle, sang, prayed, preached, and were preached to, dined, drank to German liberty, the jewel of life, to Dr. Martin Luther, the man of God, and to the Grand Duke of Saxe-Weimar, then descended to Eisenach, fraternized with the Landsturm in the market-place, and attended divine service in the parish church without mishap. In the evening they edified the townspeople with gymnastics, which were now the recognized symbol of German vigour, and lighted a great bonfire on the hill opposite the castle. Throughout the official part of the ceremony, a reverential spirit prevailed. A few rash words were, however, uttered against promise-breaking kings, and some of the hardier spirits took advantage of the bonfire to consign to the flames, in imitation of Luther's dealing with the Pope's bull, a quantity of what they deemed un-German and illiberal writings. Among these was Schmalz's pamphlet, which attacked the Tugendbund and other liberal German political institutions of the Napoleonic period. They also burnt a soldier's straitjacket, a pigtail, and a corporal's cane, emblems of the military brutalism of past times which was now being revived in Westphalia. The affair stirred up great alarm among the courts of Europe, an alarm out of all proportion to its true significance. The result, more espionage and suppression of free speech. With 1 million of men under arms, adds Fife, the sovereigns who had overthrown Napoleon trembled because 30 or 40 journalists and professors pitched their rhetoric rather too high, and because wise heads did not grow upon schoolboys' shoulders. The liberal passion, in short, was there, burning for a medium of expression. It was not allowed to appear on the surface. The result was that it must look for expression in some indirect way, in parables, in short, in works of art. In such times, art takes on a most astonishing parallel of double meanings. The phenomenon happened in striking form some 40 years later, in Russia, when the growing and rigidly suppressed demand for the liberation of the serfs found expression in Turgenev's Memoirs of a Sportsman, which is called The Russian Uncle Tom's Cabin. The book was a mere series of literary sketches, telling various incidents among the country people during a season's hunting. It showed not a note of passion, contained not a shadow of a political reference. There was no ground on which the censor could prohibit it, nor did the censor probably realize its other meaning, but it proved the storm centre of the liberal agitation, and so it has been with Russian literature for the last half-century. Those whose hearts understood could read deep between the lines. And this was the position of Der Freischütz. The most reactionary government could hardly prohibit the performance of a fanciful tale of a shooting contest in which the devil was called upon to assist with magic, but it represented what was German in opposition to what was French or Italian. Its story came from the old and deep-rooted German legends. Its characters were German in all their ways. The institutions it showed were old Germanic. Its characters were the peasants and the people of the lower class, who were, in the propaganda of the time, the heart of the German nation. And lastly, its melodies were of the very essence of German folk song, the institution above all else, save only the German language, which made German hearts beat in tune. The opera was first performed in Berlin at the opening of the New Court Theatre, on the 6th anniversary of the Battle of Waterloo, that is in 1821. The success was enormous, and within a year nearly every stage in Germany had mounted the work. It was even heard in New York within a few months. At every performance the enthusiasm was beyond all bounds, and after 9 months of this sort of thing, Weber wrote in his diary in Vienna, quote, "Greater enthusiasm there cannot be, and I tremble to think of the future, for it is scarcely possible to rise higher than this." End quote. As for the court of Dresden, it realized slowly and grudgingly that it had in its pay one of the great composers of the world. After Freischütz, it was indeed scarcely possible to rise higher, but Weber attempted a more ambitious task in a purely musical way in his next opera, Euryanthe, which was a glorification of the romanticism of the age, that of Jean-Paul and E.T.A. Hoffmann, who represented to the Germans of the time vigour of the imagination and the freedom of the individual. Both Euryanthe and Oberon, which followed it, are very fine, but they could not repeat the success of Der Freischütz, chiefly because Weber could not find another Freischütz libretto. The composer died in England on June 4th, 1826, after conducting the first performances of Oberon at Covent Garden. Personally, we see Weber as a man of the world, yet always with a bit of aristocratic reserve. He had been one of a wandering theatrical troupe, had played behind the scenes of a theatre, had known financial ups and downs, had lived on something like familiar terms with gentlemen and ladies of the court, had been a roué with the young bloods of degree, had intrigued and been the victim of intrigue, had been a concert pianist with the outward success and the social stigma of a virtuoso musician, had been a successful executive in responsible positions, had played the litterateur and written a fashionable novel, had been a devoted husband and father, and had felt the meaning of a great social movement. Certainly Weber was the first of that distinguished line of musicians who cultivated literature with marked talent and effect. His letters reveal the practiced observer and the literary craftsman, and his criticisms of music, of which he wrote many at a certain period, have the insight of Schumann, with something more than his verve. Finally, he was the first great composer who was also a distinguished director. His work at Prague and Dresden was hardly less a creative feat than Der Freischütz. Musically, Weber has many a distinction. He is the acknowledged founder of German opera, though Mozart with Zauberflöte may be regarded as his forerunner, and the man who made German music aggressively national. Wagner, as we know him, would hardly have been possible without Weber. Weber is the father of the Romanticists in his emphasis upon the imagination, in his ability to give pictorial and definite emotional values to his music. It is only a slight exaggeration of the truth to call him the father of modern instrumentation. His use of orchestral timbres for sensuous or dramatic effects, so common nowadays, was unprecedented in his time. With Schubert, he is the father of modern pianoforte music. Himself a virtuoso, he understood the technical capacities of the piano, and developed them, both in the classical forms and in the shorter forms which were carried to such perfection by Schumann, with the romantic glow of a new message. He is commonly regarded as deficient in the larger forms, but in those departments, and there were many, where he was at his best, there are few musicians who have worked more finely than he. The scene now shifts to Paris, a city unbelievably frenzied and complex, the Paris that gives the tone to a good half of the music of the Romantic period. As I finished my cantata, Sardanapalus, writes Berlioz in his memoirs, the revolution broke out, and the Institute was a curious sight. Grape shot rattled on the barred doors, cannonballs shook the facade, women screamed, and in the momentary pauses the interrupted swallows took up their sweet, shrill cry. I hurried over the last pages of my cantata, and on the 29th was free to maraud about the streets, pistol in hand, with the blessed riffraff, as Barbier said. I shall never forget the look of Paris during those few days. The frantic bravery of the gutter snipe, the enthusiasm of the men, the calm, sad resignation of the Swiss and Royal Guards, the odd pride of the mob in being masters of Paris and looting nothing. This was Paris in Berlioz's and Liszt's early years there. In Paris, at or about this time, were living Victor Hugo, Stendhal, de Vigny, Balzac, Chateaubriand, de Musset, Lamartine, Dumas the elder, Heine, Sainte-Beuve, and Georges Sand among the poets, dramatists, and novelists, Guizot, Thiers among the historians, Auguste Comte, Joseph Lemaitre, Lamennais, Proudhon, and Saint-Simon among the political philosophers. It is hard to recall any other city at any other time in history, save only the Athens of the Peloponnesian War, which had such a vigorous intellectual and artistic life. Thanks to the centralization effected by Napoleon, thanks to the tradition of free speech among the French, the centre of Europe had shifted from Vienna to Paris. A few months before the political revolution of July, 1830, occurred the outbreak of one of the historic artistic revolutions of the capital. Victor Hugo's Hernani, on which the young Romantic school centred its hopes, was first performed on February 25th, before an audience that took it as a matter of life and death. The performance was permitted, so tradition says, in the expectation that the play would discredit the Romantic school once and for all. The principal actress, Mademoiselle Mars, was outraged by Hugo's imagery, and refused point-blank to call Hehman her lion, superb and generous. a goodly claque drawn from the ateliers and salons, brought the play to an overwhelming triumph, and for 15 years the dominance of the Romantic school was indisputable. This Romantic school was somewhat parallel to that of Germany, and in a general way took the same inspiration. The literary influences outside of the inevitable Rousseau and Chateaubriand of France itself were chiefly Grimm's recensions of old tales, Schiller's plays, Schlegel's philosophical and historical works, Goethe's Faust, as well as our old friend Werther, Herder's thoughts on the philosophy of history, Shakespeare and Dante as a matter of course, Byron and Sir Walter Scott, and any number of collections of medieval tales and poems, foreign as well as French. This much the French and German Romanticists had in common, but the movement had scarcely any political tinge, though political influences developed out of it. By a curious inversion, the literary radicals were the Legitimists and political conservatives, and the classicists the political revolutionists, perhaps a remnant of the Revolution, when the Republicans were turning to the art and literature of Greece for ideals of purity. For the French intellectuals had perhaps had enough of political life, whereas the Germans were starved for it. At any rate, the French Romanticists were almost wholly concerned with artistic canons. To them, Romanticism meant freedom of the imagination, the demolishing of classical forms and traditional rules, the mixing of the genres as they are mixed in life, the rendering of the language more sensuous and flexible, and above all the expression of the subjective and individual point of view. They had a great cult for the historic, and their plays are filled with local colour, real or supposed, of the time in which their action is laid. They supposed themselves to be returning to real life, using everyday details, and painting men as they are. In particular, they made their work more intimately emotional. They substituted the image for the metaphor, and the pictorial word for the abstract word. This last fact is of greatest importance in its influence on Romantic music. The painting of the time, though by no means so radical in technique as that of music, showed the influences of the great social overturning. Subjects were taken from contemporary or recent times, the doings of the French in the Far East, the campaigns of Napoleon, or from the natural scenery round about Paris, renouncing the adjusted landscape of the classicists with a ruined temple in the foreground. Scenes from the Revolution came into painting, and the drama of the private soldier or private citizen gained human importance. Géricault emphasized the sensuous colour as against the severe classicist David. The leader and perhaps the most typical member of the Romantic school was Delacroix, a defender of the art of the Middle Ages as against the exaggerated cult of the Greeks. He took his subjects from Dante, Shakespeare, Byron, heroes of the literary Romanticism, from the history of the Crusades, of the French Revolution, and of the Greek revolt against the Turks. He painted with a feverish energy of life and expression, a deep and poetic sense of colour. His bold, ample technique thrust aside the smooth timidities of the imitators and prepared the way for modern Impressionism. But there was still another result of the suppression of political tendencies in French Romantic literature. In looking to the outer world for inspiration, as every artist must, the writers of the time, turning from contemporary politics, inevitably saw before their eyes Napoleon the Great, now no longer Corsican adventurer and personal despot, but national hero and creator of magnificent epics. The young people of this time did not remember the miseries of the Napoleonic Wars. They remembered only their largeness and glory. 15 years after the abdication of Napoleon, the inspiration of Napoleon came to literary expression. It was a passion for bigness. Victor Hugo's professed purpose was to bring the whole of life within the compass of a work of art. Every emotion was raised to its nth power. Hernani passed from one cataclysmic experience to another. The whole of life seems to depend on the blowing of a hunting horn. The painting of the time, under Géricault, Delacroix, and Delaroche, was grandiose and pompous. The stage of the theatre was filled with magnificent pictures. A nation comes to insurrection in William Tell. Catholicism and Protestantism grapple to the death in Les Huguenots. But not only extensively, but intensively, this cult of bigness was developed. Victor Hugo sums up the whole of life in a phrase. The musicians had caught the trick. Meyerbeer was of Victor Hugo's stature in some things. He gets the epic clang in a single couplet, as in the Blessing of the Poignards or in the G-flat section of the fourth act duet from Les Huguenots. And this heroic quality came to its finest expression in Liszt, some of whose themes, like that of Tasso, or that of Les Préludes. Seem to say, arma virumque cano. End of section 15.
Section 16 of The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. If ever a man was made to respond to this Paris of 1830, it was Franz Liszt. Heroic virtuosity was a solid half of its credo. Victor Hugo, as a virtuoso of language, must be placed beside the greatest writers of all time. Homer, Shakespeare, Dante, and whom else? No less can be said for Liszt in regard to the piano. He was born in 1811 in Rading, Hungary. He is commonly supposed to be partly Hungarian in blood, although German biographers deny this, asserting that the name originally had the common German form of Liszt. Almost before he could walk, he was at the piano. At the age of 9, he appeared in public, and at the age of 12, he was a pianist of international reputation. How such virtuosity came to be, no one can explain. Most things in music can be traced in some degree to their causes, but in such a case as this, the miracle can be explained neither by his instruction, nor by his parentage, nor by any external conditions. It is one of the things that must be set down as a pure gift of heaven. Prominent noblemen guaranteed his further education, and after a few months of study in Vienna, under Czerny and Salieri, he and his father went to Paris, which was to be the center of his life for some 20 years. He was the sensation of polite Paris within a few months after his arrival, and he presently had pupils of noble blood at outrageous prices. 2 years after his arrival, that is, when he was 14, a one-act operetta of his, Don Sanche, was performed at the Académie Royale. 2 years later his father died, and he was thrown on his own resources as a teacher and concert pianist. Then in 1830 he fell sick following an unhappy love affair, and his life was despaired of until, in the words of his mother, he was cured by the sound of the cannon. How did the Paris of 1830, and particularly the temper of Parisian life, affect Liszt? Monsieur Mignet, he said, teach me all of French literature. Here's a new thing in music, a musician who dares take all knowledge to be his province. He writes about this time, "For 2 weeks my mind and my fingers have been working like two of the damned. Homer, the Bible, Plato, Locke, Byron, Hugo, Lamartine, Chateaubriand, Beethoven, Bach, Hummel, Mozart, Weber are about me. I study them, meditate them, devour them furiously." He conceived a huge admiration for Hugo's Martin de l'Orme and Schiller's Wilhelm Tell. Be sure, too, that he was busy reading the artistic theories of the Romanticists and translating them into musical terms. The Revolution of 1830 had immediate concrete results in his music. He sketched a revolutionary symphony, part of which became incorporated into his symphonic poem, Héroïde funèbre. He made a brilliant arrangement of the Marseillaise and wrote the first number of his Years of Pilgrimage on the insurrection of the workmen at Lyons. The early manifestations of modern socialistic theory were then in the making, in the cult of Saint-Simon, and Liszt was drawn to them. For many years, it was supposed that he was actually a member of the order, though he later denied this. The Saint-Simonians had a concrete scheme of communistic society and a sort of religious metaphysic. This latter, if not the former, impressed Liszt deeply, especially because of the place given to art as expressing the ideal toward which the people, the whole people, would strive. But a still stronger influence over Liszt was that of the revolutionary abbé Lamennais. Lamennais was a devout Catholic, but, like many of the priesthood during the First Revolution, he was also an ardent Democrat. He took it as self-evident that religion was for all men, that God is no respecter of persons. He was pained by the role of the Catholic Church in the French Revolution, its continual siding with the ministers of despotism, its readiness to give its blessing and its huge moral influence to any reactionary government which would offer it material enrichment. He felt it was necessary, no less in the interest of the Church than of the people, that the Catholic Church should be the defender of democracy against reactionary princes. He was doing precisely what such men as G.K. Chesterton and Hilaire Belloc are trying to do in England today. His influence in Paris was great, and he became the rallying point for the Liberal party in the Church. Perhaps if his counsel had prevailed, the Church would not have become, in the people's minds, the enemy of all their liberties, and would have retained its temporal possessions in the war for Italian unity 40 years later. Liszt had always been a Catholic, and in his earlier youth had been prevented from taking holy orders only by his father's express command. Now he found Lamennais' philosophy meat to his soul, and Lamennais saw in him the great artist who was to exemplify to the world his philosophy of art. In 1834, Liszt published in the Gazette Musicale de Paris an essay embodying his social philosophy of art. Several points in this manifesto are of importance in indicating what 4 years of revolutionary Paris had made of Liszt, the artist. Though primarily a virtuoso, Liszt had been raised above the mere vain delight of exciting admiration in the crowd. He had made up his mind to become a creative artist with all of his powers. He had asserted the artist's right to do his own thinking, to be a man in any way he saw fit. He had accepted as gospel the Romanticist creed that rules must be broken whenever artistic expression demands it, and had imbibed to the full the literary and romantic imagery of the school. He had linked up his virtuoso sense of the crowd with the only thing that could redeem it and make it an art, the human being's sense of democracy. And he had outlined with great accuracy, so far as his form of speech allowed, the nature of the music which he was later to compose. We can nowhere find a better description of the music of Liszt at its best than Liszt's own description of the future humanitarian music, which partakes in the largest possible proportions of the characteristics of both the theatre and the church, dramatic and holy, splendid and simple, solemn and serious, fiery, stormy, and calm. In this democracy, Liszt the virtuoso and Liszt the Catholic find at last their synthesis. How many purely musical influences operated upon Liszt in those years, it is hard to say. We know that he felt the message of Meyerbeer and Rossini, such as it was, and raised it to its noblest form in his symphonic poems, the message of magnificence and high romance. But it is fair to say also that he appreciated at its true value every sort of music that came within his range of vision: Schubert's songs, Chopin's exquisite piano traceries, Beethoven's symphonies, and the fashionable Italian operas of the day. He arranged an astonishing number and variety of works for the piano, catching with wizard-like certainty the essential beauties of each. But probably the most profound musical influence was that of Berlioz, who seemed the very incarnation of the spirit of 1830. Berlioz's partial freeing of the symphonic form, his radical harmony, and most of all his use of the idée fixe, or representative melody, which Liszt later developed in his symphonic poems, powerfully impressed Liszt and came to full fruit 10 years later. One more influence must be recorded for Liszt's early Parisian years. It was that of Paganini, who made his first appearance at the Capitol in 1831. Here was the virtuoso pure and simple. He excited Liszt's highest admiration and stimulated him to do for the piano what Paganini had done for the violin. In 1826, Liszt had published his first etudes, showing all that was most characteristic in his piano technique at that time. After Paganini had stormed Paris, he arranged some of the violinist's etudes for the piano, and the advance in piano technique shown between these and the earlier studies is marked. But Liszt had by this time thought too much and too deeply ever to believe that the technical was the whole or even the most important part of an artist. He appreciates the value of Paganini and the place of technical virtuosity in art, but he writes, "The form should not sound, but the spirit speak." Then only does the virtuoso become the high priest of art, in whose mouth dead letters assume life and meaning, and whose lips reveal the secrets of art to the sons of men. Finally, note that, amid all this dogma and cocksureness, Liszt understood with true humility that he was not expressing ultimate truth, that he spoke for art in a transition stage, and was the artistic expression of a transitional culture. "You accuse me," he said of the poet Heine, "of being immature and unstable in my ideas, and as a proof you enumerate the many causes which, according to you, I have embraced with ardor. But this accusation which you bring against me alone, shouldn't it, in justice, be brought against the whole generation? Are we not unstable in our particular situation between a past which we reject and a future which we do not yet understand?" Thus, revolutionary Paris had made of Liszt a conscious instrument in the transition of music. For some 10 years, Liszt remained the concert pianist. His concert tours took him all over Europe, like a wandering gypsy. He even dreamed of coming to America. In 1840 he went to Hungary and visited his birthplace. He rode in a coach, thus fulfilling in the minds of the villagers the prophecy of an old gypsy in his youth that he should return in a glass carriage. In his book, The Gypsies and Their Music, he gives a highly colored and delightful account of how he was received by the gypsies, how he spent a night in their camp, and how he was accompanied on his way by them and serenaded until he was out of sight. The trip made a lasting impression on his mind. He had heard once more the gypsy tunes which had so thrilled him in his earliest childhood, and the Hungarian rhapsodies were the result. In 1833, in Paris, he was introduced to the Countess d'Agoult, and between the two there sprang up a violent attachment. They lived together for some 10 years, concerning which Liszt's biographer, Chantevoine, says bluntly, "The first was the happiest." They had 3 children, one of them the wife of the French statesman Émile Olivier, and another the wife of von Bülow, and later of Richard Wagner. Eventually they separated. In 1842, Liszt was invited by the Grand Duke of Weimar to conduct a series of concerts each year in the city of Goethe and Schiller. Soon afterward, he became director of the court theatre. He gave to Weimar 10 years of brilliant eminence, performing, among other works, Wagner's Tannhäuser, Lohengrin, and Flying Dutchman, Berlioz's Benvenuto Cellini, Schumann's Genoveva and his scenes from Manfred, Schubert's Alfonso und Estrella, and Cornelius' The Barber of Baghdad. The last work, an attempt to apply Wagnerian principles to comic opera, was received with extreme coldness, and Liszt, in disgust, gave up his position, leaving Weimar in 1861. But during these years he had composed many of the most important of his works. From this time until his death at Bayreuth in 1886, he divided his life between Budapest, Weimar, and Rome. In the Eternal City, the religious nature of the man came to full expression, and he studied the lore of the Church like a loyal Catholic, being granted the honorary title of Abbé. The revolutionist of 1834 had become the religious mystic. Rome and the magnificent traditions of the Church filled his imagination. Liszt's compositions may be roughly divided into three periods. First, the piano period, extending from 1826 to 1842. Second, the orchestral period from 1842 to 1860, mostly during his residence at Weimar. And third, his choral period, from which date his religious works. The nature of these compositions and their contribution to the development of music will be discussed in succeeding chapters. Here we need only recall a few of their chief characteristics. Of his 1,200 compositions, some 700 are original, and the others mostly piano transcriptions of orchestral and operatic works of all sorts. Certainly he wrote too much, and not a little of his work must be set down as trash, or near it. But some of it is of the highest musical quality and was of the greatest importance in musical development. The most typical of modern musical forms, the symphonic poem, is due solely to him. He formulated the theory of it and gave it brilliant exemplification. His mastery of piano technique is, of course, unequaled. He made the piano, on the one hand, a small orchestra, and on the other, an individual voice. While he by no means developed all the possibilities of the instrument, Chopin and Schumann contributed more that was of musical value. He extended its range, its avoir du poids, one might almost say, as no other musician has done. His piano transcriptions, though somewhat distrusted nowadays, greatly increased the popularity of the instrument, and in some cases were the chief means of spreading the reputations of certain composers. His use of the orchestra was hardly less masterful than that of Berlioz and Wagner. In particular, he gave full importance to the individuality of instruments and emphasized the sensuous qualities of their tone. More perhaps than any other composer, he effected the union of pure music with a poetical or pictorial idea. His use of chromatic harmony was at times as daring as that of Berlioz, and antedated that of Wagner, who borrowed richly from him. Only his religious music, among his great works, must be accounted comparatively a failure. He had great hopes, when he went to Rome, of becoming the Palestrina of the modern church. But the church would have none of his theatrical religious music, while the public has been little more hospitable. Intimate biographies of Liszt have succeeded in staining the brilliant colors of the Liszt myth, but on the whole, no composer who gained a prodigious reputation during his lifetime has lived up to it better, so to speak, after his death. As an unrivaled concert pianist, the one conqueror who never suffered a defeat, he might have become vain and jealous. There is hardly a trace of vanity or jealousy in his nature. His appreciation of other composers was always generous and remarkably just. No amount of difference in school or aim could ever obscure in his eyes the real worth of a man. Wagner, Berlioz, and a host of others owed much of their reputation to him. His life at Weimar was one continued crusade on behalf of little-known geniuses. His financial generosity was very great. Though the income from his concerts was huge, he never, after 1847, gave a recital for his own benefit. In our more matter-of-fact age, much of his musical and verbal rhetoric sounds empty. But through it all, the intellectuality and sincerity of the man are unmistakable. On the whole, it is hardly possible to name another composer who possessed at once such a broad culture, such a consistent idealism, and such a high integrity. End of Section 5. Section 6. In Hector Berlioz, born 1803 at Côté-Cendré, Isère, we have one of those few men who is not to be explained by any amount of examination of sources. Only to a small extent was he specifically determined by his environment. He is unique in his time and in musical history. He, again, is to be explained only as a gift of heaven, or of the devil, as his contemporaries thought. In a general way, however, he is very brilliantly to be explained by the Paris of 1830. The external tumult, the breaking of rules, the assertion of individuality, all worked upon his sensitive spirit and dominated his creative genius. He was at bottom a childlike, affectionate man, demanding at every moment in his life to love and be loved, as Roland says. In Renaissance Florence, we may imagine, he might have been a Fra Angelico, or at least no more bumptious than a Filippo Lippi. It was because he was so delicately sensitive that he became, in the Paris of 1830, a violent revolutionist. His father was a provincial physician, and like so many other fathers in artistic history, seemed to the end of his days ashamed of the fact that he had a genius for a son. The boy imbibed his first music among the amateurs of his town. He went to Paris to study medicine, because his father would provide him funds for nothing else. He loyally studied his science for a while, but nothing could keep him out of music. Without his father's consent or even knowledge, he entered the conservatory, where he remained at sword's points with the director Cherubini, who cuts a ridiculous figure in his memoirs. By hook and crook, and by the generosity of creditors, he managed to live on and get his musical education. His father became partially reconciled when he realized there was nothing else to do. But how Berlioz took to heart the lawlessness of the Romantic school! Nothing that was right. All that is most typically Gallic, clearness, economy, control, is absent in his youthful work. "Ah me," says he in his memoirs, "what was the good God thinking of when he dropped me down in this pleasant land of France?" The events of his career are not very significant. He had a wild time of shocking people. He organized concerts of his own work, chiefly by borrowing money. After 2 failures, he won the Prix de Rome, and hardly reached Italy when he started to leave it on a picaresque errand of sentimental revenge. He fell in love with an English actress, Henriette Smithson, married her when she was passée and in debt, and eventually treated her rather shamefully. He gave concerts of his works in France, Germany, England, Russia. He was made curator of the conservatory library. He was made an officer of the Legion of Honor. He wrote musical articles for the papers. He took life very much to heart. And from time to time, he wrote musical works, very few of them anything less than masterpieces. That is all. The details of his life make entertaining reading. Very little is significant beyond an understanding of his personal character. He was called the genius without talent. Roland comes closer when he says, "Berlioz is the most extreme combination of power of genius with weakness of character." His power of discovering orchestral timbres is only equaled by his power of making enemies. There is no villainy recorded of his life. There are any number of mean things and any number of wild, irrational things. His artistic sincerity is unquestioned, but it is mingled with any amount of the bad boy's delight in shocking others. Like Schumann, but in his own manner, he made himself a crusader against the Philistines. Of the unhappiness of his life, it is quite sufficient to say that it was his own fault. His creed was the subjective, sentimental creed of the Romanticists. "Sensible people," he exclaims, "cannot understand this intensity of being, this actual joy in existing, in dragging from life the uttermost it has to give in height and depth." He was haunted, too, by the Romanticist's passion for bigness. His ideal orchestra, he tells us in his work on instrumentation, consists of 467 instruments, 160 violins, 30 harps, 8 pairs of kettle drums, 12 bassoons, 16 horns, and other instruments in similar abundance. His great importance in the history of music is, of course, his development of the orchestra. No one else has ever observed orchestral possibilities so keenly and used them so surely. His musical ideas, as played on the piano, may sound banal, but when they are heard in the orchestra they become pure magic. He never was a pianist. His virtuosity as a performer was lavished on the flute and guitar. For this reason, perhaps, his orchestral writing is the least pianistic, the most inherently contrapuntal of any of the period. He was a pioneer in freeing instrumental music from the dominance of traditional forms. Forms may be always necessary, but the raison d'être, as Berlioz insisted, should be expressive and not traditional. Berlioz was the first great exponent of program music. Liszt owes an immense amount to him. He was also the first to use in a thoroughgoing way the leitmotif, or the idée fixe, as he called it. Not that he developed the theory of the dramatic use of the leitmotif as Wagner did, but he made extensive use of the melody expressive of a particular idea or personage. His output was limited both in range and in quantity, but there are few composers who have had a higher average of excellence throughout their work, always on the understanding that you like his subject matter. The hearer who does not may intellectually admit his technical mastery of the orchestra, but he will feel that the composer is sounding brass and tinkling cymbals. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Part 7. Frédéric Chopin was far less influenced by external events than most composers of the time. We have the legend that the C minor Étude was written to express his emotions upon hearing of the capture of Warsaw by the Russians in 1831. We hear a good deal, perhaps too much, about the national strain in his music. The national dance rhythms enter into his work, and to some extent the national musical idiom, though refined out of any real national expressiveness. Beyond this, his music would have apparently have been the same, whatever the state of the world at large. Nor are the events of his life of any particular significance. He was born near Warsaw in Poland in 1810, the son of a teacher who later became professor of French in the Lyceum of Warsaw. His father had sufficient funds for his education, and the lad received excellent instruction in music, in composition chiefly, at the Warsaw Conservatory. At 9, he appeared as a concert pianist, and frequently thereafter. He was a sensitive child, but hardly remarkable in any way. There are child love affairs to be recorded by careful biographers, with fancied influences on his art. In composition he was not precocious, his Opus 1 appearing at the age of 18. A visit to Vienna in 1829 decided him in his career of professional pianist, and in 1830 he left Warsaw on a grand concert tour. In 1831 he reached Paris, where he lived most of his life thereafter. His Opus 2 was announced to the world by the discerning Schumann in the famous phrase, "Hats off, gentlemen, a genius!" In 1837, through Liszt's machinations, he met Madame Dudevant, known to fame by her pen name George Sand. She was the one great love affair of his life. Their visit to Majorca, which has found a nesting place in literature in George Sand's Univers à Majorque, was a rather dismal failure. The result was an illness which his mistress nursed him through, and this began the continued ill health that lasted until his death. After Majorca came more composition and lessons in Paris, with summer visits to George Sand at her country home and occasional trips to England. Then, in 1849, severe sickness and death. All that was really important in Chopin's life happened within himself. No other great composer of the time is so utterly self-contained. Though he lived in an age of frenzied schools and propaganda, he calmly worked as pleased him best, choosing what suited his personality and letting the rest go. His music is, perhaps, more consistently personal than that of any other composer of the century. It is remarkable, too, that the chief contemporary musical influences on his work came from second- and third-rate men. He was intimate with Liszt, he was friendly with the Schumanns, but from them he borrowed next to nothing, yet he worshipped Bach and Mozart. Nothing of the romantic Parisian frenzy of the 30s enters into his music. The only influence which the creed of the Romanticists had upon him seems to have been the freeing of his mind from traditional obstacles, but it is doubtful whether his mind was not already quite free when he reached Paris. All that he did was peculiarly his. His choice and rejection were accurate in the extreme. In his piano playing, he represented quite another school from that of Liszt. He was gentle where Liszt was frenzied. He was graceful where Liszt was pompous. Or rather, his playing was of no school but was simply his own. His imitators exaggerated his characteristics, carrying his rubato to a silly extreme. But no competent witness has testified that Chopin ever erred in taste. The criticism was constantly heard during his lifetime that he played too softly, that his tone was insufficient to fill a large hall. It was his style. He did not change because of his critics. He was not, perhaps, a virtuoso of the first rank, but all agreed that the things which he did supremely well. The supreme grace of his compositions found its best exponent in him. Ornaments, such as the cadenzas of the favorite E-flat nocturne, he played with a liquid quality that no one could imitate. His rubato carried with it a magical sense of personal freedom, but was never too marked. Was not a rubato at all, some say, since the left hand kept the rhythm quite even. As a workman, Chopin was conscientious in the extreme. He never allowed a work to go to the engraver until he had put the last possible touch of perfection to it. His posthumous compositions he desired never to have published. His judgment of them was correct. They are in almost every case inferior to the work which he gave to the public. Just where his individuality came from, no one can say. It seems to have been born in him. From Field he borrowed the nocturne form, or rather name. From Hummel and Kramer he borrowed certain details of pianistic style. From the Italians he caught a certain luxurious grace that is not to be found in French or German music. But none of this explains the genius by which he turned his borrowings into great music. Emotionally, Chopin ranks perhaps as the greatest of composers. In subjective expression and the evocation of mood, apart from specific suggestion by words or program, he is supreme. He is by no means merely the dreamy poet which we sometimes carelessly suppose. Nothing can surpass the force and vigor of his polonaises or the liveliness of his mazurkas. In harmony, his invention was as inexhaustible as in melody, and later music has borrowed many a progression from him. Indeed, in this respect, he was one of the most original of composers. It has been said that in harmony there has been nothing new since Bach, save only Chopin, Wagner, and Debussy. But however radical his progressions may be, they are never awkward. They have that smoothness and that seeming inevitableness which the artist honors with the epithet perfection. Chopin's genius was wholly for the piano. In the little writing he did for orchestra or other instruments, mostly in connection with piano solo, there is nothing to indicate that music would have been the richer had he departed from his chosen field. In a succeeding chapter, more will be said about his music. As to the man himself, it is all in his music. Any biographical detail which we can collect must pale before the preludes, the etudes, and the polonaises. An average music lover about 1845, being questioned as to whom he thought the greatest living composer, would almost undoubtedly have replied, Mendelssohn. For Mendelssohn had just the combination of qualities which at the time could most charm people, giving them enough of the new to interest and enough of the old to avoid disconcerting shocks. Our average music lover would have gone on to say that Mendelssohn had absorbed all that was good in Romantic music, the freshness, the pictorial suggestiveness, the freedom from dry traditionalism, and had synthesized it with the power and clearness of the old forms. Mendelssohn was the one of the Romantic composers who was instantly understood. His reputation has diminished steadily in the last half-century. One does not say this vindictively, for his polished works are as delightful today as ever. But historically, he cannot rank for a moment with such men as Liszt, Schumann, or Chopin. When we review the field, we discover that he added no single new element to musical expression. His forms were the classical ones, only made flexible enough to hold their romantic content. His harmony, though fresh, was always strictly justified by classical tradition. His instrumentation, charming in the extreme, was only a restrained and tasteful use of resources already known and used. In a history of musical development, Mendelssohn deserves no more than passing mention. Of all the great musicians of history, none ever received in his youth such a broad and sound academic education. In every way he was one of fortune's darlings. His life, like that of few other distinguished men of history, Macaulay alone comes readily to mind, was little short of ideal. He was born in 1809 in Hamburg, son of a rich Jewish banker. Early in his life, the family formally embraced Christianity, which removed from the musician the disabilities he would otherwise have suffered in public life. His family life during his youthful years in Berlin was that which has always been traditionally Jewish, affectionate, simple, vigorous, and inspiring, and his education the best that money could secure. His father cultivated his talents with greatest care, but he was never allowed to become a spoiled child or to develop without continual kindly criticism. He became a pianist of almost the first rank and was precocious in composition, steadily developing technical finish and individuality. At the age of 17, under the inspiration of the reading of Shakespeare with his sister Fanny, he wrote the Midsummer Night's Dream Overture, as finished and delightful a work as there is in all musical literature. At 20, he was given money to travel and look about the world for his future occupation. As a conductor, chiefly of his own works, and to a lesser extent as a pianist, he steadily became more famous, until in 1835 he was invited to become conductor of the concerts of the Gewandhaus Orchestra at Leipzig. In this position, he rapidly became the most noted and perhaps the most immediately influential musician in Europe. From 1840 to 1843, he was connected with Berlin, where Frederick William IV had commissioned him to organize a musical academy. But in 1843, he did better by organizing the famous Conservatory at Leipzig, of which he was made director, with Schumann and Moscheles on the teaching staff. In 1847, after his 10th visit to England, he heard of the death of his beloved sister Fanny, and shortly afterward died. All of Europe felt his death as a peculiarly personal loss. What we feel in the man beyond all else is poise, one of the best human qualities, but not the most productive in art. He knew and loved the classical musicians, Bach, Mozart, and Beethoven. Indeed, the resurrection of Bach dates from his performance of the Matthew Passion in Berlin in 1828. He also felt, in a delicate way, the romantic spirit of the age, and gave the most charming poetical pictures in his overtures. All that he did with a polish that recalls Mozart. His self-criticism was not profound, but was always balanced. In his personal character, he seems almost disconcertingly perfect. We find ourselves wishing that he had committed a few real sins so as to become more fully human. His appreciation of other musicians was generous but limited. He never fully understood the value of Schumann, and his early meeting with Berlioz, though impeccably polite, was quite mystifying. His ability as an organizer and director was marked. His work in Leipzig made that city, next to Paris, the musical center of Europe. Though his culture was broad, he was scarcely affected by external literary or political currents, except to refine certain aspects of them for use in his music. 8. There were more reasons than the accidental conjunction of the Schumanns and Mendelssohn for the brilliant position of Leipzig in German musical life. For centuries, the city had been, thanks to its university, one of the intellectual centers of Germany. Being also a mercantile center, it became the logical location for numerous publishing firms. The prestige and high standard of the Thomasschule, of which Bach had for many years been cantor, had stimulated its musical life, and even when Mendelssohn arrived in 1835, the Gewandhaus Orchestra was one of the most excellent in Europe. The intellectual life of the city was of the sort that has done most honor to Germany, vigorous, scholarly, and critical, but self-supporting and self-contained. Around Mendelssohn and his influence there grew up the Leipzig School, with Ferdinand Hiller, W. Sterndale Bennett, Karl Rennick, and Niels W. Gade as its chief figures. Mendelssohn's emphasis on classicism and moderation was probably responsible for the tendency of this school to degenerate into academic dryness, but this was not present to dim its brilliancy during Mendelssohn's life. In the Leipzig circle, Schumann was always something of an outsider. Though he was much more of Leipzig than Mendelssohn, he was too much of a revolutionary to be immediately influential. Nor did he have Mendelssohn's advantages in laying hold on the public. For the first 20 years of his life, his connection with music was only that of the enthusiastic dilettante. Though his father, a bookseller of Zwickau in Saxony, favored the development of his musical gifts, his mother feared an artistic career and kept him headed toward the profession of lawyer, until his inclinations became too strong. In the meantime, he had graduated from the Gymnasium of Zwickau, where he was born in 1810, and entered the University of Leipzig as a student of law. His sensitiveness to all artistic influences in his youth was extremely marked, especially to the efflorescent poet and pseudo-philosopher Jean-Paul Richter, Jean-Paul, on whom Schumann later based his literary style. In his youth, he would organize amateur orchestras among his playfellows or entertain them with musical descriptions of their personalities on the piano. When at about 17 he arrived in Leipzig to study in the university, he plunged into music, in particular studying the piano under Friedrich Weick, whose daughter, the brilliant pianist Clara Weick, later became his wife. An accident to his hand, due to overzeal in practice, shattered his hopes of becoming a concert pianist, and he took to composition. He now devoted his efforts to repairing the gaps in his theoretical education, though not until a number of years later was he completely at home in the various styles of writing. His romantic courtship of Clara Weick culminated in 1840 in their marriage, against her father's wishes. Their life together was devoted and happy. The year of their marriage is that of Schumann's most fertile and creative work. His life from this time on was the strenuous one of composer and conductor, with not a few concert tours in which he conducted and his wife played his compositions. But more immediately fruitful was his literary work as an editor of the Neue Zeitschrift für Musik, founded in 1834 to champion the romantic tendencies of the younger composers. Toward 1845, there were signs of a failing in physical and mental powers, and at times an enforced cessation of activity. In 1853, he suffered extreme mental depression, and his mind virtually gave way. An attempted suicide in 1854 was followed by his confinement in a sanatorium, and his death followed in 1856. Schumann is the most distinguished in the list of literary musicians. His early reactions to romantic tendencies in literature were intense, and when the time came for him to use his pen in defense of the music of the future, he had an effective literary style at his command. It was the style of the time. Mere academic or technical criticism he despised, not because he despised scholarship, but because he felt it had no place in written criticism. He set himself to interpret the spirit of music. True to romantic ideals, he was subjective before all. He sent his soul out on adventures among the masterpieces, or rather his souls, for he possessed several. One he called Florestan, fiery, imaginative, buoyant. Another was Eusebius, dreamy and contemplative. It was these two names which chiefly appeared beneath his articles. Then there was a third, which he used seldom, Meister Raro, cool judgment and impersonal reserve. He set himself to make war on the Philistines, namely all persons who were stodgy, academic, and dry. He had a fanciful society of crusaders among his friends, which he dubbed the Davidsbund. With this equipment of buoyant fancy, he was the best exemplar of the romantic idealism of his time and race. The Neue Zeitschrift für Musik, organized in connection with enthusiastic friends, bravely battled for imagination and direct expression in music during the 10 years of Schumann's immediate editorship and during his contributing editorship thereafter. Schumann's announcement of Chopin in 1831 and of Brahms in 1853 had become famous. In most things his judgment was extraordinarily sound. Though he was frankly an apologist for one tendency, he appreciated many others, not excluding the reserved Mendelssohn, who was in many things his direct opposite. Sometimes, particularly in his prejudice against opera music, he disagreed with the tendencies of the time. After hearing Tannhäuser in Dresden, he could say nothing warmer than that on the whole he thought Wagner might some day be of importance to German opera. But though Schumann was thus limited, he had the historical sense and had scholarship behind his articles, if not in them. During a several months' stay in Vienna, he set himself to discovering forgotten manuscripts of Schubert, and the great C major symphony, first performed under Mendelssohn at the Gewandhaus or concerts in 1839, owes its recovery to him. Schumann worked generously in all forms except church music. At first he was chiefly a composer for the piano, and his genre pieces, pianistic in a quite new way, opened the field for much subsequent music from other pens. In them his romantic fervor best shows itself. They are buoyantly pictorial and suggestive, though avoiding extremes, and they abound in literary mottos. In 1840 begins his chief activity as a song composer, and here he takes a second place only to Schubert in lovableness and second to none in intimate subjective expression. Between 1841 and 1850 come 4 lovely symphonies, uneven in quality and without distinction in instrumentation, but glowing with vigorous life. In the last 10 years of his life come the larger choral works, the Faust scenes, several cantatas, and the opera Genoveva. Throughout the latter part of his life are scattered the chamber works, which are permanent additions to musical literature. These works and their contributions to musical development will be described in succeeding chapters. These are the preeminent Romantic composers. What they have in common is not so evident as seems at first glance. The very creed that binds them together makes them highly individual and dispartite. At bottom, the only possible specific definition of Romantic music is a description of Romantic music itself. Romantic is at best a loose term, and it happens always to be a relative term. But a brief formal statement of the old distinction between Romanticism and Classicism may be helpful in following the description of Romantic music in the following chapters. For the terms have taken on some sort of precise meaning in their course down the centuries. Perhaps the chief distinction lies in the aesthetic theory concerning limits. The Greek temple and the Gothic cathedral are the standard examples. The Greek loved to work intensively on a specific problem within definite and known limits, controlling every detail with his intelligence and achieving the utmost perfection possible to careful workmanship. The Greek temple is small in size, can be taken in at a glance. Every line is clear and definitely terminated. Details are limited in number and each has its reason for existing. The work is a unit and each part is a part of an organic whole. The medieval workman, on the other hand, was impressed by the richness of a world which he by no means understood. He loved to see all sorts of things in the heavens above and the earth beneath, and to express them in his art. Ruskin makes himself the apologist for the Gothic cathedral when he says, "Every beautiful detail added is so much richness gained for the whole." The medieval cathedral, then, is an amazing aggregation of rich detail. Unity is a minor matter. The cathedral is never to be taken in at a glance. Its lines drive upward and vanish into space. It is filled with dark corners and mysterious designs. It is an attempt to pierce beyond limits and achieve something more universal. Here is the distinction, and it is more a matter of individual temperament than of historical action and reaction. The poise and control that come from working within predefined limits are the chief glory of the classical. The imagination and energy that come from trying to pass beyond limits are the chief charm of the romantic. Let us never expect to settle a controversy, for both elements exist in all artists, even in Berlioz. But let us try to understand how the artist feels towards each of these inspirations, and to see what, in each age, is the specific impulse toward one or the other. End of section 17.
Section 18 of The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism by the National Society of Music. Song Literature of a Romantic Period, Part 1. Song in the modern sense, the German word Lied expresses it, is peculiarly a phenomenon of the 19th century. In the preceding centuries it can hardly be said to have claimed the attention of composers. Vocal solos of many sorts they had, of course, been, but they were of one or another formal type and are sharply to be contrasted with the song of Schubert, Schumann, and Franz. If a prophet and theorist of the year 1800, foreknowing what was to be the spirit of a romantic age, had sketched out an ideal art form for the perfect expression of that spirit, he would surely have hit upon the song. The fact that song was not composed in the 17th and 18th centuries proves how predominantly formal and how little expressive in purpose the music of that time was. It is strange how little of a lyrical quality, in the poet sense of a term, there was in the music of the 18th century. The lyric is that form of poetry which expresses individual emotion. It is thus sharply to be contrasted in spirit with all other forms, the epic, which tells a long and heroic story, the narrative, which tells a shorter and more special story, the dramatic, which pictures the characters as acting, the satiric, the didactic, and the other forms of more or less objective intent. No less is the lyric to be contrasted with the other types in point of form. For whereas the epic, the dramatic, and the rest can add detail upon detail at great length, and lives by its quantity of good things, the lyric stands or falls at the first blow. Either it transmits to the reader the emotion it seeks to express, or it does not. And if it does not, then the longer it continues, the greater bore it becomes. For all the forms of objective poetry can get their effect by reproducing objective details in abundance. But to transmit an emotion, one must somehow get at the heart of it, by means of a suggestive word or phrase or of a picture that instantly evokes an emotional experience. The accuracy of the lyrical expression depends upon selecting just the right details and omitting all the rest. Thus the lyric must necessarily be short, while most of the other poetic forms can be indefinitely extended. And besides, an emotion usually lasts in its purity only for a moment. You divine it the instant it is with you, or you have lost it. It cannot be prolonged by conscious effort. It cannot be recalled by thinking about it. The expression of it will therefore last but for a moment. It must be caught on the wing. And the power so to catch an emotion is a very special power. Few poets have had it in the highest degree. Those who have had it, such as Burns, Goethe, or Heine, can, in a dozen lines or so, take their place beside the greatest poets of all time. The special beauty of My love is like a red, red rose, or Der du von dem Himmel bist, or Du bist wie eine Blume, is as far removed from that of a longer poem, Se il Penseroso, or Swinburne's Hymn to Man, as a tiny painting by Vermeer is from a canvas by Veronese. Emotional expression, of course, exists in many types of poetry, but it cannot be sustained, and hence is only a sort of recurrent byproduct. The lyric is distinguished by the fact that in it individual emotional expression is the single and unique aim. This lyric spirit is obviously seldom to be found in the art music of the 18th century. It is not too much to say that music in that age was regarded as dignified in proportion to its length. The clavichord pieces of Rameau or Couperin were hardly more than after-dinner amusements, and the fugues and preludes of Bach, for all the depth of the emotion in them and despite their flexible form, were primarily technical exercises. The best creative genius of the latter half of the century was expended upon the larger forms, the symphony, the oratorio, the opera, the mass. All the qualities which are peculiar to the lyric in poetry we find in the song, the lied, of the 19th century. A definition or description of the one could be applied almost verbatim to the other. The lyric song must be brief, emotional, direct. Like the lyric poem, it cannot waste a single measure. It must create its mood instantly. It is personal. It seeks not to picture the emotion in general, but the particular emotion experienced by a certain individual. It is unique. No two experiences are quite alike, and no two songs accurately expressive of individual experiences can be alike. It is sensuous. Emotions are felt, not understood, and the song must set the hearer's soul in vibration. It is intimate. One does not tell one's personal emotions to a crowd, and the true song gives each hearer the sense that he is the sole confidant of the singer. Musical architecture, in the older sense, has very little to do with this problem. Individual expression goes its own way, and the music must accommodate itself to the form of the text. Abundance of riches is only in a limited way a virtue in a good song. The great virtue is to select just the right phrase to express the particular mood. Fine sensibilities are needed to appreciate a good song, for the song is a personal confession, and one can understand a friend's confession only if one has sensitive heartstrings. Thus the song was peculiarly fitted to express a large part of the spirit of a romantic period. This period, which appreciated the individual more than any other age since the time of Pericles, with a possible exception of the Italian Renaissance, which sought to make the form subsidiary to the sense, which sought to get at the inner reality of men's feelings, which longed for sensation and experience above all other things, this period expressed itself in a burst of spontaneous song as truly as the drama expressed Elizabethan England or the opera expressed 18th century Italy. Lyrical song begins with Schubert. Before him there was no standard of that form, which he brought almost instantaneously to perfection. It is hard for us to realize how little respect the 18th century composer had for the short song. His attitude was not greatly unlike the attitude of modern poets towards the limerick. Gluck set his hand to a few indifferent tunes in the song form, and Haydn and Mozart tossed off a handful, most of which are mediocre. These men simply did not consider the song worthy of the best efforts of a creative artist. If we take a somewhat broader definition of the word song, we find that it has been a part of music from the beginning. Folk song, beginning in the prehistoric age of music, has kept pretty much to itself until recent times, and has had a development parallel with art music. From time to time it has served as a reservoir for this art music, opening its treasures richly when the conscious music makers had run dry. Thus it was in the time of the troubadours and the trouvères, themselves only go-betweens, who took the songs of a people and gave them currency in fashionable secular and church music. So it was again in the time of Luther, who used the familiar melodies of his time to build up his congregational chorales, a great part of the basis of German music from that day to this. So it was again in the time of Schubert, who enjoyed nothing better than walking to country merrymakings to hear the country people sing their songs of a holiday. and so it has been again in our own day, when national schools, Russian, Spanish, Scandinavian, and the rest, are flourishing on the treasures of their folk songs. And when we say that song began with Schubert, we must not forget that long before him, though almost unrecognized, there existed songs among the people as perfect and as expressive as any that composers have ever been able to invent. But these songs are constructed in the traditional verse form and are, therefore, very different from most of the art songs of the 19th century, which are detailed and highly flexible. Of the songs composed before the time of Schubert, mostly by otherwise undistinguished men, the greater part were in the simple form and style of a folk song. A second element in pre-Schubertian song was the Choral. The Geistliche Lieder, spiritual songs of J.S. Bach, were nothing but chorales for solo voice, and the spirit and harmonic character of a chorale, little cultivated in Romantic song, are to be found in a good part of the song literature of the 18th century. A third element in 18th century song was the da capo aria of the opera or oratorio. Many detached lyrics were written in this form, or even to resemble the more highly developed sonata form, as for instance Haydn's charming "My mother bids me bind my hair," which is otherwise as expressive and appropriate a lyric as one could ask for. The effect of such an artificial structure on the most intimate and delicate of art forms was in most cases deadly, and songs of this type were little more than oratorio arias out of place. It will be seen that each of these sorts of song has some structural form to distinguish it. The folk song, which must be easy for untechnical persons to memorize, naturally is cast in the strophic form, that is, one in which the melody is a group of balanced phrases, generally 4, 8, or 16, used without change for all the stanzas of the song. The chorale or hymn tune is much the same, being derived from a folk song and differing chiefly in its more solid harmonic accompaniment, and the da capo aria is distinguished and defined by its formal peculiarity. Now it is evident that for free and detailed musical expression, the melody must be allowed to take its form from the words, and that none of these three traditional forms can be allowed to control the musical structure, and the Lied of the 19th century is chiefly distinguished, at least as regards externals, by this freedom of form. Such a song, following no traditional structure, but answering to the peculiarities of a text throughout, is the durchkomponiertes Lied, or song that is composed all the way through, which Schubert established once and for all as an art type. But in its heart of hearts, the art song at its best remains an own cousin to the folk song. This art, the mother of art and the fountain of youth to all arts that are senescent, takes what is typical, what is common to all men, casts it into a form which is intelligible to all men, and passes through 1,000 pairs of lips and 1,000 improvements, until it has passed the power of men further to perfect it. Its range of subject is as wide as life itself, only it chooses not what is individual and peculiar, but what is universal and typical. It has a matchless power for choosing the expressive detail and the dramatic moment. An emotion which shakes nations it can concentrate into a few burning lines. It is never conscious that it is great art. It takes no thought for the means. It is only interested in expressing its message as powerfully and as simply as possible. In doing this, it hits upon the phrases that are at the foundation of our musical system, at the cadences which block in musical architecture upon the structure from which all conscious forms are derived. This popular art, as we have said, has revivified music again and again. It was the soul of the Lutheran chorale, which, the papists sneeringly said, was the chief asset of the Reformation, since it furnished the sensuous form under which religion took its place in the hearts of the people. It is the foundation of Johann Sebastian Bach's music from beginning to end, and it is therefore the foundation of a work of Bach's most famous son, Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach, from whom the art song takes its rise. In the 50s, he published the several editions of his melodies to the spiritual songs of Christian Fürchtegott Gellert. These may be taken as the beginning of modern song. In his preface, Bach shows the keenness of his understanding, stating in theory the problem which Schubert solved in practice. He says that he has endeavoured to invent, in each case, the melody which will express the spirit of a whole poem, and not, as had been the custom, merely that which accords with the first stanza. In other words, he recognizes the incongruity of expecting one tune to express the varying moods of several dissimilar stanzas. His solution was to strike a general average among the stanzas and suit his tune to it. Schubert solved the problem by composing his music continuously to suit each stanza, line, and phrase. in other words, by establishing the durchkomponiertes Lied, the modern art song. Philipp Emanuel Bach thus saw that the Lied should do what the folk song and the formal aria could not do. It is a nice question whether the conscious durchkomponiertes Lied is more truly expressive than the strophic folk song. Mr. Henderson, in his book Songs and Songwriters, illustrates the problem by comparing Silcher's well-known version of Heine's Die Lorelei with Liszt's. Silcher's 8-line tune has become a true folk song. It keeps an unvarying form and tune through 3 double stanzas, using, to express the lively action of the end, the same music that expresses the natural beauty of the beginning. Liszt, on the other hand, with masterful imaginative precision, follows each detail of the picture and action in his music. Mr. Henderson concludes that he would not give Liszt's setting for a dozen of Silcher's. Some of us, however, would willingly give the whole body of Liszt's music for a dozen folk tunes like Silcher's. It is, of course, a matter of individual preference. But we should give an understanding heart to the method of a folk song, which offers to the poem a formal frame of great beauty, binding the whole together in one mood, while it allows the subsidiary details to play freely, and perhaps the more effectually, by contrast with the dominant tone. Whatever may be one's final decision in the matter, a study and comparison of the two settings will make evident the typical qualities of the folk song and art song as nothing else could. Emanuel Bach also showed his feeling for the lyrical quality of the Lied by apologizing, between the lines, for his poems, saying that, although the didactic is not the sort of poetry best suited to musical treatment, Gellert's fine verses justified the procedure in his case. There is in the melodies, as we have said, something of a feeling of a folk song and of a Lutheran chorale, and there is also in them an indefinable quality which in a curious way looks forward to the free melodic expression of Schubert. Throughout the 18th century, the chief representative of pure German song was the Singspiel, or light and imaginative dramatic entertainment with songs and choruses interspersed with spoken dialogue. The Singspiel was not a highly honoured form of art. It held a place somewhat analogous to the vaudeville among us, that is, loved by the people but regarded as below the dignity of a first-class musician, Italian opera being à la mode. Nevertheless, we find some excellent light music among these Singspiele. Reichardt's Erwin und Elmira, to Goethe's text, contains numbers which, in simple charm and finish of workmanship, do not fall far below Mozart. These Singspiele maintained the German spirit in song in the face of the Italian tradition until Viera came and made the tinder blaze in the face of all Europe. Reichardt felt the spirit of a time. He was one of those valuable men who make things move while they are living and are forgotten after they are dead. As Kapellmeister under Frederick the Great, he introduced reforms which made him unpopular among the conservative spirits. His open sympathy with the principles of the French Revolution led to his dismissal from his official post. From such a man we should expect exactly what we find, an admiration for folk songs and an insistence that art songs should be founded on them. He was widely popular and had a considerable influence on his time. He was thus a power in keeping German song true to the best German traditions until the time when Schubert raised it to the first rank. Reichardt was also the first to make a specialty of Goethe's songs, having set some 125 of them. Zelter, likewise, was best known in his time for his settings of Goethe's lyrics, and the poet preferred them to those of Schubert. This fact need not excite such indignation as is sometimes raised in reference to it, for Goethe was little of a musician. Zelter kept true to the popular tradition, and some of his songs are still sung by the German students. Zum Steg was another important composer of the time, the first important composer of ballads, and a favourite with Schubert, who based his early style on him. Historically, the songs of Haydn, Mozart, and Beethoven are of less importance than those of the composers just named. Haydn's are predominantly instrumental in character. Mozart was much more of a poet for the voice, and has to his credit at least one song, The Violet, a true durchkomponiertes Lied, which can take its place beside the best in German song literature. Beethoven's songs are often no more than musical routine. His early Adelaide, a sentimental scena in the Italian style, is his best known, but his setting to Gellert's The Heavens Declare the Glory of the Eternal is by far the finest. Except that it is a little stiff in its grandeur, it would be one of the noblest of German songs. Yet Beethoven's place in the history of song rests chiefly upon the fact that he was one of the first to compose a true song cycle having poetical and musical unity. In some ways he anticipated Schumann's practices. End of section 18. Section 19 of The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism by the National Society of Music. Song Literature of a Romantic Period, Part 2. With Schubert, the lead appears, so to speak, ready-made. After his early years, there is no more development toward the lead, there is only development of the lead. In his 18th year, Schubert composed a song which is practically flawless, the Erlking, and continued thereafter producing at a mighty pace, sometimes nodding, like Homer, and ever and again dashing off something which is matchless. In all he composed some 650 songs. Many of them are mediocre, as is inevitable with one who composes in such great quantity. Many others, like the beautiful Todesmusik, are uneven, passages of highest beauty alternating with vapid stretches, such as any singing teacher might have composed. He wrote as many as 6 or 7 songs between breakfast and dinner, beginning the new one the instant he had finished the old. He sometimes sold them at 20 cents apiece, when he could sell them at all. It is easy to say that he should have composed less and revised more, but it does not appear that it cost him any more labour to compose a great song than a mediocre one. On the whole, it seems that Schubert measured his powers justly in depending on the first inspiration. At the same time, it has been established that he was not wilfully careless with his songs, not at any rate with the ones he believed in. A number were revised and copied 3 and 4 times, but generally his first inspiration, whether it was good or bad, was allowed to stand. Now this facility is not to be confounded with superficiality. Schubert, taking an inspiration from the poems he read, went straight for the heart of the emotion. No amount of painstaking could have made Amer more profound in sentiment. His course was simply that of nature, producing in great quantity in the expectation that the inferior will die off and the best will perpetuate themselves. The range of his emotional expression is very great. It is safe to say that there is no type of sentiment or mood in any song of the last 100 years which cannot find its prototype in Schubert. His songs include ballads with the touch of the archaic, like the Erlking, lyrics with the most delicate wisp of symbolism, like Das Heidenröslein, Heather Rose, with the purest lyricism, like the famous Serenade or the Praise of Tears, lyrics of the deepest tragedy, like the Inn, or pathos, like Death and the Maiden, of a most intense emotional energy, like Aufenthalt, of a merriest light-heartedness, like Hark, Hark, the Lark, or the Wanderlied, and of a most exalted grandeur, like Die Allmacht. It would be out of place here to estimate these songs in any detail, for they have a personal quality which makes the estimating of them for another person a ridiculous thing. Like all truly personal things, they have, to the individual who values them, a value quite incommensurable. Each of the best songs is unique, and is not to be compared with any other. They are irreplaceable, and their value seems infinite. Hence the praise of one who loves these songs would sound foolishly extravagant to another. We can here only review and point out the general qualities and characteristics of Schubert's output. With one of his earliest songs, Gretchen at the Spinning Wheel, composed when he was 17, Schubert establishes the principle of detailed delineation in the accompaniment, developed so richly in the succeeding decades. The whole of the melody is bound together by the whirring of a wheel in the accompaniment. But when Gretchen comes to her exclamation, and his kiss, she stops spinning for a moment, and the harmonies in the piano become intense and colourful. This principle of delineative detail, even more than the durchkomponierte Form, constitutes the difference between the art song and its prototype, the folk song. The details become more and more frequent in Schubert's songs as his artistic development continues. They are rarely realistic, as in Liszt, but they always catch the mood or the emotional nuance with eloquent suggestiveness. A free song, like Die Allmacht, follows the varying moods of a text line for line, but Schubert did not follow his text word for word as later songwriters did. He felt what the folk singer feels, the formal musical unity of his song as apart from the unity in the meaning of the words. He was never willing to admit a delineative detail that involved a harsh break in the flow of beautiful melody. It was his choice of melody, much more than his choice of delineative detail, that gave eloquence to his songs. This melody is of great beauty and fluency from the beginning. The lovely songs of a spectral tempter in the Erlking could not be more beautiful. Yet this gift of lovely melody becomes richer, deeper, and even more spontaneous as Schubert grew older, richer and more spontaneous than has been known in any other composer before or since. It is nearly always based on the regular and measured melody of folk song, and rarely becomes anything approaching the free, endless melody of Wagner. But beyond such a generalization as this, it can scarcely be covered with a single descriptive phrase. It was adequate to every sort of emotional expression, and was so gently flexible in form that it could fit any sort of poem without losing its graceful contour. The Erlking, perhaps Schubert's best-known song, it is certainly one of his greatest, is a perfect example of the ballad, or condensed dramatic narrative poem, a type which had been cultivated by zum Steg, but had never reached real artistic standing. It demands sharp characterization of the speaking characters, and especially some means of setting the mood of a poem as a whole, in order to keep the story within its frame and give it its artistic unity. The former Schubert supplies with his melodies, the latter with the accompaniment of triplets, with the recurring figure representing the galloping of the horse. Without interrupting the musical flow of his song, he introduces the delineative detail where it is needed, as in the double dissonance at the repeated shriek of a child, a musical procedure that was revolutionary at the time it was written. And if there was nothing else in the song to prove genius, it would be proved by the last line, in which, for the first time, the triplets cease, and the announcement that the child was dead is made in an abrupt recitative, carrying us back to a realization of the true nature of the ballad as a tale that is told, a legend from the olden times. It must always be a pity that Schubert did not write more ballads. He is commonly known as a lyric genius, but he could be equally a descriptive genius. Yet only The Young Nun, among the better known of his songs, is at all narrative in quality. Schubert's form, as we have said, ranges all the way from the simple strophe, or verse form, up to the verge of the declamatory. He was extremely fond of the strophe, and usually used it with perfect justice, as in the famous Who is Sylvia, Hark, Hark, the Lark, and Ave Maria. Very often he uses the strophe form modified and developed for the last stanza, as in Du bist die Ruhe, or the Serenade. Again, as in Die Allmacht and Aufenthalt, the melody, while being perfectly measured and regular, follows the text with utmost freedom. And finally there is Der Doppelgänger, which is scarcely more than expressive declamation over a delineative accompaniment. "The music of the future," exclaims Mr. Henderson. "Wagner's theories a quarter of a century before he evolved them." A number of Schuberts are grouped together in cycles, a procedure practiced by Beethoven in his An die ferne Geliebte, and brought to perfection by Schumann. Schubert's 24 songs, The Fair Maid of the Mill to words by Müller, tell the story of a love affair and its consequent tragedy, enacted near the mill, by the side of a brook, which ripples all through the series. The songs tell a consecutive story, somewhat in the fashion of Tennyson's Maud, but the group has little of the inner unity of Schumann's cycles. The Winter Journey series, also to Müller's text, is more closely bound together by its mood of old-age despair. The last 14 songs which the composer wrote were published after his death as swan songs, and the name has justly remained, for they seem one and all to be written under the oppressive fear of death. They include the 6 songs composed to the words of Heine, whose early book of poems the composer had just picked up. What a pity, if Schubert could not have lived longer, that Heine did not live earlier. Each of these Heine songs is a masterpiece. Schubert's literary sense may not have been highly critical, but it managed to include the greatest poets and the best poems that were to be had. His settings include 72 to words by Goethe, 54 of Schiller, 44 of Müller, 48 of his friend Meyerhofer, 19 of Schlegel, 19 of Klopstock, 19 of Körner, 10 of Walter Scott, 7 of Ossian, 3 of Shakespeare, and the immortal 6 of Heine. And though he was not inspired in any very direct proportion to the literary worth of his poems, he responded truly to the lyrical element wherever he found it. Writing at about the same time with Schubert were the opera composers Ludwig Spohr, Heinrich Marschner, and Weber. The song output of these men has not proved historically important, but they have to their credit the fact that they were true to the German faith. Marschner's songs are not altogether dead today, and Weber's are in a few instances excellent. They come nearer than those of any other composer to the true style and spirit of a folk song, and reveal from another angle the presiding genius of Weber's operas. The place for the ballad, which Schubert left almost vacant in his work, was filled by Johann Carl Gottfried Karl Löwe, born only a few months before him. Footnote: in 1796 at Löbejün near Köthen. He was educated in Halle, patronized by King Jerome of Westphalia, Napoleon's brother, and later became municipal musical director at Stettin. He died in Kiel, 1869. End of footnote. The numerous compositions of his long life have been forgotten except for his ballads, and these have lived in spite of their feeble melodic invention by their sheer dramatic energy. Löwe's ballads depend wholly on their words. That is their virtue. As music apart, they have scarcely any existence, but Löwe's dramatic sense was abundant and vigorous. A study of his setting of the Erlking as compared with that of Schubert will instantly make evident the differences between the two men. The motif of a storm is more complex and wild. The speeches of the Erlking are strange and mystical, as far as possible removed from the suave melody of Schubert. The voice part is at every turn made impressive rather than beautiful. Superficially, Schubert's method looks the more superficial and inartistic, but it conquers by the matchless expressive power of its melody. Löwe's ballads compel our respect in spite of their lack of melodic invention. They are carefully selected and include some of the best poetry of the time. They are worked out with great care and are conscientiously true to the meaning of the words, as songs rarely were in his day. They are designed to make an impressive effect in a large concert hall. They have a considerable range, from the mock primitive heroics of Ossian to the boisterous humour of Goethe's Sorcerer's Apprentice, and in their cultivation of a declamatory style and of the delineative accompaniment they were important in the musical development of the age. Schumann was not, like Schubert, a singer from his earliest years. He was at first a dilettante of the piano, and as he grew up dreamed of becoming a virtuoso. He was enchanted by the piano, told it his thoughts, and was fascinated by its undiscovered possibilities. His genius came to its first maturity in his piano works, and all his thoughts were at first for this instrument. He did not write his first song until 1840, that is, until almost the end of his 30th year. When he did take to songwriting, he wrote furiously. There was a reason for it, for after several years of passionate love-making to his Clara, and of almost more passionate stubbornness on the part of her father, the young people took the law into their own hands, quite literally, since they had to invoke the courts, and were married in 1840. The first happiness of married life and the anticipations leading up to it seem to have generated in Schumann that demand for a more personal and intimate expression than his beloved piano could offer. Though he had never been a rapid writer, he now wrote many songs at a stretch, as many as 3 or 4 in a day. He seemed unable to exhaust what he had to say. By the time the year was over, he had composed more than 100 songs. He declared himself satisfied with what he had done. He might come back to songwriting, he said, but he wasn't sure. He did come back to it, but not until his creative powers were on the wane. In the last 6 or 7 years of his life he wrote more than 100 new songs, but hardly one of them rises above mediocrity. All the songs that have made him famous, and all that are worthy of his genius, date from the year of his marriage. Just what, in a technical way, Schumann was trying to do in his first songs we do not know. It is probable that the ammunition for his unusual harmonic progressions and his freer declamatory style came from his own piano pieces. Fundamentally, we know he admired Schubert almost without reserve, having already spent the best part of a year in Vienna, unearthed a number of Schubert scores, and spread Schubert's reputation to the best of his ability. Yet there is hardly one of Schumann's songs that could for a moment be mistaken for Schubert's, so different was the musical genesis of the two composers in their songwriting. Schumann is a part of a Schubert tradition, but he is just so much further developed. Whether for the better or for the worse may be left to the theorists. With Schumann, the tendency of detailed musical description is carried into a greater number of songs and into a greater variety of details. The declamatory element increases, both in the number of songs which it dominates and in the extent to which it influences the more melodic songs. The part of a piano is tremendously increased, so much so that the Waldesgespräch has been called a symphonic poem with recitative accompaniment by the voice. The harmony, while lacking in Schubert's entrancingly simple enharmonic changes, is more unusual, showing in particular a tendency to avoid the perfect cadence, which would have hurt Franz Schubert's ear for a time. Schumann's songs are commonly called psychological, and this much abused word may be allowed to stand in the sense that Schumann offered a separate statement of a separate strands of an emotional state, while Schubert more usually expressed the emotional state pure and simple. No songs could be more subjective than some of Schubert's later ones, but many, including Schumann's, have been more complex in emotional content. But perhaps the first thing one feels on approaching the Schumann songs is that they are consciously wrought, that they are the work of a thinker. This is no doubt partly because Schumann, with all his gifts, did not have at his disposal Schubert's wonderfully rich melody, and was obliged to weigh and consider. But it is also quite to be expected from the nature of the man. While Schumann's songs are by no means so rich as Schubert's in point of melody, there are a few of his tunes, especially the famous Widmung, which can stand beside any in point of pure musical beauty. Still, it must be admitted that Schumann's truly great songs, even from the output of 1840, are decidedly limited in number. To understand better what is meant by the word psychological in connection with Schumann's songs, let us turn to his most famous group, The Woman's Life and Love. The first of the group, Since My Eyes Beheld Him, tells of the young girl who has awakened to her first half-consciousness of love. It is hero worship, but it is disconcerting, making her strangely conscious of herself, anxious to be alone and dream, surrounded by a half-sensuous, half-sentimental mist. The music is hesitating and broken, with many chromatic progressions and suspensions in the piano part, which rob it of any firm harmonic outline. In the whole of the voice part there is not a single perfect cadence. The melody is utterly lovely, but it sounds indefinite, as though it were always just beginning, only here and there it rises into a definite phrase of moody longing. In the second song, the famous Der Herrlichste von allen, the girl has come to full consciousness of her emotion. Her loved one is simply her hero, the noblest of men. The music is straightforward and decisive. The main theme begins with the notes of a tonic chord, the bugle notes. There is no lack of full cadence and pure half-cadences. In the third song, the girl has received the man's avowal of love, and is overcome with amazement, almost terror, that her hero should look with favour upon her. The voice part is scarcely more than a broken recitative, and the accompaniment is largely of short, sharp chords. Only for one ecstatic instant the melody becomes lyrically lovely in the richest German strain. It is on the words, I am forever thine. In the sixth song, the mother is gazing at her newborn baby and weeping. The voice part is free declamation, with a few rich chords in the accompaniment to mark the underlying depth of emotion. In the eighth and last song, the husband has died. The form of a song is much the same as that of a sixth, only the chords are now heavy and tragic. As the lamenting voice dies away, the piano part glides into the opening song, played softly. The wife dreams of the first awakening of her love. The effect is to cast the 8 songs into a long backward vista, magically making us feel that we have lived through the years of a woman's life and love. This, easily the most famous of song cycles, is the type of all of them. Beethoven wrote a true cycle, but his songs are by no means equal to Schumann's. Schubert wrote cycles, but none with the close bond and inner unity of this one. Nor are Schumann's other cycles, Myrtles, the Liederkreis, song series from Eichendorff, and another under the same name from other poets, the Poet's Love from Heine, the Kerner cycle, and the Springtime of Love cycle, so closely bound as this. The song cycle on this plane is a triumph of the accurate delineative power of music. Almost as much as of this type of psychology, Schumann is master of a delicate picture of mood, as in Die Lotusblume, Der Nussbaum, and the thrice lovely Mondnacht. His musical high spirits often serve him in good stead, as in Kerner's Wanderer's Song. In To the Sunshine he imitates the folk song style with remarkable success. In the short ballad, he has at least two works of supreme beauty, the Waldesgespräch, already referred to, and the well-known Two Grenadiers. There is a certain grim humour, one of a few lyrical qualities which Schubert never successfully attempted, in his setting of Heine's Masterly, the old and bitter songs. And finally, one song that stands by itself in song literature, the famous Ich grolle nicht, admired everywhere, yet not beyond its deserts. Here is tragedy deep and exalted as in a Greek drama, though it is disconcerting to note how much more seriously Schumann took the subject than did his poet, Heine. In 1843, when Schumann had made his first success as a songwriter, he received from an unknown young man a batch of songs in manuscript. With his customary promptitude and sureness, he announced the young man in his journal, the Neue Zeitschrift für Musik. This man was Robert Franz, who, many insist, is the greatest songwriter in the world, barring only Schubert. Footnote: originally his name was Knaut, but his father changed it by royal consent to Franz. He was born in Halle in 1815 and died there in 1892. He became organist, choral conductor, and university musical director in his native city. An assiduous student of Bach and of Handel, his townsman, he combined a contrapuntal style with Schumannesque sentiment in his songs, of which there appeared 350, besides some choral works. His critical editions of Bach and Handel works are of great value. Almost total deafness cut short Franz's professional activity. End of footnote. Franz, it seems, had had an unhappy love affair and had taken to songwriting to ease his feelings, having burned up all his previous compositions as worthless. Schumann did for Franz what he did for Brahms and, to some extent, for Chopin, put him on the musical map, and that on the strength of an examination of only a few early compositions. Through his influence, Franz's Opus 1 was published, and thereafter steadily for many years came songs from Franz's pen. He wrote little other original music, save a few pieces for church use. His reputation refused to grow rapidly, for there was little in his work or personality on which to build réclame, but it has grown steadily. The student of his songs will discover a high proportion of first-rate songs among them, higher probably than in any other song composer. Franz is one of those composers of whose work little can be told in print. It is all in the music. Unlike Schubert and Schumann, he limited himself in his choice of subjects, taking mostly poems of delicate sentiments and avoiding all that was realistic. Unlike Schubert, he worked over his songs with greatest care, sometimes keeping them for years before he had fashioned them to perfection. His voice parts are, on the whole, more independent than Schumann's. They combine perfect declamatory freedom and accurate observance of the text with a delicate finish of melodic grace. The accompaniments are in many styles. Broken chords he uses with distinction, so that the individual notes seem not only harmonic, but melodic in their function. In him, more than in previous songwriters, polyphony, deriving from his familiarity with Bach, plays a prominent part. He is a master in the use of delicate dissonance, and in some ways the poetry of his accompaniments looks forward to the atmospheric effects of what we loosely term the impressionistic school. He does not strike the heights or depths of emotion, but his music at times is as moving as any in song literature. Above all, he stands for the perfect and intimate union of text and music in a more subtle way than was accomplished either by Schubert or Schumann. Mendelssohn wrote many songs during his days of fame, which had a popularity far outshining that of the songs we have been speaking of. They sold in great abundance, especially in England, and fetched extraordinary prices from publishers. But by this time they have sunk pretty nearly into oblivion. They are polished, as all his work is, and have the quality of instantly pleasing a hearer who doesn't care to listen too hard. Needless to say, their musicianship is above reproach, but their melody, while graceful, is undistinguished, and their emotional message is superficial. Chopin, however, composed a little book of Polish songs which deserves to be immortal. They purported to be arrangements of Polish melodies together with original songs in the same spirit. As a matter of fact, they are probably almost altogether Chopin's work. In them we find the highest refinement of melodic contour and an exotic poetry in the accompaniments such as none but Chopin at the time could write. The Maiden's Wish is perhaps the only one familiar to the general public, and that chiefly through Liszt's piano arrangement of it. But among the others there are some of the first rank, particularly the Bacchanale, My Delights, and Poland's Dirge. In the intervals of his busy life, Liszt managed to pen some 60 or more lieder, of which a large proportion are of high quality. They suffer less than the other classes of his compositions from the intrusion of banality and gallery play. In them, Liszt is never the poet of delicate emotion, but certain things he did better than either Schubert or Schumann. The high heroism, often mock, which we feel in his orchestral writing is here too. He had command of large design, he could paint the splendid emotion. His ballads are, on the whole, among the best we have. In his setting of Uhland's The Ancestral Tomb, he caught the mysterious aura of ancient balladry as few others have. When there is a picture to be described, Liszt always has a musical phrase that suits the image, and in a few instances, as in his settings of Der du von dem Himmel bist and Du bist wie eine Blume, he achieved the lyric at its least common denominator, the utmost simplicity of sentiment expressed by the utmost simplicity of musical phrase. It was a feat he rarely repeated, for in these songs he painted not only the picture but also the emotion. In Mignon's song, Know'st Thou the Land, he has put into a single phrase the very breath of homesickness. His setting of The Lorelei has already been mentioned. It could hardly be finer in its style. The preliminary musing of the poet, the quivering of a dimly remembered song, the flow of the Rhine, the song of a Lorelei, the sinking of a ship, are all described. Still finer is The King of Thule, which, with all its elaboration of detail, keeps to the sense of archaic simplicity that is in Goethe's poem. In his settings of Victor Hugo, Liszt was as appropriate as with Goethe, and we find in them all the transparency of technique and the delicacy of sentiment that distinguishes French verse. In all these songs, Liszt uses the utmost freedom of declamation in the voice part, with fine regard for the integrity of the text. End of section 19.
Section 20 of The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jake Malizia. The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism by the National Society of Music. Chapter 8, Part 1. Pianoforte and chamber music of the Romantic period. The striking difference between the pianoforte music of the 19th century and that of the 18th is, of course, not an accident. That of the 18th is in most cases not properly piano music at all, since it was composed specifically for the clavichord or harpsichord, which have little beyond the familiar keyboard in common with the modern pianoforte. Both classes of instruments were known and in use throughout the greater part of the 18th century, and the date 1800 may be taken as that at which the pianoforte displaced its rivals. Much of the old harpsichord music is played today on the piano, as for instance Bach's preludes and fugues, but the structure of the music is very different, and the effect on the piano gives no idea of the effect as originally intended. The most superficial glance shows eloquently the difference between the two sorts of keyboard music. That of the 19th century differs from its predecessor in its emphasis on long, sustained, singing melody, in its greater range, in its reliance on special tone qualities, in being to a great extent melodic instead of polyphonic, in wide skips and separation of notes, and above all in its use of sustained chords. Leaving aside the specific tendencies of the Romantic period, all these differences can be explained by the difference in the instruments for which the two sorts of music were written. The clavichord was a very simple instrument of keys and strings. The length of the vibrating string, which determines its pitch, was set, at the stroke which set it in vibration, by a metal tangent on the end of the key lever, being at once the hammer and the fret of the string. The stroke was slight, the tone was extremely soft. The vibration continued only a few seconds, and was so slight that anything like the singing tone of the pianoforte was impossible. But within the duration of a single note, the player, by a rapid upward and downward movement of the wrist, which varied the pressure on the key, could produce a wavering tone similar to the vibrato of the human voice and the violin, which gave a faint but live warmth to the tone. unhappily wholly lacking in the tone of the pianoforte. It was doubtless this peculiar live expressiveness which made the instrument a favourite of the great Bach, and which, moreover, justifies the player in making the utmost possible variety of tone in playing Bach's clavier works on the modern instrument. The sound of the instrument was something like that of an Aeolian harp, and was therefore quite unsuited to the concert hall. But it was of a sympathetic quality that made it a favourite for small rooms and much loved by composers for their private musings. The harpsichord was the concert piano, so to speak, of the time. Its strings were plucked by means of a short quill, and a damper automatically deadened the tone an instant afterwards. The instrument was therefore quite incapable of sustained melody, or of gradations of volume, except within the use of stops, which on the best instruments could bring new sets of strings into play. Its tone was sharp and mechanical, not very unlike that of a mandolin. Now what the modern pianoforte possesses, apart from its greater range and resonance, is chiefly ability to control the power of the tone by force or lightness of touch, and to sustain individual notes by means of holding down the key, or all of them together through the use of the sustaining pedal. Theoretically, the clavichord could both control power and sustain notes, but the tone was so slight that these virtues were of little practical use. The ground principle of the pianoforte is its rebounding hammer, which strikes the string with any desired power, and immediately rebounds so as to permit it to continue vibrating. Each string is provided with its damper, which is held away from it as long as the key is pressed down. The sustaining or damper pedal removes all the dampers from the strings, so that any notes which are struck will continue vibrating. The one thing which piano cannot do is to control the tone after it is struck. By great care in the use of materials, piano makers have been able to produce a tone which continues vibrating with great purity and persistence, but this inevitably dies out as the vibrations become diminished in amplitude. The legato of the pianoforte is only a second best, and is rather an oral illusion than a fact. Any increasing of the tone, as with the violin, is quite impossible. Any true sustaining of the tone is equally impossible, but by skillful writing and playing, the illusion of legato tone can be well maintained, and a far greater beauty and variety of effect can be reached than one might think possible from a mechanical examination of the instrument. Before 1770, the date of Beethoven's birth, clavier music existed only for the clavichord and the harpsichord, though it could also be played on the pianoforte. Beethoven grew up with a maturing pianoforte. By the time he had reached his artistic maturity, in 1800, it had driven its rivals from the field. Up to 1792, all Beethoven's compositions were equally adapted to the piano and the harpsichord. Up to 1803, they were published for pianoforte or harpsichord, though it is probable that in the preceding decade he had written most of his clavier music with the pianoforte in mind. The earliest pianoforte, made in the first 2 decades of the 18th century, had a compass of 4½ octaves, a little more than that of the ordinary clavichord. The pianoforte of Mozart's time had 5 octaves, and Clementi added half an octave in 1793. By 1811, 6½ octaves had been reached, and in 1836, about the time of the publication of Liszt's first compositions, barring the youthful etudes, there were 7, or 7 1/3, which have remained the standard ever since. During all this time, piano makers had been endeavouring to increase the rigidity of the piano frame. This was partly to take care of the greater size due to the adding of bass strings, but chiefly to permit of greater tension. The quality and persistency of the vibration depends to a great extent on the tension of the strings. Other things being equal, the excellence of the tone increases, up to a certain limit, with the tension. This led gradually to the introduction of iron supports, and later to a solid cast iron or steel frame, though up to 1820 only wood was used in the body of the pianoforte, until the tension became so great and the pitch so high, for the sake of tonal brilliancy, that the wooden frame proved incapable of sustaining the strain. The average tension on each string is, in the modern piano, some 175 pounds, and was up to recent times much higher. The present Steinway concert grands suffers a strain of more than 20 tons, and under the higher pitch of former years had to stand 30. The weight of the instrument itself is half a ton. These improvements have made the piano second only to the orchestra for all-around usefulness and expressiveness. The size of the instrument and the high tension of the strings made its tone sufficient for the largest concert hall, and permitted a keyboard range almost double that of the harpsichord. The individual dampers responsive to the pressure of the key made a quasi-legato and true melody playing possible. The rebounding hammer, directly controlled by the key, made possible all variety of soft and loud tone, and the sustaining or damper, incorrectly called the loud pedal, made possible the sustaining of chords in great richness. The usefulness of this last device is still not half stated in saying that chords can be sustained, for when all the strings are left open, there occurs a sympathetic vibration in the strings which are not struck by the hammers, but are in tune with the overtones of the strings that are struck. This fact increases, to an astonishing extent, the resonance and sonority of any chord sounded with the help of the sustaining pedal. It makes the instrument almost orchestral in quality, opening to it an amazing range and variety of effect, which Chopin, Liszt, and many piano writers after them used with supreme and magical skill. The soft pedal opens another range of effects. On the grand piano, it shifts the hammers so that they hit but one of the three strings proper to each note in the middle and upper registers. Hence the direction una corda, written in the pianoforte works of all great masters, including Beethoven. The piano thus became an ideal sounding board for the Romantic movement. It was capable of luscious expressive melody. It could obtain effects of great delicacy and intimate character. It could be loud, astonishing, and orchestral. Its tone was in itself a thing of sensuous beauty. Its freedom in harmony was no less than its freedom in melody, and enharmonic changes, beloved of all the Romanticists, became easy. It allowed the greatest liberty in the disposition of notes, and harmonic accompaniment, with broken chords and arpeggios, could take on an absolute beauty of its own. This sufficiently explains the complete change in the method of writing clavier music in the 19th century. One example of the way in which Mozart and Chopin obtained harmonic sonority in accompaniments will show how far-reaching the change was. Excerpt: Mozart Sonata in F major. Excerpt: Chopin Nocturne, Opus 27, No. 2. By the use of the damper pedal, the Chopin formula gives the effect of a sustained chord. On the harpsichord it would have sounded like a few notes too widely scattered to be united in sonority. With such an instrument, every style of music became possible. Liszt asserted that he could reproduce any orchestral effect on it, and many of the best orchestral works of his time became generally known first through his pianoforte arrangements of them. Equally possible were the simple song-like melodies of some of Chopin's preludes, or the whimsical genre pieces of Schumann. As a consequence, the wonderful piano literature of the 19th century is equal to any music in range, power, and emotional expressiveness. Nearly all the qualities of Romantic music find their beginnings in Beethoven, but it is not always easy to disentangle the Romantic from the classical element in his music, and for convenience we begin the history of the Romantic period with Schubert and Weber, for the specific and conscious tendencies of Romanticism first showed themselves in fondness for smaller, free pianoforte forms, which Beethoven cultivated not at all, if we omit his historically negligible Für Elise, and one or two other pieces of the same sort. Beethoven's later sonatas, while romantic in their breaking through the classic form and seeking a more intense emotional expression, are rather the prophets of Romanticism than its ancestors. When Schubert dared to write lovely pieces without any reference to traditional forms, he began the history of Romantic piano music. This he did in his lovely Impromptus, Opus 90, and the famous Moments musicals, both published in the year of his death, 1828. The Impromptus were not so named by the composer, but the title can well stand. They are essentially improvisations at the piano. They were written not to suit any form, nor to try any technical task, but simply because the composer became fascinated with his musical idea and wanted to work it out, which is true, theoretically at least, of all Romantic music. In the very first of the Impromptus, that in C minor, we can almost see Schubert running his fingers over the piano, timidly experimenting with the discovery of a new tune, his childlike delight at finding it a beautiful one, and his pleasure in lingering over lovely cadences and enharmonic changes, or in working out new forms for his melody. The very first note, the octave G struck fortissimo, is a note for the pianoforte, and not for clavichord or harpsichord, for it is held, and with the damper pedal pressed down, so that other strings may join in the symphony in sympathetic vibration. And throughout the piece, this G seems to sound magically as the dominant around which the whole harmony centers, as toward a magnet. In other words, we are meeting in this first impromptu our old romantic friend, sensuous tone. The pleasure which Schubert takes in repeating the G, either by inference or in fact, or in swelling his chords by the use of the pedal, or in drawing out melodic cadences, or in coaxing out the reverberating tones of the bass, or in letting his melodic tone sound as though from the human voice. This, we might almost say, marks the discovery of the pianoforte by the 19th century, and it is equally Romanticism's growing realization of itself. All the impromptus are of great beauty, and are unmistakably of Schubert. They have the fault of improvisations in that they are too long, but if one is in a leisurely mood to receive them, they never become a bore. The Moments musicals are still more typical of Schubert's genius, some of them short, ending suddenly, almost before the hearer is aware that they have begun, but leaving behind a definite, clear-cut impression, like a cameo. They are the ancestors of all the genre pieces of later times. Each of them might have a fanciful name attached, and each has the directness of genius. Schubert's sonatas are important only in their possession of the qualities of the impromptus and moments musicals. They are filled with beauties, but as sonatas, as representatives of classical organization and logic, they are negligible. Schubert cannot resist the charm of a lovely melody, and when he finds one, the claims of form retire into the background. Certain individual movements are of high excellence, but played consecutively, they are uneven. The Fantasia in C minor, containing one of the themes from Schubert's song The Wanderer, is a fine imaginative and technical work, but its freedom of form is of no historical importance, as Mozart wrote a long Fantasia in C that was even more daring. The dances, likewise, have no significance in point of form, being written altogether after the usual manner of the day. They were, in fact, mostly pot-boilers, but they contain at times such appealing beauty that they helped to dignify the dance as a type of concert piano music. The ability to create the highest beauty in parvo is distinctive of the Romantic movement, and Schubert's dances and marches have stimulated many another composer to simplicity of expression. The influence of them is evident in the Carnaval and the Davidsbündler Tänze of Schumann. Liszt elaborated them and strung several together for concert use, and the waltzes of Brahms, who more perhaps than any other admired Schubert and profited by him, are derived directly from those of Schubert. Liszt may be quoted once more in his rhetorical style, but with his sympathetic understanding that never misses the mark. Our pianists, he says, hardly realize what a noble treasure is to be found in the clavier music of Schubert. The most of them play him through en passant, notice here and there repetitions and retards, and then lay them aside. It is true that Schubert himself is partly responsible for the infrequent performance of his best works. He was too unconsciously productive, wrote ceaselessly, mingling the trivial and the important, the excellent and the mediocre, paying no heed to criticism and giving his willfulness full swing. He lived in his music as the birds live in the air and sang as the angels sing. O restlessly creative genius! O faithful hero of my youthful heaven! Harmony, freshness, power, sympathy, dreaminess, passion, gentleness, tears, and flames stream from the depths and heights of your soul, and in the magic of your humanity you almost allow us to forget the greatness of your mastership. Along with Schubert, Weber stands as the progenitor of the modern pianoforte style. The comparative claims of the two can never be evaluated. Here again it was Liszt who chiefly made the importance of the man known to the world. He took loving pains in the editing of Weber's piano works late in his life, and with conscientious concern for the composer's intention, wrote out amplified paraphrases of many of the passages to make them more effective in performance. The absolute value of these works, especially the sonatas, is much disputed. It is customary to call them structurally weak, and at least reputable to call them indifferent in invention. Yet we are constantly being reminded in them that the author was a genius, and the genius who composed Der Freischütz. Certainly they deserve more frequent performance. As sonatas, they are, on the whole, more brilliant and more adequate than Schubert's. Single movements, such as the Andante of the A-flat Sonata, Opus 39, can stand beside Beethoven in emotional dignity and tender beauty. But whatever is the absolute musical value of these works, they are an advance on Beethoven in one particular, the quality which the Germans describe with the word klaviermäßig, suited to the piano. For Beethoven, with all the daring of his later sonatas, got completely away from the harpsichord method of writing only to write for piano in orchestral style. He never began to exhaust the qualities of the pianoforte, which are distinctive of the instrument. Weber's writing is more for the pianoforte. Especially Weber enriched piano literature with dramatic pathos and romantic tone coloring, with vigorous harmony and expressive song-like melody. The famous Invitation to the Dance shows him at his best, giving full play to his love of the simple and folk-like tune, separating the hands and the fingers, and slashing brilliant streaks of light and shade in the piano keyboard. The famous Concertstück, a great favourite of Liszt, and the concerto, once the rival in popularity of Chopin's, are rapidly slipping back into the gloom of a forgotten style. As showpieces, they pointed the way to further development of pianoforte technique, but that which made them brilliant is now commonplace. The shock in trade of even third-rate pianists, and the genuine emotional warmth which has made much of Schubert's pianoforte works immortal, is absent in these tours de force of Weber. Historically, Schubert leads the way to the piano style of Schumann, and Weber to that of Liszt, and both in company to the great achievements of the Romantic period. But their style is a long way from modern pianoforte style, much more closely related to Beethoven than to Chopin. The dependence on the damper pedal for harmonic effects, the extreme separation of the notes of a broken chord, the striving for excessive power by means of sympathetic vibration of the strings, and, in general, the pointillage use of notes as spots of colour in the musical picture, are only in germ in their works. The choral method of building up harmonies by closely adjacent notes still continues to the detriment of the best pianistic effect, but in the work of the composers immediately following, we find the qualities of the piano developed almost to the limit of possible effect. End of section 20.
Section 21 of The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Verla Viera. The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism, by the National Society of Music. Pianoforte and Chamber Music of the Romantic Period, Part 2. 3. Keyboard music now tended more and more away from the old chorale and polyphonic style, in which 18th century music was thought, toward a style which could take its rise from a keyed instrument with pedals. Weber and Schubert achieved only at times this complete freedom in their clavier music. It remained for Schumann, Liszt, and Chopin to reveal the peculiar richness of the piano. Their styles are widely differentiated, yet all truly pianistic and supplementary one to the other. The differences can be derived from the personalities and the outward lives of the three men. Schumann was the unrestrained enthusiast who was prevented by an accident from becoming a practicing virtuoso and was obliged to do his work in his workroom and his inner consciousness. Liszt was, above all, the man of the world, the man who loved to dominate people by his art and understood supremely well how to do it. Chopin was by nature too sensitive ever to be a public virtuoso. He reflected the Paris of the 30s in terms of the individual soul, where Liszt reflected it in terms of the crowd. Each of them loved his piano as an Arab his steed, in Liszt's words. Hence Schumann's music, while supremely pianistic, has little concern for outward effect, and was, in point of fact, slow in winning wide popularity. With an influential magazine and a virtuoso wife to preach and practice his music in the public ear, Schumann nevertheless had to see the more facile Mendelssohn win all the fame and outward success. Schumann's reputation was for many years an underground one, but he was too much a romantic enthusiast to make any concessions to the superficial taste of the concert hall or drawing room, and continued writing music which sounded badly unless it was very well played, and even then rather austerely separated the sheep from the goats among its hearers. Schumann is, above all, the pianist's pianist. The musical value and charm of his works is inextricably interwoven with the executant's delight in mastering it. Liszt is, of course, no less the technician than Schumann, in fact, much more completely the technician in his earlier years, but his was less the technique of pleasing the performer than of pleasing the audience. With a wizardry that has never been surpassed, he hit upon those resources of the piano which would dazzle and overpower. Very frequently he adopts the too easy method of getting his effect, the crashing repeated chord and the superficial fireworks. None of Schumann's technical difficulties are without their absolute musical value. All of Liszt's, whether they convey the highest poetry or the utmost banality, are directed toward the applause of the crowd. Chopin is much more than the elegant salon pianist, which is the part of him that most frequently conditions his external form. He was the sensitive harp-string of his time, translating all its outward passions into terms of the inward emotions. Where Schumann had fancy, Chopin had sentiment or emotion. Chopin had little of Schumann's vivid interest in experimenting in pianistic resources for their own sake. Even his etudes are so preeminently musical and have so little relation to a pianistic method that they show little technical enthusiasm in the man. Chopin was interested in the technical possibilities of the piano only as a means of expressing his abounding sentiments and emotions. It is because he has so much to express, and such a great variety of it, that his music is of highest importance in the history of piano technique, and is probably the most subtly difficult of all pianoforte music. It is hardly an exaggeration to say that there are 20 pianists who can play the Liszt studies, to one who can play those of Chopin. The technical demands he makes upon his instrument are always just enough to present his musical message, and no more. Though he was utterly and solely of the piano, as neither Schumann nor Liszt was, he had neither the executant nor the public specifically in mind when he composed. Schumann's first 26 published works, covering most of the decade from 1830 to 1840, were almost exclusively for the piano. From the beginning, he showed his instinct for its technical possibilities. Opus 1, published in November 1831, was a set of variations, the theme being the musical spelling of the name of a woman friend of his, the Countess Abegg, perhaps as much a product of the imagination as was the music itself. The variations show the crudities of dilettantism as well as its enthusiasm and courage. They were far from being the formal mechanical variations of classical clavier music. No change of the theme, but has a musical and expressive beauty apart from its technical ingenuity. Especially, they reveal a vivid sense of what the piano could do, as distinguished from what the clavichord or harpsichord could do. Much better was Opus 2, the Papillon, or Butterflies, which is still popular on concert programs. All that is typical of Schumann the pianist is to be found in some measure in this Opus 2. For, besides the vivid joy they reveal in experimentation with pianistic effects, there is the fact that they came, by way of Schumann's colorful imagination, out of literature. Here was Romanticism going full tilt. From his earliest years, Schumann had adored his Jean-Paul. He had equally adored his piano. When he read the one, he heard the other echoing. This was precisely the origin of the Papillon, as Schumann confessed in letters to his friends. The various dances of Opus 2 are the portions of the masked dance of the conclusion of Jean-Paul's Flegeljahre, not as program music, nor even as pictorial music, but in the vaguest way the creation of the sensitive musician under the stimulus of literature. Schumann attached no especial value to the fanciful titles which he gave much of his piano music. In his later revisions of it, he usually withdrew them altogether. He always insisted that the music, and not the literature, was the important thing in his music. The names which betitle his music were often afterthoughts. They were nearly always given in a playful spirit. The literary music of Schumann is not in the least music which expresses literature, but only music written by a sensitive musician under the creative stimulus of literature. The Butterflies of Opus 2, Papillon, are by no means the flittering, showy butterflies common to salons of that day. They are free and fanciful dances, rich in harmonic and technical device, and rich especially in buoyant high spirits. The canons, the free melodic counterpoint, the recurrence of passages to give unity to the series, the broken or rolling chords, the spicy rhythmical devices, the blending of voices in a manner quite different from the polyphonic style of old, and the use of single anticipatory or suspended notes for changes of key. These gave evidence of what was to be the nature of Schumann's contribution to piano literature. From now on until 1839, when Schumann began to be absorbed in songwriting, there appeared at leisurely intervals piano works from his study, few of which are anything short of creations of genius. In the intermezzi, his technical preoccupations were given fuller play. In the Davidsbündler Tänze, our old friends Florestan, Eusebius, and Meister Raro contribute pieces in their own special vein, all directed to the good cause of making war on the Philistines. In other words, asserting the claims of lovely music against those of mechanical music, and of technically scholarly music against those of sentimental salon music. Following this work came the Toccata, one of Schumann's earliest serious works later revised, an amazing achievement in point of technical virtuosity, based on a deep knowledge of Bach and polyphonic procedure, yet revealing the new Schumann in every bar. It proved that the young revolutionist who was emphasizing musical beauty over musical learning was not doing so because he was technically unequipped. He now wrote the Carnaval, perhaps the most popular of Schumann's piano works, with Schumann's friends, including Clara Wieck, Chopin, and Paganini, appearing among the musical pictures. Schumann's humor is growing more noisy, for in the last movement the whole group join in an abusive March Against the Philistines to the tune of the old folk song When Grandfather Married Grandmother. Why should an avowed revolutionist take as his patron theme a song which praises the good old times when people knew naught of Mademoiselle and Madame, and deprecates change? But the Romanticists, especially of Schumann's type, prided themselves on nothing more than their historical sense and their kinship with the past, especially the German past. Next came more ambitious piano works, and interspersed among them the Fantasiestück, fantasy pieces, containing some of Schumann's most characteristic numbers, and the brilliant symphonic etudes, masterpieces one and all, and still later the novelettes, the Faschingsschwank, the well-known scenes from childhood, and the Kreisleriana. This group Schumann felt to be his finest work. It was taken, like the Papillon, from literature, this time E.T.A. Hoffmann's Tales of the Eccentric Kapellmeister Kreisler. It is worthwhile to recall Hofmann's story as an example of the sort of literature to which Schumann responded musically. In Dr. B's words, quote, "The garden into which the author leads us is full of tone and song. The stranger comes up to the young squire and tells him of many distant and unknown lands, and strange men and animals, and his speech dies away into a wonderful tone in which he expresses unknown and mysterious things intelligibly, yet without words. But the castle maiden follows his enticements, and they meet every midnight at the old tree, none venturing to approach too near the strange melodies that sound therefrom. Then the castle maiden lies pierced through under the tree, and the lute is broken, but from her blood grow mosses of wonderful color over the stone, and the young Chrysostom hears the nightingale, which thereafter makes its nest and sings its songs in the tree. At home his father is accompanying his old songs on the clavicymbal, and songs, mosses, and castle maiden are all fused in his mind into one. In the garden of tone and song, all sorts of internal melodies rise in his heart, and the murmur of the words gives them their breath. He tries to set them to the clavier, but they refuse to come forth from their hiding places. He closes the instrument and listens to see whether the songs will not now sound forth more clearly and brightly, for I knew well that the tones must dwell there as if enchanted. Out of a world like this floated all sorts of compositions in Schumann's mind. 1,000 threads run from all sides into this intimate web in which the whole lyrical devotion of a musical soul is interwoven. The piano is the orchestra of the heart. The joys and sorrows which are expressed in these pieces were never put into form with more sovereign power. For the external form, Bach gave the impulse. For the content, Hofmann. The garlanded roses of the middle section of No. 1, the shimmering blossoms of the inverted passage in the long sombre of No. 2, the immeasurable depth of the emotions in the slow pieces, 4 and 6, the bass unfettered by accent in the last bars of No. 8, leading down to final whisperings, all are among the happiest of inspirations." End quote. It will be noticed that most of the piano works of Schumann which we have mentioned are series of short pieces. Some of the series, notably the Papillon, the Carnival, and Chrysleriana, are held loosely together by a literary idea. The 20 little pieces which constitute the Carnival have, moreover, an actual relation to each other in that all of them contain much the same melodic intervals. 3 typical sequences of intervals, which Schumann called sphinxes, are the groundwork of the Carnival, but very subtly disguised. That Pierrot, Arlequin, the Valse Noble, Floristan, and Papillon are thus closely related is likely to escape even the careful listener, and these are perhaps the clearest examples. But this device of sphinxes and other devices for uniting a long series of short pieces really accomplish Schumann's purpose. On the other hand, they never give to the works in question the broad design and the epic continuity of the classical sonata at its best. The Beethoven sonatas, opus 101 and 110, for example, are carved out of one piece. The Schumann cycles are many jewels exquisitely matched and strung together. The skill in so putting them together was peculiarly his, and is the more striking in that each little piece is separately perfect. In general, it may be said that Schumann was at his best when working on this plan. The power over large forms came to him only later, after most of his pianoforte music had been written. The 2 sonatas, one in F sharp and one in G minor, both belong to the early period, and both, in spite of most beautiful passages, are, from the standpoint of artistic perfection, unsatisfactory. In neither are form and content properly matched. Exception must be made, however, for the Fantasia in C major, opus 17. Here, what are uncertainty and insincerity becomes an heroic freedom by the depth of ideas and the power of imagination which so found expression. The result is a work of immeasurable grandeur, unique in pianoforte literature. After his marriage to Clara Wieck, Schumann gave most of his attention to music for voice and for orchestra. In this later life belongs the concerto for piano and orchestra. No large concert piece in all piano literature is more truly musical and less factitious. No large work of any period in the history of music shows more economy in the use of musical material and means. In it, Schumann is as completely sincere as in his smaller pieces, and in addition, reveals what came more into view in his later years, the fine reserve and even classic sense of fitness in the man. Mendelssohn as piano composer is universally known by his Songs Without Words, a title which he invented in accordance with the fashion of the time. Like all the rest of his music, these pieces are less highly regarded now than a few decades ago. Modern music has passed far beyond the romanticism of the first half of the last century, and the Songs Without Words, with all their occasional charm, have no one quality in sufficient proportion to make them historical landmarks. They are never heard on concert programs. Their chief use is still in the instruction of children. Their finish and fluidity would not plead very strongly for them if it were not for the occasional beauty of their melodies. They remain chiefly as an indication of the better dilettante taste of the time. And as Mr. Krehbiel has pointed out, we should give generous credit to the music which was engagingly simple and honest in a time when the taste was all for superficial brilliance. But Mendelssohn as a writer for the pianoforte is at his best in the scherzos, the so-called elf or kobold pieces, a type in which he is in his happiest and freshest mood. One of these is a Battle of the Mice, with tiny fanfares and dances, all kinds of squeaks, and runnings to and fro of a captivating grace. Another is the well-known Rondo Capriccioso, one of his best. In these fairy pieces, Mendelssohn derives directly from Schubert and the Moments musicaux. In the heavier pianoforte forms, Mendelssohn had great vogue in his day, and Berlioz tells jestingly how the pianos at the conservatory started to play the concerto in G minor at the very approach of a pupil, and how the hammers continued to jump even after the instrument was demolished. 4. The quality of the musical taste which Chopin and in part Liszt were combating is forcibly brought out in the recollections of the life of Moscheles, as quoted by Dr. B. Quote, "The halls echo with jubilations and applause," he says, "and the audiences, especially the easily kindled Viennese, are enthusiastic in their cheers, and music has become so popular and the compositions so banal that it seldom occurs to them to condemn shallowness. The dilettantes push forward, the circle of instruction widens the cheaper and better the pianos become. They push themselves into rivalry with the artists in great concerts. From professional piano playing, and they often played at 2 places in an evening, the artists took recreation with the good temper which never failed in those years. The great singer Malibran would sit down to the piano and sing the Rataplan and the Spanish songs, to which she would imitate the guitar on the keyboard. Then she would imitate famous colleagues, and a duchess greeting her, and a lady so-and-so singing Home Sweet Home with the most cracked and nasal voice in the world. Thalberg would then take his seat and play Viennese songs and waltzes with obligato snaps. Moscheles himself would play with hand turned round or with the fist, perhaps hiding the thumb under the fist. In Moscheles' peculiar way of playing, the thumb used to take the thirds under the palm of the hand." End quote. The piano recital of modern times was then unknown. It was not until 1838 that Liszt dared give a recital without the assistance of other artists, and it was not Liszt's music so much as his overshadowing personality that made the feat possible then. Chopin, coming to Paris under excellent auspices, had little need to make a name for himself in the concert hall under these conditions, and, as we may imagine, had still less zest for it. He was chiefly in demand to play at private parties and aristocratic salons, where he frequently enough, no doubt, met with stupidity and lack of understanding, but where, at least, he was spared the noisy vulgarity of a musical vaudeville. Taking the best from his friends and selecting the excellent from the atmosphere of the salons which he adorned, Chopin went on composing, living a life which offers little color to the biographer. By the time he had reached Paris in 1831, he had several masterpieces tucked away in his portfolio, but, though perfectly polished, they are of his weaker sentimental style. The more powerful Chopin, the Chopin of the polonaises, the ballades, the scherzos, and some of the preludes, was perhaps partly the result of the intimacy with George Sand, whose personality was of the domineering masculine sort. But more probably it was just the development of an extraordinarily sensitive personality. At any rate, it was not long after his arrival in Paris that Chopin's creative power had reached full vigor. After that, the chronology of the pieces counts for little. They can be examined by classes and not by opus numbers, except for the posthumous pieces following Opus 65, which were withheld from publication during the composer's life by his own wish, and were meant by him to be burned. They are, in almost every case, inferior to the works published during his lifetime. The works, grouped together, may be summed up as follows: over 50 mazurkas, 15 waltzes, nearly as many polonaises and certain other dances, 19 nocturnes, 25 preludes, 27 etudes, 4 ballades, 4 scherzos, 5 rondos, 3 impromptus, a berceuse, a barcarolle, 3 fantasias, 3 variations, 4 sonatas, 2 piano concertos, and a trio for piano and strings. All his works, then, except the Polish songs mentioned in the last chapter, are written primarily for the piano, a few having other instruments in combination or orchestral accompaniment, but the vast majority for piano alone. The dances are highly variable in quality. Of the many mazurkas, some are almost negligible, while a few reveal Chopin's use of the Polish folk manner in high perfection. They are not a persistent part of modern concert programs. The waltzes, on the other hand, cannot be escaped. They are with us at every turn in modern life. Theorists have had fine battles over their musical value. Some find in them the most perfect art of Chopin, and others regard them as mere glorified, superficial salon pieces. Certainly they concede more to mere outward display than do most of his compositions, and the themes sometimes border on the trivial. The posthumous waltzes are like Schubert's in that they are apt to be thin in style, with occasional rare beauties interspersed. Of the remaining waltzes, the most pretentious, such as the 2 in A-flat, are extremely brilliant in design, offering to the executant, besides full opportunity for the display of dexterity, innumerable chances for nuance of effect, which are, of course, frequently abused, so that the dances become disjointed and specious caricatures of music. The waltz in A minor is far finer, containing the true emotional Chopin, by no means undignified in the dance form. No less fine is the hackneyed C-sharp minor waltz, in which the opportunities for legitimate refinement and variety of interpretation are infinite. These waltzes retain little of the feeling of the dance, despite the frequent buoyancy of their rhythm. Chopin was interested in emotional expression and extreme refinement of style. It mattered little to him by what name his piece might be called. The polonaises are a very different matter. Here we find a type of heroic expression which Liszt himself could not equal. The fine energy of the military polonaise in A major is universally known. The sound and fury of this piece is never cheap. It is the exuberant energy of genius. Even greater, if possible, are the polonaises in F-sharp minor and in A-flat major. No element in them falls below absolute genius. All of Liszt's heroics never evoked from the piano such superb power. The sick and pathological Chopin, which is described to us in music primers, is here hardly to be found, only here and there a touch of moody intensity, which is, however, never repressive. The Chopin of the waltzes and nocturnes would have been a man of weak and morbid refinement, all the more unhealthy because of his hypersensitive finesse. But when we have added thereto the Chopin of the polonaises, we have one of the 2 or 3 greatest, if not the very greatest, emotional poet of music. The polonaises will stand forever as a protest against the supposition that Chopin's soul was degenerate. The traditional sick Chopin is to be found ipsissimus in the nocturnes, the most popular with the waltzes of his works. In such ones as those in E-flat or G, the sentiment is that of a lad suffering from puppy love and gazing at the moon. From beginning to end, there is scarcely a bar which could correspond to the feelings of a physically healthy man. Yet we must remember that this sort of sentiment was quite in the fashion of the time. Byron had created of himself a myth of introspective sorrow. Only a few decades before, the Werther of Goethe's novel, committing suicide in his suit of buff and blue, was being imitated by lovesick swains among all the fashionable circles which sought to do the correct thing. Chateaubriand and Jean-Paul had cast their morbid spell over fashionable society, and this spell was not likely to pass away from the hectic Paris of the 30s, while there were such men as Byron and Heine to bind it afresh each year with some fascinating book of verse. From such an influence, a highly sensitive man like Chopin could not be altogether free. There is something in every artistic nature which can respond sympathetically to the claims of the morbid, for the reason that the artist is a man to feel a wide variety of the sensations that pertain to humanity. No one of the great creative musicians of the time was quite free from this morbid strain. In the sensitive, retiring Chopin, it came out in its most effeminate guise. But the point is, it did not represent the whole of the man, nor necessarily any essential part of him. It was the response of his nervous organism to certain of the influences to which he was subject. Chopin may have been physiologically decadent or psychologically morbid. It is hardly a question for musicians. But his music, taken as a whole, does not prove a nature that was positively unhealthy. Its persistent emphasis of sensuousness and emotion makes it doubtless a somewhat unhealthy influence on the nerves of children. But the same could be said of many of the phases of perfectly healthy adult life. And whatever may be the verdict concerning Chopin, we must admire the manner in which he held his powerful emotional utterance within the firm restraint of his aristocratic sense of fitness. If he has sores, he never makes a vulgar display of them in public. The preludes have a bolder and profounder note. They are the treasure house of his many ideas which, though coming from the best of his creative spirit, could not easily find a form or external purpose for themselves. We may imagine that they are the selected best of his improvisation on his own piano, late at night. Some of them, like the prelude in D-flat major, the so-called raindrop prelude, he worked out at length with conscientious regard for form. Others, like that in A major, were just melodies which were too beautiful to lose, but were seemingly complete just as they stood. The marvelous prelude in C-sharp minor is the ultimate glorification of improvisation, with all the charm of wilful fancy and aimlessness, and all the stimulation of a sensitive taste which could not endure having a single note out of place. The preludes are complete and unique. A careful listener can hear the whole 26 successively and retain a distinct impression for each. This is the supreme test of style in a composer, and in sense of style, no greater composer than Chopin ever lived. The études deserve their name in that they are technically difficult, and that the performer who has mastered them has mastered a great deal of the fine art of the pianoforte. But they are the farthest possible from being études in the pedagogical sense. It is quite true that each presents some particular technical difficulty in piano playing, but the dominance of this technical feature springs rather from the composer's sense of style than from any pedagogical intent. Certainly these pieces could not be more polished, or in most cases more beautiful, whatever their name and purpose. They may be as emotional as anything of Chopin's, as the revolutionary étude in C minor, which tradition says was written in 1831 when the composer received news of the fall of Warsaw before the invading Russians. The steady open arpeggio of the bass is supposed to represent the rumble of conflict, and the treble melody alternately the cries of rage of the combatants and the prayers of the dying. But for the most part, the études are pure grace and pattern music, with always that morose or emotional undercurrent which creeps into all Chopin's music. The peculiar virtue of the études, apart from their interest for the technician, consists in their exquisite grace and freedom, combined with perfection of formal pattern. In the miscellaneous group of larger compositions, which includes the ballade, the scherzos, the fantasias, the sonatas, and the concertos, we find some of Chopin's greatest musical thoughts. The ballades are the musical narration of some fanciful tale of love or adventure. Chopin supplied no program, and it is probable that he had none in mind when he composed them. But they tease us out of thought, making us supply our own stories for the musical narration. They have the power of compelling the vision of long vistas of half-remembered experiences, the very mood of high romance. The scherzos show Chopin's genius playing in characteristic perfection. They are not the fairy scherzos of Mendelssohn, but vivid emotional experiences, and Schumann could well say of the first, "How is gravity to clothe itself, if jest goes about in dark veils?" Though they seem to be wholly free and fantastical in form, they yet are related to the traditional scherzo, not only in their triple rhythm, but in the general disposition of musical material. Traces of the old two-part song form, in which most of the scherzos of Beethoven were written, are evident, and also of the third part, called the trio. On the other hand, elaborate transitional passages from one part back to another conceal or enrich the older, simpler form, and in all four there is a coda of remarkable power and fire. The Fantasia in B minor, long and intricate, is one of the most profoundly moving of all Chopin's works. It leaves the hearer panting for breath, as though he had waked up from an experience which had sapped the energy of his soul. As for the sonatas and the concertos, Chopin's detractors have tried to deny them any particular merit, or any excellence except that of incidental beauties. The assertion will hardly stand. Chopin's strength was not in large-scale architecture, nor in what we might call formal form, but the sonatas and concertos have a way of charming the hearer and freeing his imagination in spite of faulty structure, and one sometimes feels that, had a few more of them been written, they would have created the very standards of form on which they are to be judged. The famous Funeral March was interpolated as a slow movement of the B-flat minor sonata, with which it is always heard. Liszt's eulogy of this may seem vainly extravagant to our materialistic time, but it represents exactly what happens to anyone foolish enough to try to put into words the emotion stirred up by this wonderful piece. Chopin, as we have said, played little in public. He said the public scared him. When he did play, people were wont to complain that he could not be heard. They were used to the bombastic tone of Kalkbrenner. Chopin might have remedied this defect and made a successful concert performer out of himself, but his physical strength was always delicate, and his artistic conscience, moreover, unwilling to permit forcing or grossness, so he continued to play too softly. The explanation was his delicate finger touch, coming entirely from the knuckles except where detached chords were to be taken, when the wrists, of course, came into play. Those who were so fortunate as really to hear Chopin's playing had ecstasies of delight over this pearly touch, which made runs and florid decorations sound marvelously liquid and flute-like. No other performer before the public could do this. Chopin's pupils were in this respect never more than pupils. People complained, on hearing Chopin's music played by others, that it had no rhythm, that it was all rubato. The inaccuracy of this was evident when Chopin played his own compositions. For the melody, the ornament of the right hand might be rubato as it pleased, but beneath it was a steady, almost mechanical operation of the left hand. It was a part of Chopin's conscious method, and it is said that he used a metronome in practicing. The point is worth emphasizing because of the way it illuminates Chopin's fine sense of self-control and fitness. No technical method was ever more accurately suited to its task than Chopin's. He grew up in the atmosphere of the piano, and thought piano when composing music. He then drew on this and that piano resource until, by the time he had ended his short life, he had revealed the greater part of its potential musical possibilities, and always in what he had needed in the business of expressing his musical thoughts. With him, the piano became utterly freed from the last traces of the tyranny of the polyphonic and chorale styles, but he supplied a polyphony of his own, the strangest, eeriest thing imaginable. It was the combination of 2 or 3 melodies, widely different and very beautiful, sometimes with the harmonic accompaniment added, sometimes with the harmony rising magically out of the counterpoint, but always in a new manner that was utterly pianistic. Chopin carried to its extreme the widely broken chord, as in the accompaniment to the major section of the Funeral March. But it was in the art of delicate figuration, borrowed in the first place from Hummel, that Chopin was perhaps most himself. This, with Chopin, can be contained within no formula, can be described by no technical language. It was inexhaustible, it was eternally fluid, yet eternally appropriate. It somehow fused the utmost propriety of mood with the utmost grace of pattern. Even when it is most abundant, as in the F-sharp major nocturne, it never seems exaggerated or in bad taste. Harmonically, Chopin was an innovator, at times a radical one. Here again, he seemed to appropriate what he needed for the matter in hand, and exhibit no experimental interest in what remained. His free changes of key are graceful rather than sensuous, as with Schubert, and when the modulation grows out of quasi-extemporaneous embellishment, as in the C-sharp minor prelude, It melts with an ease that seems to come quite from the world of Bach. The later mazurkas anticipate the progressive harmonies of Wagner. Much of his manner of playing, as well as the notion of the nocturne, Chopin got from the Scotchman, Field, who had fascinated European concert halls with his dreaming, quiet performance, and with the free melody of the nocturne genre which he had invented. From Hummel, as we have said, Chopin borrowed his embellishment, and from Kramer he chose many of the fundamentals of pianistic style. From the Italians, Italian opera included, he received his taste for long-drawn, succulent melody. In the composer of Norma, we see a poor relation of the aristocratic Pole. Thus, from second- and third-rate sources, Chopin borrowed or took what he needed. He was surrounded by first-rate men, but dominated by none. He took what he wanted where he found it, but only what he wanted. He was constantly selecting and rejecting. Therein he was the aristocrat. This is the place to make mention of several writers for the piano whose works were of importance in their day, and occasionally today appear upon concert programs. Stephen Heller, slightly younger than Chopin and unlike the Pole blessed with a long life, wrote in the light and graceful style which was much in vogue, yet generally with sufficient selective sense to avoid the vapid. About the same can be said for Adolf Henselt, 1814 to 1889, whose etude, If I Were a Bird, still haunts music conservatories. His vigorous concerto for piano is also frequently played. William Sterndale Bennett, who after his student years in Leipzig became Mendelssohn's priest in England, wrote 4 concertos, a fantasia with orchestra, a trio, and a sonata in F minor. His work is impeccable in form, often fresh and charming in content, but without radical energy of purpose, precisely Mendelssohn's list of qualities. Finally, we may mention Joachim Raff, 1822 to 1882, writer of a concerto and a suite, besides a number of smaller pieces which show programmistic tendencies. End of section 21.
Section 22 of The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Adrian Stevens. The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism, by the National Society of Music. Pianoforte and Chamber Music of the Romantic Period, Part 3. 5. Liszt, the supreme virtuoso of the piano, is the Liszt who wrote about 3/4 of the compositions which bear his name. The other fourth, or perhaps a quarter share of the whole, comes from another Liszt, a great poet, who could feel the values of whole nations as Chopin could feel the values of individual souls. It is not a paradox to say that Liszt was so utterly master of the piano that he was a slave to it. With it, he won a place for himself among counts and princesses, storming a national capital with 24 concerts at a single visit by way of variety between flirtations. Having so deeply in his being the pianistic formulas for conquering, it was inevitable that when he set out to do other tasks, the pianistic formula conquered him. So it is, at least, in much of his music, which, with all its supreme pianistic skill, is sometimes pretty worthless music. Only, apart from this Liszt of the piano, there always stood that other Liszt, the one who, as he tells us in his book on gypsy music, slept in the open fields with the gypsies, studied and noted their tunes, and felt the great sweeps of nature as strongly as he felt the great sweeps of history. Both Liszts must be kept in mind if we would understand his piano works. Liszt's piano style was quite the opposite of Chopin's. The Pole played for a few intimate friends. The Hungarian played for a vast auditorium. He had the sense of the crowd, as few others have ever had it. His dazzling sweeps of arpeggios, of diatonic and chromatic runs, his thunderous chords, piling up upon one another and repeated in violent succession, his unbelievable rapidity of finger movement, his way of having the whole 7 octaves of the keyboard apparently under his fingers at once. In short, his way of making the pianoforte seem to be a whole orchestra. This was the Liszt who wrote the greater part of what we are about to summarize briefly. Liszt's piano style was not born ready-made, although he captured Paris as an infant prodigy. When he first went there, he had an immense amount of maturing and developing to do. It is due in great measure to the example of Paganini's violin playing that Liszt at this time, with slow, deliberate toil, created modern piano playing, says Dr. B. The world was struck dumb by the enchantment of the Genoese violinist. Men did not trust their ears. Something uncanny, inexplicable, ran with this demon of music through the halls. The wonder reached Liszt. He ventured on his instrument to give sound to the unheard of, leaps which none before him had ventured to make, disjunctions which no one had hitherto thought could be acoustically united, deep tremolos of fifths like a dozen kettle drums which rushed forth into wild chords, a polyphony which almost employed as a rhythmical element the overtones which destroy harmony, the utmost possible use of the 7 octaves in chords set sharply one over another, resolutions of tied notes in unceasing octave graces, with harmonies hitherto unknown of the interval of the 10th to increase the fullness of tone colour, a regardless interweaving of highest and lowest notes for purposes of light and shade, the most manifold application of the tone colours of different octaves for the coloration of the tone effect, the entirely naturalistic use of the tremolo and the glissando, and above all, a perfect systemization of the method of interlacing the hands, partly for the management of runs, so as to bring out the colour, partly to gain a doubled power by the division, and partly to attain, by the use of contradictions and extensions in the figures, a fullness of orchestral chord power never hitherto practised. This is the last step possible for the piano in the process of individualization begun by Hummel and continued by Chopin. The earliest of Liszt's published etudes, published in 1826, are now difficult to obtain. They were the public statement of his pianistic creed, the ultimatum, so to speak, of the most popular pianist of the day to all rivals. They seemed to represent the utmost of pianistic skill. Then, in 1832, came Paganini to Paris, and Liszt, with his customary justice towards others, recognized in him the supreme executant and, what was more significant, the element of the true artist. Inevitably, the experience reacted on his own art. He adapted 6 of Paganini's violin caprices for piano, achieving a new last word in pianoforte technique. These studies still hold their place in piano concerts, especially the picturesque Campanella. In 1838, Liszt sought to mark the progress of his pianism to date by publishing a new arrangement of his earliest etude under the name of Études d'exécution transcendante. These, while primarily technical studies, are also the work of a creative artist. The Mazeppa was a symphonic poem in germ, later becoming one in actuality. The Harmonie du Soir, experimenting with atmospheric tone qualities on the piano, is an ancestor of the modern impressionistic school. The Étude héroïque foreshadows the Tasso and Les Préludes. The significant thing in this is the way in which Liszt's creative impulse grew out of his mastery of the piano. A predominant part of Liszt's earlier activity has, in recent times, passed into comparative insignificance. We are nowadays inclined to sneer at his pompous arrangements of everything from Beethoven symphonies and Bach preludes to the popular operas of the day. But these arrangements, by which his pianistic method chiefly became known, were equally important in their effect on pianism and on musical taste. The name and fame of Berlioz's Symphonie Fantastique went out among the nations chiefly through Liszt's playing of his arrangement of it. Schubert's songs, likewise, which one would suppose were possible only for the voice, were paraphrased by Liszt with such keen understanding of the melodic resources of the piano and such pious regard for the intentions of Schubert that Liszt's piano was actually the chief apostle of Schubert's vocal music through a great part of Europe. Liszt was similarly an apostle of Beethoven's symphonies. It is eternally to his credit that Liszt, though in many ways an aristocrat in spirit, was never a musical snob. His paraphrases of Auber's and Bellini's operas showed as catholic a sense of beauty as his arrangements of Beethoven. He could bow to the popular demand for opera potpourri without ever quite descending to the vulgar level of most pianists of his day, though coming perilously near it. His arrangements were always, in some degree, the work of a creative artist who could select his themes and develop them into an artistic whole. They were equally the work of an interpretive artist, for they frequently revealed the true beauties and meanings of an opera better than the conductors and singers of the day did. As Liszt travelled about the world on his triumphal tours, or sojourned in the company of the Countess d'Agoult in Switzerland, he sought to confide his impressions to his piano. These impressions were published in the 2 volumes of the Years of Pilgrimage, poetic musical pictures in the idiom of pianistic virtuosity. The first of these pieces was written to picture the uprising of the workmen in Lyon, following the Paris Revolution of 1830. Thereafter came impressions of every sort. The Chapel of William Tell, the Lake of Wallenstein, the dances of Venice or Naples, the reading of Dante or of Petrarch's sonnets, all gave him some musical emotion or picture which he sought to translate into terms of the piano. The musical value of these works is highly variable, but at their best, as in certain of the grandiose Petrarch sonnets, they equal the best of his symphonic poems. In these works, too, his experiments in radical harmony are frequent, and at times he completely anticipates the novel progressions of Debussy, whole toned scale and all. Along with the Years of Pilgrimage may be grouped certain other large compositions for the piano, such as the 2 Legends of St. Francis, the 6 Consolations, the brilliant Polonaises, the fascinating Spanish Rhapsody, and the grandiose Funérailles. All of these works are still frequently played by concert pianists. The 2 grand concertos with orchestra in E-flat major and A major are of dazzling technical brilliancy. In the second, in particular, the pianistic resource seems inexhaustible. The thematic material is in Liszt's finest vein, and the orchestral accompaniment is executed in the highest of colours. In the second, too, Liszt not only connects the movements, as was the fashion of the day, but completely fuses them, somewhat in the manner that a futurist painter fuses the various parts of his picture. Scherzo, andante, and allegro enter when fancy ordains, lasting sometimes but a moment, and returning as they please. In the same way is constructed the superb Pianoforte sonata in B minor, a glorious fantasy in Liszt's most heroic style. It is commonly said that, as a sonata, this work is structurally weak. It would be truer to say that, as a sonata, it has no existence. It is the nobility of the work, in its contrapuntal and pianistic mastership, that carries conviction. The Hungarian rhapsodies, perhaps Liszt's most typical achievement, are universally known. They were the outcome of his visit to his native land in 1840, and of the notes he made at the time from the singing of the gypsies. His book, The Gypsies and Their Music, is well worth reading for any who wish to know the real impulse behind the rhapsodies. Liszt, beyond any of his time, understood the aesthetic and ethical import of folk music, and knew how to place it at the foundation of all other music whatsoever. Without such an appreciation, he could not have caught so accurately the distinctive features of Hungarian music, and developed them through his 15 rhapsodies without ever once losing the true flavour. In them, the gypsy snap, the dotted notes, the instrumental character, the extreme emphasis on rhythm, and the peculiar oriental scales become supremely expressive. Liszt is here, as he aspired to be, truly a national poet. The lassen, or slow movement of the second, and every note of the 12th, the national hymn and funeral march, which open the 14th, are a permanent part of our musical heritage. On the other hand, their real musical value is unhappily obscured by virtuoso display. They are, first and foremost, pieces for display, however much genuine life and virility the folk melodies and rhythms on which they are based may give them. As such, they find their usual place at the end of concert programs to suit the listener who is tired of really listening and desires only to be taken off his feet by pyrotechnics, as well as to furnish the player his final opportunity to dazzle and overpower. 6. The Romantic Age produced many works in the quieter forms of chamber music, but perhaps because these forms were quieter was not at its best in them. Nearly all the German composers of the period, save Liszt, wrote quantities of such music. The string quartet was comparatively under a cloud after Schubert's death, suffering a decline from his time on, but no quartets, save those of Beethoven, are finer than Schubert's. He brought to them in full power his genius for melody. Moreover, he showed in them a genius for organization, which he did not usually match in his other large works. In the best of his quartets, he escaped the danger to which a lesser melodist would have succumbed, that of incontinently putting a chief melody into the first violin part and letting the remaining instruments serve as accompaniment. In no musical type are all the voices so absolutely equal as in the string quartet. The composer who unduly stresses any one of the four is false to the peculiar genius of the form. But Schubert feels all the parts. He gives each its individuality, not in the close polyphonic manner of Bach, but in the melodist's manner of writing each voice with an outline that is distinctive. In these works, the prolixity which so often beset him is purged away. The musical standard is steadily maintained. The movements show steady development and coherence. The instruments are admirably treated with reference to their peculiar possibilities. Often, the quartets are highly emotional and dramatic, though they never pass beyond the natural limitations of this peculiarly abstract type of music. In his search for colour effects, too, Schubert frequently foreshadows the methods and feelings of modern composers, but these effects, such as the tremolo climax, are not false to the true nature of the instruments he is using. Some of Schubert's chamber works still hold their place in undiminished popularity in concerts. A few make use of the melodies of some of his best songs, such as The Wanderer, Death and the Maiden, and Sei mir gegrüßt. The best are perhaps those in A minor, G major, and D minor. To these we must add the great C major quintet, which uses the melody of The Trout in its last movement. Contemporary with Schubert, and outliving him by a number of years, was Ludwig Spohr, 1784 to 1859, whose quartets number as many as those of Mozart and Beethoven put together. The only one which still holds its place in concert programs is that in G minor, Opus 27. His quartets have the personal faults and virtues of their composer, being somewhat tenuous and mannered and inclined to stress solo virtuosity. Schumann's early quartets, especially the three in Opus 41, show him very nearly at his best. These, written in the early years of his married life, after a deliberate study of the quartets of Beethoven, are thoroughly workmanlike and are eminently successful as experiments in direct and aphoristic expression. They rank among the best in string quartet literature. Not so much can be said for those of Mendelssohn. They were, of course, immensely popular in their time, but though their style is polished, their content is not creative in the finer sense, and strangely enough, their composer frequently committed in them faults of taste in his use of the instruments. The best to be said of them, as of much of the rest of Mendelssohn's music, is that they were of immense value in refining and deepening the musical taste of the time, when the greater works of every type were caviar to the general. In addition to the quartets of the Romantic period, we should mention the vast quantity of chamber music written for various combinations of instruments. Spohr, in particular, was very prolific, and his combinations were sometimes highly unusual. For instance, he has to his credit a nonette, 4 double quartets, a nocturne for wind and percussion instruments, a sextet for strings, and a concerto for string quartet with orchestral accompaniment. Mendelssohn's octet for strings, Opus 22, is fresh and interesting, especially in the scherzo, where the composer is at his best. And to follow the great trios, piano, violin, and cello, of Beethoven, we have 2 trios, D minor and C minor, by Mendelssohn, and 3 trios in D minor, F major, and G minor by Schumann, of which the first is the best. The later Schumann sonatas for violin show only too clearly the composer's declining powers. The Romantic period was naturally the time for great pianoforte concertos. Weber, in his 2 concertos in C and E flat, and in his Concertstück for piano and orchestra, foreshadowed the spirit of great concertos that followed, though his technique was still one of transition. Mendelssohn's concerto in G minor was for years the most popular of showpieces in conservatories, though it has since largely dropped out of use. His Capriccio, however, is still familiar and beautiful. But the great concerto of the period, and one of the great ones of all time, was Schumann's in A minor. This was originally written as a solo piece of moderate length, but broadened into a concerto of 3 distinct, though joined, movements, each representing the best of Schumann's genius. No concerto ever conceded less to mere display, or maintained a more even standard of musical excellence. And today, though the technical brilliance is somewhat dimmed by comparison with more modern works, the idealistic sincerity of the lovely concerto speaks with unlessened vigour. Numerous other concertos for pianoforte were composed and were popular in the period we are discussing, but most of them have dropped out of use, except for the instruction of conservatory students. Among them, we may mention the concerto in F minor by Adolf Henselt, 1814 to 1889, one of the famous virtuosos of the time, whose work is exceedingly pianistic, elaborate and graceful, but somewhat pedantic and lacking in force. That in A flat by John Field, 1782 to 1837, that in C sharp minor by Ferdinand Ries, 1784 to 1838, that in F minor by Sterndale Bennett, 1816 to 1875, that in F sharp minor by Ferdinand Hiller, 1811 to 1885, a famous virtuoso of the time who was closely identified with the work and activities of some of the greatest composers, and that in G minor by Joachim Raff, 1822 to 1882. Chopin's two concertos, composed in his earliest years of creative activity, are uneven, but in parts reveal the genius of their composer and justly maintain their somewhat limited popularity in modern concerts. Ludwig Spohr, whom Rupert Hughes calls one of the first of second-best composers, was a virtuoso of the violin, and it is chiefly through his writing for that instrument that he retains what position he has in modern times. He first became known as a violinist and constantly showed his predilection for the instrument in his writings. In his day, he seemed a dazzling genius with his 11 operas, his 9 symphonies, and his great oratorio, The Last Judgment. Yet these have hardly more than a historical value today, except for the quiet pleasure they can give the student who takes the trouble to examine the scores. It is as a composer for the violin that Spohr continues to speak with some authority. His 17 concertos still enter largely into the training of young violin virtuosos, and figure to a considerable, though diminishing extent, in concerts. As a master of the violin, Spohr represents the old school. His bowing, when he played, was conservative. He drew from his instrument a broad singing quality of tone. All his writing shows his intimacy with the instrument of his personal triumphs. It has been said that everything turned to a concerto at his touch. His style, however, was not lurid, but rather delicate and nuanced. Presently he was eclipsed by Paganini, a genius who was half charlatan, who stopped short of no trick with his instrument, provided it might procure applause. Spohr could see nothing but the trickster in this man who thrilled Liszt, and who has left several pieces which are today in constant use, and are not scorned by the best of musicians. Spohr, however, had an individuality which could not blend with that of the meteoric virtuoso. In some respects, he is extraordinarily modern. His harmony was continually striving for peculiar and colourful effects. He was addicted, in a mild way, to program music, and gave titles to much of his music, such as the Seasons Symphony, but his genius always stopped short of the epoch-making quality of supreme creativeness. In violin literature, we must mention one more work, one which has never been surpassed in beauty of workmanship, and which remains one of the great things of its kind in all music. This is Mendelssohn's Concerto. It is, outside of the concert overtures, the one work of his which has not sunk materially in the eyes of musicians since its first years. Its themes, though not robust, are of the very highest beauty. Its technical qualities make it one of the best beloved of works to violinists, and its unmatchable polish and balance of architecture make it a constant joy to concert audiences. H.K.M. End of section 22. Section 23 of The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Adrian Stevens. The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism, by the National Society of Music. Orchestral Literature and Orchestral Development, Part 1. 1. Most typical of the Romantic period, more typical even than its art of song, was its orchestral music. Here all that was peculiar to it, individuality, freedom of form, largeness of conception, sensuousness of effect could find fullest development. The orchestra, in its 18th century perfection, was a small, compact, well-ordered body of instruments, in which every emphasis was laid on regularity and balance. The orchestra of Liszt's or Berlioz's dramatic symphonies was a bewildering collection of individual voices and romantic tone qualities. It would hardly be an exaggeration to say that, whereas a Haydn symphony was a chaste design in lines, a Liszt symphony was a gorgeous tapestry of colour. Between the two, every instrument had been developed to the utmost of tonal eloquence which composers could devise for it. The number of kinds of instruments had been doubled or trebled, thanks partly to Beethoven, and the size of the orchestra in common use had been increased at least once over. The technique of orchestral instruments had increased astonishingly. Schubert's C major symphony, which was declared unplayable by the orchestra of the Vienna Musikverein, one of the best of the age, is a mere toy compared with Liszt's or Berlioz's larger works. Such instruments as the horns and trumpets were greatly improved during the second and third decades of the century, so that they could take a place as independent melodic voices, which had been almost denied them in Beethoven's time. As an instrument of specific emotional expression, the orchestra rose from almost nil to its present position, unrivalled save by the human voice. It is doubtless true to say that this enlargement resulted from the technical improvements in orchestral instruments, and from the increase of instrumental virtuosity, but the converse is much more true. The case is here not so much as with the piano, that an improved instrument tempted a great composer to write for it, but rather that great composers needed more perfect means of expression, and therefore stimulated the technicians to greater efforts. For, as we have seen, the musical spirits of the Romantic period insisted upon breaking through conventional limitations and expressing what had never before been expressed. They wanted overpowering grandeur of sound, impressive richness of tone, great freedom of form, and constant variety of colour. They wanted especially those means which could make possible their dreams of pictorial and descriptive music. Flutes and oboes in pairs, and two horns and two trumpets capable of only a partial scale, in addition to the usual strings, were hardly adequate to describe the adventures of Dante in the Inferno. The literary and social life of the time had set composers thinking in grand style, and they insisted upon having the new and improved instruments which they felt they needed, upon forcing manufacturers to inventions which should facilitate complicated and extended passages in the wind, and the performers to the acceptance of these new things and to unheard-of industry in mastering them. Thus, the mere external characteristics of romantic orchestral music are highly typical of the spirit of the time. Perhaps the most typical quality of all is the insistence upon sensuous effect. We have seen how the denizens of the 19th century longed to be part of the things that were going on about them, how, basing themselves on the sentimental school of Rousseau, they considered a truth unperceived until they had felt it. This distinction between contemplating life and experiencing it is one of the chief distinctions between the classical and the romantic spirit everywhere, and between the attitude of the 18th century and that of the 19th in particular. When Rousseau offered the feelings of his new Heloise as justification for her conduct, he sent a shock through the intellectual minds of France. He said, in substance, "Put yourself in her place, and see if you wouldn't do as she did. Then ask yourself what your philosophic and moral disapproval amounts to." Within some 50 years, it became quite the craze of polite society to put itself in the new Heloise's place, and George Sand did it with an energy which astonished even France. Now, when one commences thoroughly to reason out life from one's individual feelings, it becomes necessary to reconstruct philosophy, namely, to construct it from the bottom up, from the demands and relations of the individual up to the constitution of the mass. And it is quite natural that, when insistence is thus laid on the individual point of view, the senses enter into the question far more largely than before. At its most extreme, this view comes to an unrestrained license for the senses, a vice typical of Restoration France, but its nobler side was its desire to discover how the other man felt and what his needs were, in place of reasoning on abstract grounds how he ought to act. Besides, since the French Revolution, people had been experiencing things so incessantly that they had got the habit. After the fall of Napoleon, they could not consent to return to a calm observation of events. Rather, it was precisely because external events had calmed down that they so much more needed violent experience in their imaginative and artistic life. The classical tragedies of the French Golden Age were indeed emotional and in high degree, but the emotions were those of types, not of individuals. They were looked on as grand aesthetic spectacles rather than as appeals from one human being to another. It was distinctly bad form to show too much emotion at a tragedy of Racine's, whereas, in the Romantic period, tears were quite in fashion. However great the human falsity of the Romantic dramas, they at least pretended to be expressions of individual emotions, and were received by their audiences as such. The life of a follower of the arts in Paris in the 20s and 30s, or anywhere in Europe for that matter, was one of laughing and weeping in the joys and sorrows of others, moving from one emotional debauch to another, and taking pride in making the feelings of these creations of art as much as possible one's own. It was small wonder, then, that musicians did the same, that in addition to trying to paint pictures and tell stories, they should endeavour to make every stroke of beauty felt by the auditor, and felt in a physical sensuous thrill, rather than in a philosophic sense of beauty. And nothing could offer the Romantic musicians a finer opportunity for all this than the timbres of the orchestra. The soft golden tone of the horn, the brilliant yellow of the trumpet, the luscious green of the oboe, the quiet silver white of the flute seemed to stand ready for the poets of the senses to use at their pleasure. In the vibrating tone of orchestral instruments, even more than in complicated harmonies and appealing melodies, lay their chance for titillating the nerves of a generation hungry for sensuous excitement. But we must remember that if these instruments have poetic and colourful associations to us, it is in large measure because there were Romantic composers to suggest them. The horn and flute and oboe had been at Haydn's disposal, yet he was little interested in the sensuous characteristics of them which we feel so acutely. In great measure, the poetic and sensuous tone qualities of the modern orchestra were brought out by the Romantic composers. The classical orchestra, as we have seen in an earlier chapter, had originally been based on the string quartet, namely the first violins, the second violins, the violas, and the cellos, with the double basses reinforcing the cello part. The string section completely supported the musical structure. This was because the strings alone were capable of playing complete and smooth scales and executing all sorts of turns and trills with nearly equal facility. Wind instruments, in the 18th century, were in a very imperfect condition. Some of them, like the trumpets, were capable of no more than 8 or 10 notes. All suffered from serious and numerous restrictions. Hence they were originally used for giving occasional colour or ornamentation to the music which was carried by the strings. About the middle of the century, the famous orchestra of the court of Mannheim, under the leadership and stimulus of Cannabich, and of the Stamitz family reached something like a solid equilibrium in the matter of instrumentation, and from its disposition of the strings and wind all later orchestration took its rise. The Mannheim Orchestra became renowned for its nuance of effect, and especially for its organized crescendos and diminuendos. The ideal orchestra thus passed on to Haydn and Mozart was a string quartet with woodwind instruments for the occasional doubling of the string parts, and the brass for filling in and emphasizing important chords. Gradually, the woodwind became a separate section of the orchestra, sometimes carrying the whole passage without the aid of strings, and sometimes combining with the string section on equal terms. With this stage, modern instrumentation may be said to have begun. The brass had to wait. Its individually was not much developed until Beethoven's time. Yet during the period of orchestral development under Haydn and Mozart, the strings remained the solid basis for orchestral writing, partly because of their greater practical efficiency, and partly because the reserved character of the violin tone appealed more to the classic sense of moderation. And even with the increased importance of the woodwinds, the unit of writing was the group and not the individual instrument, barring occasional special solos. The latter history of orchestral writing was one of a gradually increasing importance and independence for the woodwind section, and later for the brass, and of individualization for each separate instrument. Mozart based his writing upon the Mannheim orchestration and upon Haydn, showing considerable sensitiveness to timbres, especially that of the clarinet. Haydn, in turn, learned from Mozart's symphonies, and in his later works for the orchestra further developed freedom of writing, being particularly fond of the oboe. Beethoven emancipated all the instruments, making his orchestra a collection of individual voices rather than of groups, though he was necessarily hampered by the technically clumsy brass. Yet, compared to the writing of Berlioz and Liszt, the classical symphonies were in their orchestration rather dry and monochrome, always making a reservation for the pronounced romantic vein in Beethoven. Haydn and Mozart felt orchestral contrasts, but they used them rather for the sake of variety than for their absolute expressive value. So that, however these composers may have anticipated and prepared the way for the Romanticists, the difference between the two orchestral palettes is striking. One may say it was the difference between Raphael's palette and Rubens. And in mere externals, the two Romanticists worked on a much larger scale. The string orchestra in Mozart's time numbered from 22 to 30 instruments, and to this were added usually 2 flutes and 2 horns, and occasionally clarinets, bassoons, trumpets and kettle drums in pairs. Beethoven's orchestra was a little larger than this, and the capabilities of his instruments only slightly greater, but his use of the various instruments as peculiar and individual voices was masterly. All the great composers of the second quarter of the 19th century studied his instrumentation and learned from it. But Beethoven, though he sought out the individual character of orchestral voices, did not make them sensuously expressive, as Weber and Liszt did. About the time of Beethoven's death, the use of valves made the brass possible as an independent choir, capable of performing most of the ordinary diatonic and accidental notes, and of carrying full harmony. But it must be said that even the most radical of the Romantic composers, such as Berlioz, did not avail themselves of these improvements as rapidly as they might, and were characteristic rather in their way of thinking for instruments than in their way of writing for them. The valve horns and valve trumpets came into use slowly. Schumann frequently used valve horns plus natural horns, and Berlioz preferred the vulgar cornet à piston to the improved trumpet. but the Romantic period added many an instrument to the limited orchestra of Mozart and Beethoven. Clarinets and trombones became the usual thing. The horns were increased to 4, and the small flute or piccolo, the English horn, and the bass clarinet, or the double bassoon, and the ophicleide became frequent. Various instruments, such as the serpent, the harp, and all sorts of drums, were freely introduced for special effects. Berlioz especially loved to introduce unusual instruments and quantities of them. For his famous Requiem, he demanded, though he later made concessions, 6 flutes, 4 oboes, 6 clarinets, 10 bassoons, 35 first and 35 second violins, 30 cellos, 25 basses, and 12 horns. In the Tuba Mirum, he asks for 12 pairs of kettle drums, tuned to cover the whole diatonic scale, and several of the accidentals, and for 4 separate orchestras placed at the 4 corners of the stage, and calling for 6 cornets, 5 trombones, and 2 tubas, or 5 trumpets, 6 ophicleides, 4 trombones, 4 tubas, and the like. His scores are filled with minute directions to the performers, especially to the drummers, who are enjoined to use a certain type of drumstick for particular passages, to place their drum in a certain position, and so on. His directions are curt and precise. Liszt, on the other hand, leaves the matter largely to the gracious cooperation of the director. Experimentation with new and sensational effects made life thrilling for these composers. Berlioz recalls with delight in his memoirs an effect he made with his arrangement of the Rákóczi March in Budapest. No matter, says he, did the rumour spread that I had written Honi, national, music, than Pest began to ferment. How had I treated it? They feared profanation of that idolized melody, which for so many years had made their hearts beat with lust of glory and battle and liberty. All kinds of stories were rife, and at last there came to me M. Horwath, editor of a Hungarian paper, who, unable to curb his curiosity, had gone to inspect my march at the copyist. "I have seen your Rákóczi score," he said uneasily. "Well?" "Well, I feel horribly nervous about it." "Bah! Why?" "Your motif is introduced piano, and we're used to hearing it fortissimo." "Yes, by the gypsies. Is that all? Don't be alarmed. You shall have such a forte as you never heard in your life. You can't have read the score carefully. Remember, the end is everything." All the same, when the day came, my throat tightened, as it did in times of great excitement, when this devil of a thing came on. First the trumpets gave out the rhythm, then the flutes and clarinets, with a pizzicato accompaniment of strings, softly outlining the air, the audience remaining calm and judicial. Then, as there came a long crescendo, broken by the dull beats of the big drum, as of distant cannon, a strange restless movement was perceptible among them, and, as the orchestra let itself go, in a cataclysm of sweeping fury and thunder, they could contain themselves no longer. Their overcharged souls burst with a tremendous explosion of feeling that raised my hair with terror. The bass drum beat pianissimo, as of distant cannon, has never to this day lost its wild and mysterious potency, but it must not be supposed that the Romanticists' contribution to orchestration consisted mainly in isolated sensational effects. Their work was marvellously thorough and solid. Berlioz, in particular, had a wizard-like ear for discerning and developing subtleties of timbre. His great work on orchestration, now somewhat passé, but still stimulating and valuable to the student, abounds in the mention of them. He points out the poetic possibilities in the lower registers of the clarinets, little used before his day. He makes his famous notation as to the utterly different tone qualities of one violin and of several violins in unison, as though of different instruments, and so on through hundreds of pages. The scores of the Romanticists abound in simple effects, unheard of before their time, which gain their end like magic. Famous examples come readily to mind. The muted violins in the high registers in the Dance of the Sylphs from the Damnation of Faust, and the clumsy bassoons for the dance of the rude mechanicals in Mendelssohn's incidental music to A Midsummer Night's Dream, the morose viola solo which reoccurs through Berlioz's Harold in Italy, the taps and rolls on the timpani to accompany the speeches of the devil in Der Freischütz, or the flutes in their lowest register in the accompaniment to Agath's air in the same opera. All these are representative of the richness of poetic imagination and understanding of orchestral possibilities in the composers of the Romantic period. 2. It was inevitable that the pure symphonic form should decline in esteem during the Romantic period, for it is based primarily on a love of pure design, the da capo scheme of statement, development and restatement, which remains the best method ever invented for vividly presenting musical ideas without extra musical association or aid. It is primarily a mould for receiving pure musical material, and the Romantic period, as we have seen, had comparatively little use for music without poetic association. Of the best symphonies of the time, the greater part have some general poetic designation, like the Italian and Scotch symphonies of Mendelssohn, or the Spring and Rhenish symphonies of Schumann. These titles were, in some cases, mere afterthoughts or concessions to the demands of the time, and in every case the merest general or whimsical suggestion. Yet they can easily be imagined as fitting the musical material. They always manage to add interest to the work without interfering with the absolute musical value. And even when they are without specific title, they are infused with the spirit of the age, delight in sensuous effects and rich scoring, emotional melody, and varied harmonic support. For all this, as for nearly everything else in modern music, we must go back to Beethoven if we wish to find the source, but for purposes of classification, Schubert may be set down as the first Romantic symphonist. He adhered as closely as he could to the classical mould, though he never had a predominant gift for form. A beautiful melody was to him the lawgiver for all things, and when he found such a melody, it went its way, refusing to submit to the laws of proportion. Yet this wilfulness can hardly be regarded as standing in the way of outward success. The unfinished symphony in B minor could not be better loved than it is. It is safe to say that of all symphonies it is the most popular. It was written, 2 movements and a few bars of a scherzo, in 1822, was laid aside for no known reason, and lay unknown in Vienna for many years, until rescued by Sir George Grove. The mysterious introduction in the cellos and basses, as though to say, "It happened once upon a time," the haunting second theme introduced by the cellos, the stirring development with its shrieks of the woodwind, all are of the very stuff of Romantic music. A purist might wish the work less diffuse, especially in the second movement. No one could wish it more beautiful. In the great C major symphony, written in the year of his death, Schubert seems to have been attempting a magnum opus. If he had lived, this work would certainly have been regarded as the first composition of his second period. He laboured over it with much more care than was his custom, and showed a desire to attain a cogent form with truly orchestral ideas. The best parts of the unfinished symphony could be sung by the human voice. The melodies of the C major are at home only with orchestral instruments. The work was all but unprecedented for its time in length and difficulty. It is Schubert's finest effort in sustained and noble expression, and though thoroughly romantic in tone, his nearest approach to absolute music. It seems outmoded and at times a bit childlike today, but by sheer beauty holds its place steadily on orchestral programs. Schubert's other symphonies have dropped almost completely out of sight. Mendelssohn's 4 symphonies, including the Italian, the Scotch, and the Reformation, have had a harder time holding their place. It seems strange that Mendelssohn, the avowed follower of the classics, should not have done his best work in his symphonies, but these compositions, though executed with extreme polish and dexterity, sound thin today. A bolder voice might have made them live, but the Scotch and Italian in them are seen through Leipzig spectacles, and the musical subject matter is not vigorous enough to challenge a listener in the midst of modern musical wealth. As for the Reformation Symphony, with its use of the Protestant Choral Ein fester Burg, a technically reformed Jew could hardly be expected to catch the militant Christian spirit. Yet these works are at their best precisely in their romantic picturesqueness. As essays in the Absolute Symphony, they cannot match the nobility and strength of Schubert's C major. Schumann, the avowed romantic, had much more of worth to put into his symphonies, probably because he was an apostle and an image breaker and not a polite synthesist. The Spring Symphony in B-flat, written in the year of his marriage, 1840, the year of his most exuberant productivity, remains one of the most beautiful between Beethoven and recent times. The austerity of the classical form never robbed him of spontaneity, for the ideas in his symphony are not inferior to any he ever invented. The form is, on the whole, satisfactory to the purist, and beyond such innovations as the connecting of all 4 movements in the last symphony, he attempted little that was new. The 4 works are fertile in lovely ideas, such as the graceful folk song intoned by the cellos and woodwind in the 3rd, or the impressive organ-like movement from the same work. Throughout, there is the same basic simplicity of invention, the combination of fresh melodic idea with colourful harmony, which endears him to all German hearts. It is customary to say that Schumann was a mere amateur at orchestration. It is certainly true that he had no particular turn for niceties of scoring, or for searching out endless novelties of effect, and it is true that he sometimes proved himself ignorant of certain primary rules, as when he wrote an unplayable phrase for the horns in his 1st symphony, but his orchestration is, on the whole, well balanced and adequate to his subject matter, and is full of felicities of scoring, which harmonize with the romantic colour of his ideas. Of the other symphonists who were influenced by the romantic fervour, the greater part have dropped out of sight. Spohr, who may be reckoned among them, was in his day considered the equal of Beethoven, and his symphonies, though often manneristic, are noble in conception, romantic in feeling, and learned in execution. Of a much later period is Raff, a disciple of Liszt, and to some extent a crusader on behalf of Wagner. Like Spohr, he enjoyed a much exaggerated reputation during his lifetime. Of his 11 symphonies, Im Walde and Leonore, both of a mildly programmistic nature, were the best known, the latter in particular a popular favourite of a generation ago. Raff further developed the resources of the orchestra without striking out any new paths. Many of his ideas were romantic and charming, but he was too often facile and rather cheap. Still, he had not a little to teach other composers, among them the American MacDowell. Gade, friend of Mendelssohn and his successor at Leipzig, was a thorough scholarly musician, one of the few of the Leipzig circle who did not succumb to dry formalism. He may be considered one of the first of the national composers for his work, based to some extent on the Danish folk idiom, secured international recognition for the national school founded by J.P.E. Hartmann. Ferdinand Hiller, friend of Liszt and Chopin, wrote 3 symphonies marked by romantic feeling and technical vigour, and Reinecke, for many years the representative of the Mendelssohn tradition at Leipzig, wrote learnedly and at times with inspiring freshness. End of section 23.
Section 24 of The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism, by the National Society of Music. Orchestral Literature and Orchestral Development, Part 2. In the Romantic period, there developed, chiefly at the hands of Mendelssohn, a form peculiarly characteristic of the time, the so-called concert overture. This was based on the classic overture for opera or spoken drama, written in sonata form, usually with a slow introduction, but poetic, and to a limited extent descriptive, and intended purely for concert performance. The models were Beethoven's overtures, Coriolanus, Egmont, and, the best of all, the Leonore No. 3, written to introduce a particular opera or drama, it is true, but summing up and in some degree following the course of the drama, and having all the earmarks of the later romantic overture. From a mere prelude, intended to establish the prevailing mood of the drama, the overture had long since become an independent artistic form. These overtures gained a great popularity in concert, and their possibilities for romantic suggestion were quickly seized upon by the Romanticists. Weber's overture to Der Freischütz, though written for the opera, may be ranked as a concert overture. It is most frequently heard in that capacity, and along with it the equally fine Euryanthe and Oberon. The first named was a real challenge to the Philistines. The slow introduction, with its horn melody of surpassing loveliness, and the fast movement, introducing the music of the incantation scene, are thoroughly romantic. Weber's best-known concert overture, in the strict sense, the Jubelouverture, is of inferior quality. Schumann, likewise, wrote no overtures not intended for a special drama or a special occasion, but some of his works in this form rank among his best orchestral compositions. Chief among them is the Manfred, which depicts the morbid passions of the soul of Byron's hero, as fine a work in its kind as any of the period. The Genoveva overture is fresh and colourful in the style of Weber, and that for Schiller's Bride of Messina is scarcely inferior. Berlioz had to his credit a number of works in this form, mostly dating from his earliest years of creative activity. Best known are the Rob Roy, introducing the Scotch tune Scots Wha Hae, and the Carnival Romain, but the Lear and the Corsair, inspired by 2 of his favourite authors, Shakespeare and Byron, are also possessed of his familiar virtues. Another composer who in his day made a name in this form is William Sterndale Bennett, an Englishman who possessed the highest esteem of Mendelssohn and Schumann, and was a valuable part of the musical life of Leipzig in the 30s and later. The best part of his work, now forgotten save in England, is for the piano, but the Parisina and Wood Nymphs overtures were at one time ranked with those of Mendelssohn. Like all English composers of those times, he was inclined to the academic, but his work had much freshness and romantic charm, combined with an admirable sense of form. But it is Mendelssohn whose place in this field is unrivalled. His Midsummer Night's Dream overture, written when he was 17, has a place on modern concert programs analogous to that of Schubert's Unfinished Symphony. This work is equally the delight of the musical purist and of the untechnical music lover. It is marked by all Mendelssohn's finest qualities. Not a measure of it is slipshod or lacking in distinction. Its scoring is deft in the extreme, its themes are fresh and charming, and upon it all is the polish in which Mendelssohn excelled. No note seems out of place, and none, one feels, could be otherwise than as it is. It is mildly descriptive as Mendelssohn ever was. The three groups of characters in Shakespeare's play are there: the fairies, the love-stricken mortals, and the rude mechanicals, each with its characteristic melody. The opening chords, high in the woodwind, set the fanciful tone of the whole. For deft adaptation of the means to the end, it has rarely been surpassed in all music. In his other overtures, Mendelssohn is even less descriptive, being content to catch the dominant mood of the subject and transmit it into tone in the sonata form. Fingal's Cave, the chief theme of which occurred to him and was noted down on the supposed scene of its subject in Scotland, is equally picturesque in its subject matter, but lacks the buoyant invention of its predecessor. The Calm Sea and Prosperous Voyage is a masterpiece of restraint. The technical means are exceedingly simple, for in his effort to paint the reigning quiet of his theme, Mendelssohn dwells inordinately upon the pure tonic chord. Yet the work never lacks its composer's customary freshness or sense of perfect proportion. His fourth overture, to the story of the lovely Melusina, is only second to the Midsummer Night's Dream in popularity. In these works Mendelssohn is at his best. Only the Elijah and the Violin Concerto equally deserve long life and frequent repetition. For the overtures best show Mendelssohn, the synthesist. In them he has caught absolutely the more refined spirit of Romanticism, with its emphasis on tone colouring and its association of literary ideas, and has developed it in a classic mould as perfect as anything in music. Nowhere else do the dominating musical ideas of the 18th and 19th centuries come to such an amicable meeting ground. Yet this controlled Romanticism, which Mendelssohn doubtless hoped would found a school, had little historical result. The frenzied spirits of the time needed some more vigorous stimulation, and those who had vitality sufficient to make history were not the ones to be guided by an academic gourmet. The Mendelssohn concert overtures are a pleasant bypath in music. They by no means strike a note to ring down the corridors of time. Controlled Romanticism was not the message for Mendelssohn's age, for this age was essentially militant, smashing idols and blazing new paths, and nothing could feed its appetite save bitter fruit. This bitter fruit it had in full measure in Berlioz's Romantic Symphonies, as in Liszt's symphonic poems. Of the true Romantic Symphonies, the most remarkable is Berlioz's Symphonie Fantastique, one of the most astonishing productions in the whole history of music. It seems safe to say that in historical fruitfulness this work ranks with 3 or 4 others of the greatest: Monteverdi's opera Orfeo in 1607, Wagner's Tristan, and what else? The Fantastique created program music. It made an art form of the dramatic symphony, including the not yet invented symphonic poem and all forms of free and storytelling symphonic works. At the same time, it gave artistic existence to the leitmotif, or representative theme, the most fruitful single musical invention of the 19th century. The Fantastique seems to have no ancestry. There is nothing in previous musical literature to which more than the vaguest parallel can be drawn, and there is nothing in Berlioz's previous works to indicate that he had the power to take a new idea, 2 new ideas, out of the sky and work them out with such mature mastery. One might have expected a period of experimentation, One might at least expect the work to be the logical outcome of experiments by other men. But Berlioz had no true ancestor in this form. He had no more than chance forerunners. Nevertheless, program music, or at least descriptive music, in some form or other, is nearly as old as music itself. We have part songs dating from the 15th and 16th centuries, which imitate the cuckoo's call, or the songs of other birds. Jean Equin, contemporary with Palestrina, wrote a piece descriptive of the Battle of Marignan, fought between the French and the Swiss in 1515. Even Bach joins the other program composers with his Caprice on the Departure of His Brother, in which the post horn is imitated. Couperin gave picturesque titles to nearly all his compositions, and Rameau wrote a delightful piece for harpsichord, suggestively called The Hen. Many of Haydn's symphonies have titles which add materially to the poetry of their music. Beethoven admitted that he never composed without some definite image in his mind. His Pastoral Symphony is so well known that it need only be mentioned, though strict theorists may deny it a place with program music, on the plea that, in the composer's own words, it is rather the recording of impressions than painting. Yet Beethoven wrote one piece of downright program music in the strict sense, for his Battle of Vittoria frankly sets out to describe one of the battles of the Napoleonic Wars. It is, however, pure hack work, one of the few works of the master which might have been composed by a mediocre man. It is a sort of debased program music, which was much in fashion at the time, easy and silly stuff which pretended to describe anything from a landscape up to the Battle of Waterloo. The instances of imitative music in Haydn's creation are well known. Coming down to later times, we find the Ophicleide imitating the braying of the ass in Mendelssohn's Midsummer Night's Dream overture, and since then few composers, however reserved in manner and classic in taste, have wholly disdained it. Yet all this long, even distinguished history does not fully prepare the way for program music of Berlioz. It is not likely that he was familiar with much of it, and even if he had been, he could have found no programmistic form or idea ready at hand for his program pieces. The program music idea was rather in the air than in specific musical works. From the literary romanticist theory of the mixing of the genres and the mingling of the arts, his lively mind no doubt drew a hint. And the influence of his teacher, Lesueur, at the conservatory, must be reckoned on. Lesueur was something of a radical and apostle of program music in his day, having been in fact relieved of his duties as director of music in Notre Dame because he insisted upon attuning men's minds to piety by means of picturesque and descriptive performances of the Mass. Program music. Here was a true forerunner of Berlioz, a very bad boy in a very solemn church. Perhaps this accounts for Berlioz's veneration of his teacher, one of the few men who doesn't figure somewhat disgracefully in the memoirs. At any rate, the young revolutionist found in Lesueur a sympathetic spirit, such as is rarely to be found in conservatories. To sum up, then, we find that Berlioz had no precedent in reputable music for a sustained work of a close descriptive nature. Works of picturesque quality, which specifically do not depict events, like the Pastoral Symphony, are not program music in the more exact sense. Isolated bits of description in good music, like the famous Leaping Stag and Shaggy Lion of Haydn's creation, offer no analogy for sustained description. And the supposed pieces of sustained description, like the fashionable battle pieces, had and deserved no musical standing. The fantastique, as we shall see, was detailed and sustained description of the first rank musically. The gap between the fantastique and its supposed ancestors was quite complete. It was bridged by pure genius. As for the leitmotif, it is even more Berlioz's own invention. The use of a particular theme to represent a particular personage or emotion was, of course, in such program music as had existed. But only in a few isolated instances had this been used recurrently to accompany a dramatic story. Mozart in Don Giovanni had used the famous trombone theme to represent the statue, first in the graveyard scene and later in the supper scene. Weber had somewhat loosely used a particular theme to represent the devil Samiel in Der Freischütz. We know from Berlioz's own description how this work affected him in his early Parisian years, and we may assume that the notion of the leitmotif took hold on him then. But the leitmotif in Mozart and Weber is hardly used as a deliberate device, rather only as a natural repetition under similar dramatic conditions. The use of the leitmotif in symphonic music and its variation under varied conditions belongs solely to Berlioz. True to romantic traditions, Berlioz evolved the fantastique out of his own joys and sorrows. It originated in the frenzy of his love for the actress Henriette Smithson. He writes in February 1830, "Again, without warning and without reason, my ill-starred passion wakes. She is in London, yet I feel her presence ever with me. I listen to the beating of my heart. It is like a sledgehammer. Every nerve in my body quivers with pain. Woe upon her! Could she but dream of the poetry, the infinite bliss of such love as mine, she would fly into my arms, even though my embrace should be her death. I was just going to begin my great symphony, episode in an artist's life, to depict the course of this infernal love of mine, but I can write nothing." Why, this is very Midsummer Madness, you say, but the kind of madness from which came much good romantic music, for the work had been planned in the previous year, not long after Miss Smithson had rejected Berlioz's first advances. But the composer very soon found that he could write, and he wrote like a fiend. In May he tells a friend that the rehearsals of the symphony will begin in 3 days. The concert is to take place on the 30th. As for Miss Smithson, I pity and despise her. She is nothing but a commonplace woman, with an instinct for expressing the tortures of the soul that she has never felt. Yet he wished that the theatre people would somehow plot to get her there. That wretched woman. She could not but recognize herself. The performance of the symphony finally came off toward the end of the year, but in the meantime a new goddess had descended from the skies. The composer's marriage was to depend on the success of the concert, so he says. It must be a theatrical success. Camille's parents insist upon that as a condition of our marriage. I hope I shall succeed. P.S. That wretched Smithson girl is still here. I have not seen her. And a few weeks later, I had frantic success. They actually encored the Marche au Supplice. I am mad, mad. My marriage is fixed for Easter 1832. My blessed symphony has done the deed. But not quite. He was rewriting this same symphony a few months later in Italy, when there came a letter from Camille's mother announcing her engagement to Monsieur Pleyel. As explanation to the symphony, the composer wrote an extended program in the strictest modern sense. He notes, however, that the program may be dispensed with, as the symphony, the author hopes, offers sufficient musical interest in itself, independent of any dramatic intention. The program of the Fantastique is worth quoting entire, since it stands as the prototype and model of all musical programs since. Quote, "A young musician of morbid sensitiveness and ardent imagination poisons himself with opium in an excess of amorous despair. The narcotic dose, too weak to cause his death, plunges him into a heavy sleep, accompanied by the strangest visions, while his sensations, sentiments, and memories translate themselves in his sick brain into musical thoughts and images. The loved one herself has become for him a melody, like a fixed idea which he rediscovers and hears everywhere." First part. Reveries, passions. He first recalls that uneasiness of the soul, that wave of passions, those melancholies, those reasonless joys which he experienced before having seen her whom he loves. then the volcanic love with which she suddenly inspired him, his frenzied heart-rendings, his jealous fury, his reawakening tenderness, his religious consolations. Second part. A ball. He finds the loved one at a ball, in the midst of tumult and a brilliant fete. Third part. In the country. A summer evening in the country. He hears two shepherds conversing with their horns, this pastoral duet, the natural scene, the soft whispering of the winds in the trees, a few sentiments of hope which he has recently conceived, all combine to give his soul an unwonted calm, to give a happier colour to his thoughts. But she appears anew. His heart stops beating, painful misapprehensions stir him. If she should deceive him! One of the shepherds repeats his naive melody, the other does not respond. The sun sets, distant rolls of thunder, solitude, silence. Fourth part. March to the gallows. He dreams that he has killed his loved one, that he is condemned to death, led to the gallows. The cortege advances to the sounds of a march now sombre and wild, now brilliant and solemn, in which a dull sound of heavy steps follows immediately upon the noisiest shouts. Finally the fixed idea reappears for an instant like a last thought of love, to be interrupted by the fatal blow. Fifth part. Dream of the Witches' Festival. He fancies he is present at a witches' dance, in the midst of a gruesome company of shades, sorcerers, and monsters of all sorts gathered for his funeral. Strange sounds, sighs, bursts of laughter, distant cries and answers. The loved melody reappears again, but it has lost its character of nobility and timidity. It is nothing but an ignoble dance, trivial and grotesque. It is she who comes to the witches' festival. Sounds of joy at her arrival. She mingles with the hellish orgy, uncanny noises, burlesque of the dies irae, dance of the witches dance, and the dies irae follow. End of quote. The music follows this program in detail, and supplies a host of other details to the sympathetic imagination. The opening movement contains a melody, which Berlioz avers he composed at the age of 12, when he was in love with yet another young lady, a certain Estelle, 6 years his senior. And in each movement occurs the fixed idea, founder of that distinguished dynasty of leitmotifs in the 19th century. In the opening movement, when the first agonies of love are at their height, this theme undergoes a long contrapuntal development, which is a marvel of complexity and harmonic energy. It recurs practically unchanged in the next 3 movements, and at its appearance in the 4th, is cut short as the guillotine chops the musician's head off. In the last movement, it undergoes the change which makes this work the predecessor of Liszt's symphonic poems. The structure of this work is complicated in the extreme, and it abounds in harmonic and contrapuntal novelties which are strokes of pure genius. Many a musician may dislike the symphony, but none can help respecting it. The orchestra, though not large for our day, was revolutionary in its time. It included, in one movement or another, besides the usual strings, a small flute and 2 large ones, oboes, 2 clarinets, a small clarinet, and an English horn, 4 horns, 2 trumpets, 2 cornets à pistons, and 3 trombones, 4 bassoons, 2 ophicleides, 4 pairs of kettle drums, cymbals, bells, and bass drum. A challenge to the timid spirits of the time, and a thing of revolutionary significance to modern music. The other great dramatic symphonies of the time belong wholly to Berlioz and Liszt. The Revolutionary Symphony, which Berlioz had planned under the stimulus of the 1830 Revolution, became, about 1837, the Symphonie funèbre et héroïque, composed in honor of the men killed in this insurrection. It is mostly of inferior stuff compared with the composer's other works, but the funeral sermon of the second movement, which is a long accompanied recitative for the trombones, is extremely impressive. Harold in Italy, founded upon Byron's Childe Harold, was planned during Berlioz's residence in Italy and executed under the stimulus of Paganini. Here again we have the fixed idea in the shape of a lovely solo representing the morose hero given to the viola. The work was first planned as a viola concerto, but the composer's poetic instinct carried him into a dramatic symphony. First Harold is in the mountains, and Byronic moods of longing creep over him. Then a band of pilgrims approaches, and his melody mingles with their chant. Then the hero hears an Abruzzi mountaineer serenading his lady love, and to the tune of his fixed idea he invites his own soul to muse of love. And finally Harold is captured by brigands, and his melody mingles with their wild dance. Berlioz's melodies are apt to be dry and even cerebral in their character, but this one for Harold is as beautiful as one could wish. The Romeo and Juliet is by many considered Berlioz's finest work. It is in two parts, the first including a number of choruses and recitatives narrating the course of the tragedy, and the second developing various pictures selected out of the action. The love scene is pure music of the highest beauty, and the scherzo, based on the Queen Mab speech, is one of Berlioz's most typical inventions. All these compositions antedate by a number of years the works of Liszt and Wagner, which make extended use of Berlioz's means. Wagner describes at length how the idea of leitmotifs occurred to him during his composition of the Flying Dutchman, completed in 1841. But he was certainly familiar with Berlioz's works. Liszt was from the first a great admirer of Berlioz, and greatly helped to extend his reputation through his masterly piano arrangements of the Frenchman's works. His development of the leitmotif in his symphonic poems is frankly an adaptation of the Berlioz idea. Liszt's dramatic symphonies are two, Dante and Faust, by which, doubtless, if he had his way, his name would chiefly be known among the nations. We have seen in an earlier chapter how deeply Liszt was impressed by the great paintings in Rome, and how in his youth he dreamed of some later Beethoven who would translate Dante into an immortal musical work. In the quiet of Weimar, he set himself to accomplish the labor. The work is subtitled Inferno, Purgatory, and Paradise, but it is in two movements, the Purgatory leading into, or perhaps only to, the Gate of Heaven. The first movement opens with one of the finest of all Liszt's themes. Designed to express Dante's lines, quote, "Through me the entrance to the city of horror, through me the entrance into eternal pain, through me the entrance to the dwelling place of the damned," end quote. And immediately another motive for the horns and trumpets, to the famous words, quote, "All hope abandon, ye who enter here," end quote. The movement, with an excessive use of the diminished seventh chord, depicts the sufferings of the damned, but presently the composer comes to a different sort of anguish, which challenges all his powers as tone poet. It is the famous episode of Paolo and Francesca da Rimini. It is introduced by another motif of great beauty, standing for the words, quote, "There is no greater anguish than, during suffering, to think of happier times." End quote. In the Francesca episode, Liszt lavishes all his best powers and achieves some of his finest pages. The music now descends into the lower depths of the Inferno and culminates in a thunderous restatement of the theme, all hope abandoned, by the horns, trumpets, and trombones. The second movement, representing Purgatory, strikes a very different note, one of hope and aspiration, and culminates in the Latin Magnificat, sung by women's voices to a modal tune, which Liszt, now once more a loyal Catholic, writes from the heart. The Faust Symphony, written between 1854 and 1857, is hardly less magnificent in its plan and execution. It is subtitled 3 Character Pictures, and its movements are assigned respectively to Faust, Gretchen, and Mephistopheles. Yet the last movement merges into a dramatic narration of the love story and of Faust's philosophic aspirations, and reaches its climax in a men's chorus intoning the famous final chorus from Goethe's drama, quote, "All things transitory are but a semblance." End quote. The Faust theme deserves quoting because of its chromatic character, which has become so typical of modern music. The whole work is in Liszt's most exalted vein. The character pictures are suggestive in the extreme, and are contrasted in the most vivid manner. Liszt has rarely surpassed in sheer beauty the Gretchen episode, the theme of which later becomes the setting for Goethe's famous line, quote, "The eternal feminine leads us upward and on." End quote. These two works, the Dante and the Faust, are doubtless not so supremely creative as Liszt imagined, but they remain among the noblest things in modern music. Their great difficulty of execution, even to orchestras in our day, stands in the way of their more frequent performance, but to those who hear them they prove unforgettable. In them, more than in any other of his works, Liszt has lavished his musical learning and invention, has put all that was best and noblest in himself. End of section 24. Section 25 of The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism by the National Society of Music. Orchestral Literature and Orchestral Development, Part 3. The most typical musical form of today, the symphonic poem, is wholly the creation of Liszt. The dramatic symphony attained its highest development at the hands of its inventor. Later works of the kind, such as Raff's Lenore Symphony, have been musically of the second or third rate. It is quite true that a large proportion of the symphonies of today have some sort of general program or subject, and nearly all are sufficiently dramatic in feeling to invite fanciful programs on the part of their hearers. But few composers have cared or dared to go to Berlioz's lengths. The symphonic poem, on the other hand, has become the ambition of most of the able orchestral writers of our day. And whereas Berlioz has never been equalled in his line, Liszt has often been surpassed, notably by Richard Strauss in his. Curiously enough, Berlioz, who was by temperament least fitted to work in the strict symphonic form, always kept to it in some degree. The most revolutionary of spirits never broke away wholly from the past. Liszt carried Berlioz's program ideas to their logical conclusion, inventing a type of composition in which the form depended wholly and solely on the subject matter. This latter statement will almost serve as a definition of the symphonic poem. It is any sort of orchestral composition which sets itself to tell a story or depict the emotional content of a story. Its form will be what the story dictates and no other. The distinction sometimes drawn between the symphonic poem and the tone poem is largely fanciful. One may say that the former tends to the narrative and the latter to the emotional, but for practical purposes the two terms may be held synonymous. In any kind of musical narration, it is usually necessary to represent the principal characters or ideas in particular fashion, and the leitmotif is the natural means to this end. And though theoretically not indispensable, the leitmotif has become a distinguishing feature of the symphonic poem and inseparable from it. Sometimes the themes are many. Strauss has scores of them in his Heldenleben, but Liszt took a particular pleasure in economy of means. Sometimes a single theme served him for the development of the whole work. He took the delight of a short story writer in making his work as compact and unified as possible. In fact, the formal theory of the symphonic poem would read much like Poe's well-known theory of the short story. Let there be some predominant character or idea, a single unique effect in Poe's language, and let this be developed through the various incidents of the narration, changing according to the changing conditions, but always retaining an obvious relation to the central idea. Or, in musical terms, select a single theme, or at most 2 or 3, representing the central character or idea, and repeat and develop this in various forms and moods. This principle brought to a high efficiency a device which Berlioz used only tentatively, that of transformation. To Liszt, a theme should always be fluid, rarely repeating itself exactly, for a story never repeats itself. And his musicianship and invention show themselves at their best, and sometimes at their worst, in his constant variation of his themes through many styles and forms. But such formal statement as this is vague and meaningless without the practical application which Liszt gave it. The second, and in many respects the noblest of Liszt's symphonic poems, is the Tasso Lament and Triumph, composed in 1849 to accompany a festival performance of Goethe's play at Weimar on the 100th anniversary of the poet's birth. The subject caught hold of Liszt's romantic imagination. He confesses, like the good romanticist that he is, that Byron's treatment of the character appealed to him more than Goethe's. Nevertheless, he says in his preface to the work, Byron, in his picture of Tasso in prison, was unable to add to the remembrance of his poignant grief so nobly and eloquently uttered in his lament, the thought of the triumph that a tardy justice gave to the chivalrous author of Jerusalem Delivered. We have sought to mark this dual idea in the very title of our work, and we should be glad to have succeeded in pointing this great contrast. The genius who was misjudged during his life, surrounded, after death, with a halo that destroyed his enemies. Tasso loved and suffered at Ferrara. He was avenged at Rome. His glory still lives in the folk songs of Venice. These 3 elements are inseparable from his memory. To represent them in music, we first called up his august spirit as he still haunts the waters of Venice. Then we beheld his proud and melancholy figure as he passed through the festivals of Ferrara, where he had produced his master works. Finally we followed him to Rome, the eternal city, that offered him the crown and glorified in him the martyr and the poet. A few lines further Liszt says, "For the sake not merely of authority, but the distinction of historical truth, we put our ideas into realistic form in taking for the theme of our musical hero the melody to which we have heard the gondoliers of Venice sing over the waters the lines of Tasso, and utter them 3 centuries after the poet." The theme is one of the finest in the whole Liszt catalogue. We need hardly go to the length of saying that its origin was a fiction on the part of the composer, but doubtless he changed it generously to suit his musical needs. Yet his evident delight in its pretended origin is typical of the man and the time. Romanticism had a sentimental veneration for the people, especially the people of the Middle Ages, and a Venetian gondolier would naturally be the object of a shower of quite undeserved sentimental poetry. The whole story, and the atmosphere which surrounded it was meat for Liszt's imagination. This is the theme, a typical one, which Liszt transforms according to the changing conditions to delineate his hero's struggles, the heroic character of the man, his determination to achieve greatness, his proud and melancholy figure as he passed through the festivals at Ferrara. The theme of the dance itself is developed from the Tasso motif. And then this boisterous acclamation by the crowd in Rome. And here for a moment the listener hides his face, for Liszt has become as cheap as any bar-room fiddler. His theme will not stand this transformation. It happens again and again in Liszt, this forcing of a theme into a mould in which it sounds banal. No doubt the acclamations of the crowd were banal, if Liszt intended it that way, but this thought cannot compensate a listener who is having his ears pained. It is one of the regrettable things about Liszt, whose best is very nearly equal to the greatest in music, that he sometimes sails into a passage of banality without seeming to be at all conscious of it. Perhaps in this case he was conscious of it, but stuck to his plan for the sake of logical consistency. The most frenzied radicals are sometimes the most rigid doctrinaires. The matter is worth dwelling on for a moment, because it is one of the most characteristic faults of the great man. In the present case, we are compensated for this vulgar episode by the grand apotheosis which closes the work. Such is the method, and it is in principle the same as that since employed by all composers of symphonic poems, of program music in fact. Liszt's symphonic poems, number 12, excluding one, From the Cradle to the Grave, which was left unfinished at the time of his death. When they are at their best, they are among the most inspiring things in modern music. But Liszt's strange absence of self-criticism mingles with these things passages which an inferior composer might have been suspicious of. In consequence, many of his symphonic poems have completely dropped from our concert programs. Such ones as the Hamlet, the Festklänge, and What is to be Heard on the Mountain are hardly worth the efforts of any orchestra. Les Préludes, on the other hand, remains one of the most popular of our concert pieces. Nowhere are themes more entrancing than in this work, or his structural form more convincing. The Ideal, after Schiller's poems, was one of Wagner's favourites among the 12, but it is uneven in quality. Orpheus, which is less programmistic than any of the others, in that it attempts only an idealized picture of the mythical musician, is worked out on a consistently high plane of musicianship. Mazeppa, narrating the ride of Byron's hero tied on the back of a wild horse, is simply an elaboration and orchestral scoring of one of the piano etudes published as Liszt's Opus 1 in 1826. The etude was even entitled Mazeppa, and was descriptive of the wild ride, so we may, if we choose, give Liszt the credit of having schemed the symphonic poem form in germ before he became acquainted with the works of Berlioz. Hungaria, a heroic fantasy on Hungarian tunes, should have been, one would think, one of the best of Liszt's works. but in point of fact, it sounds strangely empty, and exhibits to an irritating degree the composer's way of playing to the gallery. The Festklänge was written, tradition says, to celebrate his expected marriage with the Princess von Wittgenstein, and in view of Hünecke's remark that Liszt accepted the Pope's veto to this project with his tongue in his cheek, we may assume that its emptiness was a true gauge of his feelings. In most of these works there is more than one chief theme, and sometimes a pronounced antithesis or contrast of two themes. In this classification falls the preludes, which, in attempting to trace man's struggles preparatory to that great symphony whose initial note is sounded by death, makes use of two themes, each of rare beauty, to depict the heroic and the gentle sides of the hero's nature respectively. The antithesis is more pronounced in The Battle of the Huns, founded on Kalbeck's picture, which is meant to symbolize the struggle between Christianity, or the Church, and paganism. The Huns have a wild minor theme in triplets, and the Church is represented by the Gregorian hymn Crux Fidelis. Thus, by works as well as by faith, Liszt established the musical type which best expressed his fervent romantic nature. The symphonic poem form, coming to something like maturity at the hands of one man, was a proof of his intellectuality and his high musicianship. We may wish that he had written less and criticized his work more, but many of the pages are inescapable in their beauty. In them we are in the very heart of the 19th century Romanticism. Since the early days of violent opposition to Berlioz and Liszt, the question of the legitimacy of program music has not ceased to interest theorists. There are not a few writers today who stoutly maintain that the program and the pictorial image have no place in music, that music being constructed out of wholly abstract stuff must exist of and for itself. They wish to have music pure, to keep it to its true function or its legitimate place. Music, they say, can never truly imitate or describe outward life, and debases itself if it makes the unsuccessful attempt. Yet program music continues to be written in ever-increasing abundance, and though from the practical point of view it needs no apologist, it boasts an increasing number who defend it on various grounds. These theorists point to the ancient and more or less honorable history of program music, extending back into the dark ages of the art. They mention the greatest names of classical music, Bach and Beethoven, as those of composers who have at least tried their hand at it. They show that the classic ideal of the purity of the arts, by no means practiced in classical Greece, by the way, has broken down in every domain, and that some of the greatest works have been produced in defiance of it. And, arguing more cogently, they point out that whether or not music should evoke visual images in people's minds, evoke them it does, and in a powerful degree. When Tod und Verklärung makes vivid to the imaginations of thousands the soul's agonies of death and ecstasies of spiritual resurrection, it is no better than yelping at the moon to moan that this music is not pure or out of its proper function. Undoubtedly it is true that music which attempts to be accurately imitative or descriptive of physical objects or events is not worth the trouble. Certainly bad music cannot become good merely by having a program. But it is to be noted that all the great composers of program music insisted that their work should have a musical value apart from its program. Even Berlioz, as extreme as any in his program music, recorded the hope that his Fantastique, even if given without the program, would still offer sufficient musical interest in itself. As music, the Fantastique has lived. As descriptive music, it has immensely added to its interest and vividness in the minds of audiences. And so with all writers of program music, up to Strauss and even Schoenberg with his Pelléas und Mélisande, though Schoenberg is one of the most abstract of musicians in temperament. Further, good program music throws its emphasis much more on the emotional than on the literal story to be told. Liszt rarely describes outward events. He is always depicting some emotion in his characters, or some sentimental impression in himself. And there are few, even among the most conservative of theorists, who will deny the power of music to suggest emotional states. If so, why is it not legitimate to suggest the successive emotional states of a particular character, as for instance Tasso? The fact that a visual image may be present in the minds of the hearers does not alter the status of the music itself. If we admit this, then we can hardly deny that the composer has a right to evoke this image by means of a program at the beginning. The fact is that not one listener in 100 has any sense of true absolute music. The pure pattern music, which is as far from emotions and sentiments as a conventional design is from a Whistler etching. Even the most rabid of purists, who exhaust a distinguished vocabulary of abuse in characterizing program music, may expend volumes of emotion in endeavoring to discover the meaning of classical symphonies. They may build up elaborate significations for a Beethoven symphony, which its composer left quite without a program, making each movement express some phase of the author's soul, or detecting the particular emotion which inspired this or that one. They will even build up a complete programmistic scheme for every symphony, ordaining that the first movement expresses struggle, the second meditation, the third happiness, and the last triumph, and more of the like. They will enact that a symphony is great only insofar as it expresses the totality of emotional experience, of specific emotional experience, be it noted. This sort of interpretation has been wished on any number of classical symphonies which were utterly innocent of any intent save the intent to charm the ear, and nearly always the deed has been done by professed enemies of program music. But in spite of the fact that the instinct for programs and meanings resides in nearly every breast, still there is a theoretical case for absolute music. There is nothing to prove that music, in and of itself, has any specific emotional implications whatsoever. It is merely an organization of tones. As such, since it sets our nerves tingling, it can indeed arouse emotion, but not emotions. That is, it can heighten and excite our nervous state, but what particular form that nervous state will take is determined by other factors. In psychological language, it increases our suggestibility. Under the nervous excitement produced by music, a particular emotional suggestion will more readily make an impression, and this impression will become associated in our minds with the music itself. The program is such a suggestion. In a more precise way, the words and actions of a music drama supply the suggestion. Of course, we have been so long and so constantly under the influence of musical suggestions that music without a particular suggestion may have a more or less specific import to us. Slow minor music we are wont to call sad, and rapid major music gay. But this is because such music has nearly always, in our experience, been associated with the sort of mood it is supposed to express. Somewhere in the course of our musical education there came the specific suggestion from outside. But this discussion is purely theoretical. The practical fact is that music, thanks to a complex web of traditional suggestion, is capable of bringing to us more or less precise emotional meanings, or even pictorial meanings, for there is no dividing line. And this fact must be the starting point for any practical discussion of the legitimacy of program music. Starting with it, we find it difficult to exclude any sort of music on purely abstract grounds. Any individual may personally care more for abstract music than for program music. That is his privilege. But it is a very different thing to try to ordain legitimacy for others and legislate a great mass of beautiful music out of artistic existence. After all, the case reduces to this, that an ounce of practice is worth a ton of precept, and the successful practice of program music is one of the chief glories of the Romantic movement. Whatever may have been the faults of the period, it demonstrated its faith by deed, and the present musical age is impregnated with this faith from top to bottom. End of section 25.
Section 26 of The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Adrian Stevens. The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism, by the National Society of Music. Romantic opera and the Development of Choral Song, Part 1. 1. If vivid imagery was one of the chief lusts of the Romantic school, it would seem that opera should have proved one of its most typical and effective art forms. And throughout the time, opera flourished in the theatres of Germany and in Paris as a matter of course. Yet we cannot say that the artistic output was as excellent as we might expect. Of the works to be described in this chapter, not more than 8 are today thoroughly alive, and 2 of these are overestimated choral works. Yet, in the most real sense, the opera of the Romantic period prepared the way for Wagner, who would no doubt be called a Romanticist if he were not too great for any labels. And much of the music of the period, though it has been displaced by modern works, styles change more quickly in opera than in any other form, has a decided interest and value if we do not take too high an attitude toward it. Modern opera can be dated from Der Freischütz, yet it goes without saying, since nothing is quite new under the sun, that the work was not as novel in its day as it seems to us after the lapse of nearly a century. The elements of Romanticism had existed in opera long before Weber's time. In Gluck's Armide, the voluptuous adventures of Rinaldo in the Enchantress's garden had breathed the spirit of the German folklore awakening, though treated in Gluck's style of classical purity. Mozart, especially, must be counted among the romanticists of opera. The final scene of Don Giovanni, with its imaginative playing with the supernatural to the accompaniment of most impressive music, seems to be a sketch in preparation for Freischütz, and the spirit of German song had already entered into opera in The Magic Flute, which is in great part as truly German as Weber, except for its Italian grace and delicacy of treatment. Moreover, The Magic Flute was a Singspiel, or dramatic work with music interspersed with spoken text, the form in which Der Freischütz was written. Mozart's opera might have founded the German school had conditions been different, but beyond the fact that the story is obscure and distinctly not national, the German national movement had not yet begun. We have seen in a previous chapter how it took repeated invasions and insults from Napoleon to arouse patriotism throughout the disjointed German lands, and how the patriotic spirit had to fight the repression of the courts at every turn. We have seen how it was hounded from the streets to the cellars, and how, from beneath ground, it cried for some work of art which should symbolize and express its aspiration while it was in hiding. It was this conjunction of conditions which gave Freischütz such peculiar popularity at the time, a popularity, however, which was fully justified by its artistic value and could not have been achieved in such overwhelming degree without it. The Italian opera, before Weber's time, had carried everything its own way. Those patriots who longed for the creation of a German operatic art had no sort of tradition to turn to except the Singspiel. This was never regarded highly, and was considered quite beneath the dignity of the aristocracy and of those who prided themselves on being artistically comme il faut. And it was frequently as cheap and thin, not to say coarse, as a second-rate vaudeville skit today. But it had in it elements of good old German humour, together with occasional doses of German pathos, and cultivated a German type of song, such as then existed. At any rate, it was all there was. Weber had no turn for the Italian ways of doing things, and little knowledge of them. So when he sought to write serious German opera that should appeal to a great mass of the people, the desire for national popularity had already been stirred in him by the success of his Lehr- und Schwert songs. He was obliged to write in a tongue that was understood by his fellow men. It is doubtful whether Der Freischütz could have gained its wide popularity had its few pages of spoken dialogue been replaced by musical recitative in the Italian style. Such is the influence of tradition. But he had no need to be ashamed of the true German tradition to which he attached himself. The Singspiel, which represented all there was of German opera, frequently cultivated a style of music which, if simple, was genuinely musical and highly refined. Reichardt's Singspiel, Erwin und Elmire, to Goethe's text, has been mentioned in the chapter on Romantic Song, and its Mozart-like charm of melody referred to. The Singspiel was a repository for German song and frequently drew upon German folklore or house lore for its subject matter. It needed only the right genius at the right time to raise it into a supreme art form. As early as 1810, when Weber was still sowing his wild oats and flirting with a literary career, he had run across the story of the Freischütz in Appel's newly published book of German ghost tales. The subject stirred his imagination, and he planned to make an opera of it. But he found other things to turn his hand to, and was unable to hit upon a satisfactory librettist until 1817. He met Friedrich Kind, who had already become popular with his play Das Nachtlager von Granada. Kind took up with the idea and in 10 days completed his libretto. Weber worked at it slowly, but with great zest. 4 years later, on the anniversary of the Battle of Waterloo, it was performed for the first time at the opening of the new Royal Theatre in Berlin. Its electric success, as it went through the length and breadth of Germany, has been described in a previous chapter. Kind deserves a large share of the credit for the success of the work, though it must be confessed that he did not wear his laurels with much dignity. He protested, rather childishly, against the excision of 2 superfluous scenes from his libretto, and was forever trying to exaggerate his share in the artistic partnership. It seems to have been pique which prevented him from writing more librettos for Weber, and what a series of operas might have come out of that union. In 1843, long after Weber's death, he published a book, Das Freischützbuch, in which he aired his griefs. The volume would have little significance except for 1 or 2 remarkable statements in it. Every opera, he says, must be a complete whole, not only from the musical, but also from the poetical point of view. And again, I convinced myself that through the union of all arts, as poetry, music, action, painting, and dance, a great whole could be formed. How striking these statements sound in view of the art theories which Wagner was evolving for himself 5 and 10 years later. And it must be said, to Kind's justice, that he had worked consistently on this theory in the writing of the Freischütz libretto. He had insisted that Weber set his work as he had written it, and his insistence seems to have been due to more than a petty pride. The opera tells a story which had long been told, in one form or another, in German homes. Max, a young hunter, aspires to the position of chief huntsman on Prince Ottokar's domains. If he gains it, he will have the hand of the retiring chief huntsman's daughter, Agath, whom he loves. His success depends upon overcoming all rivals in a shooting contest. In the preliminary contest, he has made a poor showing. In fear of failure, he listens to the temptation of one Caspar and sells his soul to the devil, Samiel, in return for 6 magic bullets, guaranteed by infernal charms to hit their mark. A 7th, in Max's possession, Samiel retains for his own use. The bullets are charmed, and the price of the soul stipulated upon in Dark Wolf's Glen at midnight. In this transaction, Caspar acts as middleman in the affair in order to induce Samiel to extend the earthly life of his soul, which has similarly been sold. On the day of the shooting match, Agath experiences evil omens. Instead of a bridal wreath, a funeral wreath has been prepared for her. She decides to wear sacred roses instead. Max enters the contest, and his 6 bullets hit the mark. Then, at the prince's commands, he shoots at a passing dove with the 7th bullet. Agath falls with a shriek, but she is protected by her sacred wreath, and the bullet pierces Caspar's heart. Overcome with remorse, Max confesses his sin. He is about to be banished in disgrace when a passing hermit pleads for him, urging his extreme temptation in extenuation, and he is restored by the prince to all his happiness, on condition that he pass successfully through a year's probation. This story may stand as a type of the romantic opera plots of the time. Of first importance was its use of purely German materials, the national element which gave it its political significance. Only second in importance was the fact that it was drawn from folklore, and hence was material, intelligible, and interesting to everybody, as contrasted with the classic stories of the operas and plays of 18th century France, which were intelligible only to the upper class educated in the classics, and which was specifically intended to exclude the vulgar rabble from participation, and so serve as a sort of test of gentility. Third was the incidental fact of the form which this democratic and national spirit took, an interest in the element of the bizarre, the fanciful, and the supernatural. It was wholly suited to the tastes of the Romantic age that the devil, Samuel, should come upon the stage in person and charm the 7 bullets before the gaping eyes of the audience. The music shows Weber supreme in 2 important qualities, the folk sense and the dramatic sense. No one before him had been able to put into opera so well the very spirit of German folk song, as he did in Agath's famous moonlight scene, or in the impressive male chorus accompanied by the brass in the first act. In power of characterization, Weber is second only to Mozart. The opening duet of the second act, sung by the dreamy Agath and the sprightly Annchen, gives to each character a melody which expresses her state of soul. Yet the 2 combine with utmost grace. In his characterization of the supernatural, Weber had no adequate prototype, save the Mozart of the cemetery and supper scenes in Don Giovanni, for Spohr's operatic setting of the Faust legend was classic in tone and method. The verve of the music of Wolf's Glen is exhilarating to the imagination. Samuel, whose speeches are accompanied by rolls or taps on the kettle drums, seems to live to our ears and eyes, and as the bullets, one after another, are charmed, the music rises until it bursts in a stormy fury. Many of the tunes of Der Freischütz have become folk songs among the German people, and the bridal chorus and Agath's scene may be heard among the very children on their way home from school, while the vigorous huntsman's chorus is a staple of German singing societies wherever the German language is spoken. From the earliest years of his creative activity, Weber had been composing operas, and they grew steadily better. The one just preceding Freischütz was Abu Hassan, a comic opera in 1 act telling the difficulties of Hassan and his wife Fatima to escape their debts. The dainty and bustling music has helped to keep the piece alive, but the piece which Weber intended should be his magnum opus was Euryanthe, which followed Freischütz. The critics, differing with the public in their opinion concerning the latter work, admitted Weber's power of writing in simple style, but asserted that he could not master longer concerted forms. Weber accepted the challenge and wrote Euryanthe as a work of pure romanticism, separated from the national element, conceived on the broadest musical scale. It is a true opera without spoken dialogue. The music is in parts the finest Weber ever wrote, and in more than one way suggests Lohengrin, which seems to have germinated in Wagner's mind in part from the study of Euryanthe, Weber's last opera, written on commission from Covent Garden, London, and completed only a few months before his death, was Oberon, a return to the Singspiel type, with much of the otherworldly in its story. Euryanthe had failed of popular success, chiefly through its impossibly crude and involved libretto. Oberon was better, but far from ideal. It has, like A Midsummer Night's Dream, Oberon, Titania, Puck, and the host of fairies, together with mortal lovers whose destinies become involved with those of the elves. The music is often charming, revealing a delicacy of imagination not found in Freischütz, but it is lacking in characterizing power, and reveals its composer's lessening bodily and mental vigour. Weber had established German opera on a par with Italian, and there stood men ready to take up his mantle. Chief of these was Heinrich Marschner. He is best known by his opera Hans Heiling, which tells the adventurer of the king of the elves who takes human form as the schoolmaster, Hans Heiling, in order to win a mortal maiden. The music is full of romantic imagination and is generally supposed to have influenced Wagner in the writing of The Flying Dutchman. Marschner's other important operas are Templer und Juden, founded upon Ivanhoe, and The Vampire. Konradin Kreutzer, 1780 to 1849, was a prolific contemporary of Marschner's, but little of his music has remained to our time outside of Das Nachtlager von Granada and a few songs. The music of the opera is often thin, but now and then Kreutzer could catch the German folk spirit as scarcely any others could, save Weber. Lortzing, 1801 to 1851, was a more gifted musician, and several of his operas are occasionally performed now. Chief of these is Czar und Zimmermann, which tells the adventures of Peter the Great of Russia working among his shipbuilders. In more farcical vein is Der Wildschutz. The music admirably suits the bustling comedy of peasant intrigue. E.T.A. Hoffmann, who so deeply influenced Schumann, was a talented composer, and a number of his operas, thoroughly in the Romantic spirit, were popular at the time. Nicolai's setting of Shakespeare's Merry Wives of Windsor, dating from about this time, is a comic opera classic, and Friedrich von Flotow's Martha is everywhere known. Its composer, 1812 to 1883, wrote numerous operas, German and French, and at least one besides Martha is still popular in Germany, Stradella. His music is, however, more French than German, though its rhythmic grace and piquancy, its easy, simple melody, are universal in their appeal. Two more important figures, musically considered, are Schumann with his one opera, Genoveva, and Peter Cornelius with several works which deserve more frequent performance than they receive. Schumann had well-defined longings toward dramatic activity, but had the customary difficulties of discriminating musicians in finding a libretto. He hit upon an adaptation of Hebel's Genoveva, a play drawn from a medieval legend, rather diffuse and uneven in workmanship, but suffused with a noble poetic spirit that is only beginning to be appreciated. The play lacks the dramatic elements necessary for successful operas, and Schumann's music, though filled with beauties, is not fully successful in characterization, and hence tends to become monotonous. The overture, however, is a permanent part of our concert programs. We feel about Schumann as about Schubert, whose several operas, Fierbras, Alfonso und Estrella, and others, need be no more than mentioned. That they might have produced great dramatic works had they been permitted to live a little longer. A man of ample musical stature and far too little reputation is Cornelius. He was an actor and painter before turning to music. For some years he served Liszt as secretary and confidant at Weimar, working hard at music while acting as a sort of literary press agent for the more radical tendencies in music. He was one of the earliest to understand and believe in Wagner's music and theories. See Chapter 11. As early as 1855, he was attempting to apply them to comic opera. The result was the two-act opera, The Barber of Baghdad, which Liszt thought highly of and brought to performance under his own direction at the Weimar Court Theatre. But the denizens of Weimar were, by this time, tired of the fad of being radical, and laughed the piece off the stage. It was in disgust at this fiasco that Liszt decided to give up his directorship in Weimar, and after a few more months of gradually slipping away from his duties, he left the town for Italy, returning thereafter only for occasional visits. The Barber of Baghdad, the libretto by Cornelius himself, carries out Wagner's theories concerning the close union of text and music, the dramatic and meaty character of the libretto, the fusion of recitative and cantilena style, and the use of the leitmotif. It is full-bodied music, excellent in technique, and, moreover, filled with delightful musical humour and beautiful melodies, but it insists on treating its sparkling plot with high artistic seriousness, and this mystified the Weimar audience, who, no doubt, failed to see why one should take a comic opera so in earnest. Cornelius's later opera, The Cid, was a serious work in the Wagnerian style, and necessarily was overshadowed by Wagner's great works, then just becoming known. It is diffuse and uneven, but the last opera, Gunlud, left unfinished at the composer's death and completed by friends, contains much to justify frequent revival. 2. The movement which we have just discussed had its parallel in France, though there the nationalistic element was lacking. Conditions did not call for it. The fight had long since been fought. Refer to Chapter 1. But in France, like in Germany, the romantic opera, the drame lyrique, was to grow out of the lighter type, the opéra comique, the French equivalent of the Singspiel. Before discussing that development, however, we must consider for a moment the work of a composer who has already engaged our attention and who cannot be classed with any of his compatriots. Hector Berlioz stood apart from the course of French opera. Fashionable people in his day applauded the pomposity of Meyerbeer and Halévy, the facility of Auber, but made short work of Berlioz's operas, when these were fortunate enough to reach performance. Berlioz might conceivably have adapted himself to the popular taste, but he was too sincere an artist and too impetuous an egotist. He continued to the end of his life writing the best he was capable of, and contracting debts. His operas were much in advance of his day, and are, in many respects, in advance of ours. They continue to be appreciated by connoisseurs, but the public has little use for the high seriousness of their music. A daring French impresario recently brought himself to a huge financial failure by attempting a series of excellent operas on the best possible scale, and in his list was Benvenuto Cellini, which had no small part in swinging the scale of fortune against him. The second part of Les Troyens was performed near the end of Berlioz's life, and was a flat failure. It did not even succeed in stirring up discussion. The public was simply indifferent. The first part of The Capture of Troy did not reach the stage until Felix Mottl organized his Berlioz cycle at Karlsruhe in 1893. Doubtless, the chief factor which led to the failure of these excellent works was their lack of balanced and readily intelligible melody. Berlioz's melodic writing was always a little dry, and one must be something of a gourmet to get beneath the surface to the rare beauty within. But, on the whole, it is fair to say that the music fails of its effect simply because opera publics are too superficial and stupid. Yet it is possible to see signs of improvement in this respect, and we may hope for the day when Berlioz's operas will have some established place on the lyric stage. Beatrice and Benedict, the libretto adapted by Berlioz from Shakespeare's Much Ado About Nothing, is a work filled to the brim with romantic loveliness and animal life. It is one of that small class of comic operas of which the Barber of Baghdad is a distinguished member, which are of the finest musical quality throughout, yet thoroughly in accord with the gaiety of their subjects. The thrice lovely scene and duet which opens the opera has a pervading perfume of romanticism not often equalled in opera, and the rollicking chorus of drunken servants in the second act is that rarest of musical achievements, solid and scholarly counterpoint used to express boisterous humour. Shakespeare has rarely had the collaboration of a better poet-musician. Benvenuto Cellini takes an episode in the artist's life and narrates it against the brilliant background of fashionable Rome in carnival time. The music is picturesque, and the carnival scenes are brilliant and effective. But a far greater interest attaches to Berlioz's double opera, The Trojans. It was the work on which Berlioz lavished the affection and inspiration of his last years, the failure of which broke his heart. In it, a remarkable change has come over the frenzied revolutionist of the 30s. It is a work of the utmost restraint, of the finest sense of form and proportion, of truly classical purity. Romain Rolland has pointed out the classical nature of Berlioz's personality, and the paradox is amply justified by this last opera. In Rolland's view, Berlioz was a Mozart born out of his time, his sensitive soul, eternally in need of loving or being loved, was seared by the noise and bustle of the age, and reflected it in his music until disappointment and failure had forced him to withdraw into his own personality and write for himself and the muses. Berlioz's admiration for Gluck's theories, music, and artistic personality is vividly recorded in the earlier pages of the memoirs. But in his student days, there was no opportunity for such an influence to show itself. In his last years, it came back. All Gluck's refinement, high artistic aim, and classic self-control, but deepened by a wealth of technical mastery that Gluck knew nothing of. We are amazed, as we look over the choruses of The Trojans, to see the utter simplicity of the writing, which is never, for a moment, routine or commonplace, the simplicity of high and rigid selection. The first division of the opera tells the story told in the Iliad of the finding of the wooden horse, the entrance into Troy, the night sally, and the sack of the city. Cassandra, priestess of woe, warns her people, but it is received with deaf ears. Over the work there hangs the tragic earnestness of the Iliad, which Berlioz loved and studied. In the second division, the Trojans are at Carthage, and instead of war, we have the voluptuous love-makings of Dido and Aeneas, and the final tragedy of the Trojan queen, all told with such emotional intensity that the music is almost worthy to stand beside that of Wagner. The Damnation of Faust, which follows the course of Goethe's play, with special emphasis on the supernatural elements, freely interpolated, is best known as a concert work, being hardly fitted for the stage at all. It is picturesque in the highest degree. Berlioz's mastery of counterpoint and orchestration is here at its highest. The interpolated Rakoczy March is universally known, and the Dance of the Sylphs is one of the stock examples of Berlioz's use of the orchestra for eerie effects. The chorus of demons is sung, for the sake of linguistic accuracy, to the words which Swedenborg gives as the authentic language of hell. Berlioz's music admits of no compromise. Either it must come to us, or we must come to it. We have been trying ever since his death to patch up some kind of middle course. H.K.M. End of section 26. Section 27 of The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Adrian Stevens. The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism, by the National Society of Music. Romantic Opera and the Development of Choral Song, Part 2. 3. As we have seen in an earlier chapter, the opéra comique had developed after Boieldieu into a new type, of which Auber, Hérald, Halévy, and Adam were the principal exponents. These were the men who prepared the way for the new lyric drama, which grew out of the opéra comique, for the romantic opera of Gounod and Thomas. The Romantic movement in French literature had, we may recall, received its impulse by Victor Hugo, whose Hernani appeared in 1829. Its influence on French music was most powerful from 1840 on. Composers of all schools yielded to it in one way or another, from Berlioz, who followed the ideals of Gluck, to Halévy, whose Jagarita Landienne pictures romance in the tropics. The direct result of this influence of literary romanticism was the creation of the drame lyrique, yet it must not be thought that Thomas and Gounod deliberately created the drame lyrique as a distinct operatic form. Auber and others of his school had already produced operas which may justly lay claim to the titles of lyric dramas. And the earlier works of both Thomas and Gounod themselves were light in character. In fact, Thomas' La Double Échelle and Le Perruquier de la Régence are opéras comiques of the accepted type, and Le Caïd has received the somewhat doubtful compliment of being considered a precursor of the Offenbach torrent of opéra bouffe. In Gounod's Médecin Malègre Louis, wherein he anticipated Richard Strauss and Wolf Ferrari in choosing a Molière comedy for operatic treatment, the composer achieved a success. Yet, this opera, as well as that charming modernization of a classic legend, Philémon et Baucis, both adhere strictly to the conventional lines of opéra comique. Gounod's Faust remains the epochal work of his career. His Sappho, 1851, never achieved popularity, but is of interest because it foreshadows his later style in its departure from tradition. In the final scene, he struck a note of sensuous melancholy new to French opera. Adam, in his capacity as a music critic, even claimed that in Sappho, Gounod was trying to revive Gluck's system of musical declamation. In March 1859, the first performance of Faust took place at the Théâtre Lyrique in Paris. In a manner, it represents the ideal combination of the brilliant fancy, dreamy mysticism, and picturesque description that is the stuff of which Romanticism is made. Goethe's masterpiece, which had already been used operatically by Spohr, and to mention a few among many, had also inspired Schumann, Berlioz, Liszt, and Wagner, achieved as great a success in the land of Goethe as it did in France. It was well received at its debut by the critics of the day, but its success in Paris was gradual, notwithstanding the fact that the Revue des Deux Mondes spoke of the sustained distinction of style, the perfect good taste shown in every least detail of the long score, the colour, supreme elegance, and discreet sobriety of instrumentation which reveal the hand of a master. But it must be remembered that, at the time of its production, Rossini and Meyerbeer were still regarded as the very incarnation of music. Gounod's own style was essentially French, yet he had studied Mendelssohn and Schumann, and the charm of the poetic sentimentality that pervaded his music was novel in French composition. For several decades, Faust remained the recognized type of modern French opera, of the drame lyrique, embodying the poesy of an entire generation. The dictum sensuous but not sensual, which applies in general to all Gounod's work, is especially appropriate to Faust. It shows at its best his lyric genius, his ability to produce powerful effects without effort, and that languorous seduction which has been deprecated as an enervating influence in French dramatic art. In spite of elements unsympathetic to the modern musician, Faust, taken as a whole, is a work of a high order of beauty, shaped by the hand of a master. Every page of the music tells of a striving after a lofty ideal. In Faust, Gounod's work as creator culminates. His remaining operas repeat, more or less, the ideas of his masterpiece. The four-act Reine de Saba, given in England under the name of Irene, contains noble pages, but was unsuccessful. Neither did Mirel, 1864, founded on a libretto by the Provençal poet Mistral, nor Colombe, a light two-act operetta, win popular favour. Romeo et Juliette, 1867, ranks as his second-best opera. The composer himself enigmatically expressed his opinion of the relative values of the two operas in the words, "Faust is the oldest, but I was younger. Romeo is the youngest, but I was older." Romeo et Juliette was an instant success in Paris and was eventually transferred to the repertory of the Grand Opera, after having for some time formed part of that of the Opéra Comique. Gounod's last operas, Cinq-Mars and Le Tribut de Zamora, which is in the style of Meyerbeer, were alike unsuccessful. Gounod struck a strong personal note, and he may well be considered the strongest artistic influence in French music up to the death of César Franck. His art is eclectic, a curious mixture of naive and refined sincerity, of real and assumed tenderness, of voluptuousness and worldly mysticism, and profound religious sentiment. The influence of Faust was at once apparent, and its new and fascinating idiom was soon taken up by other composers, who responded to its romantic appeal. Among these was Charles-Louis Ambroise Thomas, 1811 to 1896, who had already produced 5 ambitious operas with varying success before the appearance of Faust. But Mignon, 1866, is the opera in which, after Faust, the transition from the opéra comique to the romantic poetry of the lyric drama is most marked. Gounod's influence acted on Thomas like a charm. Mignon is an opera of great dramatic truth and beauty, one which, according to Hanslick, is the work of a sensitive and refined artist, characterized by rare knowledge of stage effects, skill in orchestral treatment, and purity of style and sentiment. Like Gounod, Thomas had chosen a subject by Goethe on which to write the opera, which was to raise him among the foremost operatic composers of his day. Madame Galty-Marie, the creator of the title role, had modelled her conception of the part of the poor orphan girl upon the well-known picture by Ary Scheffer, and Mignon at once captivated the public and remained one of the most popular operas of the second half of the 19th century. Again, like Gounod, Thomas turned to Shakespeare after having set Goethe. His Hamlet, 1868, was successful in Paris for a long time, and though the music cannot match its subject, it contains some of the composer's best work. The vocal parts are richly ornamented. The poetically conceived part of Ophelia is a coloratura role, such as modern opera, with the possible exception of Delibes' Lakmé, has not produced, and the ballet music is brilliant. François de Rimini, 1882, and the ballet La Tempête were his last and least popular dramatic works. Leo Delibes, 1836 to 1891, a pupil of Adam, is widely known by his charming ballets. The ballet, which had played so important a part in 18th century opera, was quite as popular in the 19th century. If Vestris, the god of dance, had passed with the passing of the Bourbon monarchy, there were Taglioni, who danced the Tyrolienne in William Tell, and the Pas de Fascination in Meyerbeer's Robert le Diable, Fanny Essler and Carlotta Grisi, full of grace and gentility, to give lustre to the art of dancing. The ballet, as an individual entertainment, apart from opera, was popular during the greater part of the 19th century, and was brought to a high perfection, best typified by the famous Giselle, written for Carlotta Grisi, on subject taken from Heinrich Heine, arranged by Théophile Gautier, and set to music by Adam. To this kind of composition, Delibes contributed music of unusual charm and distinction. La Source shows a wealth of ravishing melody, and made such an impression that the composer was asked to write a divertissement, the famous Pas des Fleurs, to be introduced in the ballet La Corsaire by his old master Adam for its revival in 1867. His Coppelia ballet, written to accompany a pretty comedy of the same name, and the grand mythological ballet Sylvia are considered his best and established his superiority as a composer of artistic dance music. The music of Delibes' operas is unfailingly tender and graceful, and his scores remain charming specimens of the lyric style. Le Roi l'a dit, 1873, is a dainty little work upon an old French subject, as graceful and fragile as a piece of Sèvres porcelain. Jean de Nivelle has passed from the operatic repertory, but Lakmé is a work of exquisite charm, its music dreamy and sensuous as befits its oriental subject, and full of local colour. In Lakmé and the unfinished Kaseya, Delibes shows an awakening to the possibilities of oriental colour. Ernest Reyes, 1823 to 1909, Salammbô, is in the same direction, but it is Félicien David, 1810 to 1876, who must be credited with first drawing attention to Eastern subjects as being admirably adapted to operatic treatment. He was a pupil of Cherubini, Reber, and Fétis, and he was for a time associated with the activity of the Saint-Simonian socialists. Later, he made a tour of the Orient from 1833 to 1835. Then, returning to Paris with an imagination powerfully stimulated by his long stay in the East, he set himself to express the spirit of the Orient in music. The first performance of his symphonic ode, Le Désert, 1844, made him suddenly famous. It was followed by the operas Christophe Colomb, Eden, and Le Peur du Brésil, which was brilliantly successful. Another great operatic triumph was the delightful Lalo Rook, which had a run of 100 nights from May in less than a year, 1862 to 1863. At a time when the works of Berlioz were still unappreciated by the majority of people, David succeeded in making the public take an interest in music of a picturesque and descriptive kind, and in this connection may be considered one of the pioneers of the French drame lyrique. Le Dessert founded the school, which counts not only Lacme and Salammbô, but also Massenet's Le Roi de Lahore, and many others among its representatives. No French composer responded more delightfully to the Orientalism of David than Georges Bizet, 1838 to 1875, in his earlier works. His Pêcheur de Perles, 1863, tells the loves of two Singalese pearl fishers for the priestess Lila, but it had a short run, though its dreamy melodies are enchanting. Several of its forceful dramatic scenes foreshadow the power and variety of Carmen. His second opera, La Jolie Fille de Perth, 1867, a tuneful and effective work, was based upon one of Sir Walter Scott's novels, but in Jamile, 1872, his third opera, he returned to an Eastern subject. This was the most original effort he had thus far made, and it was thought so advanced at the time of its production that accusations of Wagnerism, at that time anything but praise in Paris, were hurled at the composer. He was more fortunate in the incidental music he wrote for Alphonse Daudet's drama La Laïcienne, which is still a favourite in the concert hall. It has been said that the quality of Bizet's operatic work, like that of Gluck, depended in a measure on the value of his book. He was indeed fortunate in the libretto of Carmen, adapted from Prosper Mérimée' celebrated study of Spanish gypsy character by Meilhac and Ludovic Halévy, the best librettists of their day. The dramatic element in the story, as written, was hidden by much descriptive analysis, but by discarding this, the authors produce one of the most famous libretti in the whole range of opera. Carmen was brought out at the Opéra Comique in 1875. Bizet's occasional use of the Wagnerian leading motive was perhaps responsible for some of the coldness with which the work was originally received. Its passionate force was dubbed brutality, though we now know that it is a most fine artistic feeling which makes the score of Carmen what it is. Carmen was to Bizet what Der Freischütz was to Weber. It represents the absolute harmony of the composer with his work. In modern opera of real artistic importance, it is the perfect model of the lyric songplay type, and as such it has exercised a great influence on dramatic music. It is, in every way, a masterpiece. The libretto is admirably concise and well-balanced, the music full of a lasting vitality, the orchestration brilliant. Unhappily, only 3 months after its production in Paris, the genial composer died suddenly of heart trouble. His early death, he was no more than 37, robbed the French school of one of its brightest ornaments, one who had infused in the drame lyrique of Gounod and Thomas the vivifying breath of dramatic truth. The later development of French operatic romanticism in Massenet and others, as well as Saint-Saëns' revival of the classic model, are more fitly reserved for future consideration. Our present object has been to describe the development of the drame lyrique out of the older comic opera, and in a manner this culminates in Carmen. 4. We have still to give an account of the development of the opéra comique in another direction, that of farcical comedy, a task which falls well within the chronological limits of this chapter. One reason for the gradual approximation of the opéra comique to the drame lyrique and grand opera, quite aside from the influence of Romanticism, lay in the appearance of the opéra bouffe, representing parody, not sentiment. For if the opéra comique and drame lyrique of the first 3/4 of the 19th century represented the advance of artistic taste and the preference of the musically educated for the essentially romantic rather than the merely entertaining, the opéra bouffe or farcical operetta, a small and trivial form, was the delight of the musical groundlings of the Second Empire at a time when the pursuit of pleasure and the satisfaction of material wants were the great preoccupations of society. Jacques Offenbach, 1819 to 1880, was, in a sense, the creator of this Parisian novelty. Though Offenbach was born of German Jewish parents in Cologne, the greater part of his life was spent in Paris, and his music was more typically French than that of any of his French rivals. The tone of French society during the period of the Second Empire was set by the court. The court organised innumerable entertainments, banquets, reviews, and gorgeous official ceremonies which succeeded one another without interruption. Music hall songs and opéra bouffe, races and public festivals, evening restaurants, and the amusements they provided made the fame of this new Paris, and the music of the music halls and opéra bouffe was the music of Offenbach, the offspring of an eccentric, rather short-kilted and dishevelled muse, who later assumed a soberer garb in the hands of Lecoq, Audrin, and Hervé. In conjunction with Offenbach, the librettists Maillart and Ludovic Halévy were the authors of these operettes and farces, which made the prosperity of the minor Parisian theatres of the period. The libretto of the opéra bouffe was usually one of intrigue, witty if coarse, and into the texture of which the representation of contemporary whims and social oddities was cleverly interwoven. Although the opéra bouffe were broad and lively libels of the society of the time, they savoured strongly of the vices and the follies they were supposed to satirize. Offenbach was peculiarly happy in developing in musical burlesque the extravagant character of his situations. His melodic vein, though often trivial and vulgar, was facile and spontaneous, and he was master of an ironical musical humour. The theatre which he opened as the Bouffe Parisienne in 1855 was crowded night after night by those who came to hear his brilliant, humorous trifles. La Grande Duchesse de Gerolstein, in which the triumph of the Bouffe Parisienne culminated, is perhaps the most popular burlesque operetta ever written, and it marked the acceptance of opéra bouffe as a new form worth cultivating. Offenbach's works were given all over Europe, were imitated by Lecoq, Audrin, Planquette, and others, and, being gay, tuneful, and exhilarating, were not hindered in becoming popular by their want of refinement. But after 1870, the vogue of parody largely declined, and, though Offenbach composed industriously till the time of his death, and though his opéra bouffe are still given here and there at intervals, the form he created has practically passed away. As a species akin in verbal texture to the comédie grivoise of Choral, adapted to the idiom of a later generation, and as a return of the opéra comique to the burlesque and extravagance of the old vaudeville, the opéra bouffe has a genuine historic interest. But it must not be forgotten that Offenbach created at least one work which is still a favourite number of the modern grand opera repertory. This is Les Contes d'Hoffmann, a fantastic opera in 3 acts. It appeared after his death. It is genuine opéra comique of the romantic type, rich in pleasing grace of expression, in variety of melodic development and grotesque fancy, and, though the music lacks depth, it is descriptive and imaginatively interesting, wonderfully charming and melodious, and has survived when the 100 or more opéras bouffe which Offenbach composed are practically forgotten. F.H.M. End of section 27.
Section 28 of The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Painter. The Art of Music, Volume 2, Classicism and Romanticism, by the National Society of Music. Wagner and Wagnerism, Part 1. The student or reader of musical history will perceive that it is impossible to determine with any exactitude the dividing lines which mark the epochs of art evolution. Here and there may be fixed a sharper line of demarcation, but for the most part there is such a merging of phases and confusion of simultaneous movements that we are forced, in making any survey or general view of musical history, to measure approximately these boundaries. It may be, however, noted that as in all other forms of human progress, the decisive and revolutionary advances have been made by those prophetic geniuses who, in single-handed struggle, have achieved the triumphs which a succeeding generation proclaimed. It is the names of these men that mark the real milestones of musical history, and on that which marks the stretch of musical road we now travel stands large the name of Richard Wagner. That we may the more readily appreciate Wagner's place as the author of the music of the future and the creator of the music drama, it is necessary to review briefly the course of musical history, and particularly that of the opera as it led up to the time of Wagner's birth at Leipzig, May the 22nd, 1813. A glance at our chronological tables will show us that at the time Beethoven still lived, and at the age of 43 was creating those works so enigmatic to his contemporaries. Weber at the age of 27 was, after the freedom of a gay youth, settling down to a serious career, 7 years later to produce Der Freischütz. Mendelssohn, Schumann, Liszt and Chopin were in their earliest infancy, while Schubert was but 16 and Berlioz was 10. Thus may it be seen at a glance that Wagner's life falls exactly into that epoch which we designate as romantic, and to this same school we may correctly assign the works of Wagner's earlier periods. But as we of today view Wagner's works as a whole, it is at once apparent that the label of romanticist is entirely inadequate as descriptive of his place in musical history. We shall trace in this chapter the growth of his art and follow its development in some detail. But for the moment it will suffice us if we recognise the fact that Wagner arrested the stream of romantic thought at the point where it was in danger of running muddy with sentimentality, and turning into it the clearer waters of classic ideals, opening a stream of nobler breadth and depth than that which had been the channel of romanticism. Wagner's service to dramatic art was even larger, for the opera was certainly in greater danger of decay than absolute music. Twice had the opera been rescued from the degeneration that now again threatened it, and at the hands of Gluck and of Weber had been restored to artistic purity. Gluck, it will be remembered, after a period of imitation of the Italians, had grown discontent with the inadequacy of these forms, and his genius had sought a more genuine dramatic utterance in returning to a chaster line of melody. He also adopted the recitative as it had been introduced into the earlier French operas, employed the chorus in a truly dramatic way, and, spurning the hitherto meaningless accompaniment, he had placed in the orchestra much of dramatic significance, thereby creating a musical background which was in many ways the real precursor of all that we know today as dramatic music. Weber we have seen as the fountainhead of the Romantic school, and his supreme achievements, the operas, we find to be the embodiment of all that Romanticism implies, a tenderness and intense imaginativeness coupled with a tragic element in which the supernatural abounds. Musically, his contributions to dramatic art were a greater advance than that of any predecessor. Melodically and harmonically, his innovations were amazingly original, and in his instrumentation we hear the first flashes of modern colour and realism in music. It was on these two dramatic ideals, the classic purity and strength of Gluck, and the glowing and mystic romanticism of Weber, that Wagner's early genius fed. Wagner's childhood was one which was well calculated to develop his genius. With an actor as stepfather, brothers and sisters all following stage careers, an uncle who fostered in him the love of poetry and letters, the early years of Richard were passed in an atmosphere well suited to his spiritual development. While evincing no early precocity in music, we find him, even in his earliest boyhood, possessed with the creative instinct. This first sought expression in poetry and tragic drama written in his school days, but following some superficial instruction in music, and the hearing of many concerts and operas, he launched forth into musical composition, and throughout his youthful student days he persisted in these efforts at musical expression, composing overtures, symphonies, and sonatas, all of which were marked with an extravagance which sprang from a total lack of technical training. In the meantime, however, he was not disdaining the classic models, and he relates in his autobiography his early enthusiasm for Weber's Freischütz, for the symphonies of Beethoven, and certain of Mozart's works. At the age of 17, he succeeded in obtaining in Leipzig a performance of an orchestral overture, and the disillusioning effect of this work must have had a sobering influence, for immediately after he began those studies which constituted his sole academic schooling. These consisted of several months' training in counterpoint and composition under Theodor Weinlich, at that time musical director of the Thomaskirche. After these studies, he proceeded with somewhat surer hand to produce shorter works for orchestra, and a futile attempt at the text and music of an opera called Die Hochzeit. In 1833, however, Wagner, at 21, completed his first stage work, Die Feen, and in the next year, while occupying his first conductor's post at Magdeburg, he wrote a second opera, Das Liebesverbot. The first of these works did not obtain a hearing in Wagner's lifetime, while the second one had one performance which proved a fiasco and terminated Wagner's career at Magdeburg. While these early works form an interesting historical document in showing the beginnings of Wagner's art, there is in them nothing of sufficient individuality that can give them importance in musical history. The greatest interest they possess for us is the evidence which they bear of Wagner's studies and models. Much of Weber, Mozart, and Beethoven, and, in the Liebesverbot, written at a time when routine opera conducting had somewhat lowered his ideal, much of Donizetti. The 6 years which followed were troublous ones for Wagner. In the winter of the following year, 1837, he became conductor of the opera at Königsberg, and while there he married Minna Plana, a member of the Magdeburg Opera Company, whom he had met the previous year. After a few months' occupancy of this post, he became conductor at Riga. Here a season of unsatisfactory artistic conditions and personal hardships determined him to capture musical Europe by a bold march upon Paris, then the centre of opera. In the summer of 1839, accompanied by his wife and dog, the journey to Paris was made, by way of London and Boulogne. At the latter place Wagner met Meyerbeer, who furnished him with letters of introduction which promised him hopes of success in the French capital. Again, however, Wagner was fated to disappointment and chagrin, and the 2 years which formed the time of his first sojourn in Paris were filled with the most bitter failures. It was, in fact, at this period that his material affairs reached their lowest point, and, to keep himself from starvation, Wagner was obliged to accept the drudgery of hack literary writing and the transcribing of popular opera scores. The only relief from these miseries was the intercourse with a few faithful and enthusiastic friends, and the occasional opportunity to hear the superior concerts which the orchestra of the Conservatoire furnished at that time. But the hardships of these times did not lessen Wagner's creative activities, and from these years date his first important works, Rienzi, The Flying Dutchman, and Ein Faust Ouverture. Wagner, during his stay at Riga, had become fully convinced that in writing operas of smaller calibre for the lesser theatres of Germany, he was giving himself a futile task which stood much in the way of the realisation of those reforms which had already begun to assume shape in his mind. He resolved to seek larger fields in writing a work on a grander scale. "My great consolation now," we read in his autobiography, "was to prepare Rienzi with such utter disregard of the means which were available there for its production, that my desire to produce it would force me out of the narrow confines of this puny theatrical circle to seek a fresh connection with one of the larger theatres." 2 acts of the opera had been written at Riga, and the work was finished during his first months at Paris. Wagner sent the manuscript of the work back to Germany, where it created a friendly and favourable impression, and the prospects of an immediate hearing brought Wagner back to Germany in April 1842. The work was produced in Dresden on the 20th of the following October, and was an immediate success. It is Rienzi which marks the real beginning of Wagner's career as an operatic composer. The small and fragmentary works which preceded it serve only to record for us the experimental epoch of Wagner's writing. It is this place as first in the list of Wagner's work which gives Rienzi its greatest interest, for neither the text nor the music are such as to make it of artistic value when placed by the side of his later productions. The libretto was written by Wagner himself after the novel by Buller-Lytton. The hand of the reformer of the opera is not visible in this libretto, which was calculated, as Wagner himself frankly confessed, to afford opportunities for the brilliant and theatrical exhibition which constituted the popular opera of that time. While the lines attain to a certain dignity and loftiness of poetic conception, there is no trace of the attempt at the realisation of those dramatic ideals which Wagner was soon to experience. Everything is calculated to musical effectiveness of a pronounced theatrical quality, and the work presents the usual order of arias, duets, and ensemble of the Italian opera. The music for the greater part is matched to the spirit and form of the libretto. Here again theatrical effectiveness is the aim of Wagner, and to obtain it he has employed the methods of Meyerbeer and Auber. Not that the deeper and more noble influences are entirely forgotten, for there are moments of intensity when the worshipper of Beethoven and Weber discloses the depth of musical and dramatic feeling that were his. But of that style which Wagner so quickly developed, of that marvellously individual note which was destined to dominate the expression of future generations, there is but a trace. A few slightly characteristic traits of melodic treatment, certain figurations in the accompaniment, and an individual quality of chorus writing is all that is recognizable. The orchestration shows the faults of the other features of the work, exaggeration. It is noisy and theatrical, and, excepting in the purely orchestral sections, such as the marches and dances, it performs the function of the operatic orchestra of the day, that of a mere accompaniment. The Flying Dutchman was written in Paris, and the inspiration for the work was furnished by the stormy voyage which Wagner had made in his journey to London. The account which he himself has given of its composition gives an interesting idea of his methods of working and a touching picture of the conditions under which it was written. He says in the autobiography, "I had already finished some of the words and music of the lyric parts, and had had the libretto translated by Émile Deschamps, intending it for a trial performance, which, also, never took place. These parts were the Ballad of Center, the Song of the Norwegian Sailors, and the Spectre Song of the Flying Dutchman. Since that time I had been so violently torn away from the music that, when the piano arrived at my rustic retreat, I did not dare touch it for a whole day. I was terribly afraid lest I should discover that my inspiration had left me, when suddenly I was seized with the idea that I had forgotten to write out the Song of the Helmsman in the first act, although, as a matter of fact, I could not remember having composed it at all, as I had in reality only just written the lyrics. I succeeded, and was pleased with the result. The same thing occurred with the Spinning Song, and when I had written out these two pieces, and on further reflection could not help admitting that they had really only taken shape in my mind at that moment, I was quite delirious with joy at the discovery. In 7 weeks the whole of the music of The Flying Dutchman, except the orchestration, was finished. While one is prompted to group Rienzi and The Flying Dutchman as forming Wagner's first period, in the latter work there is such an advance over the former in both spirit and style that we can hardly so classify them. In The Flying Dutchman we see Wagner making a decided break from the theatrical opera and turning to a subject that is more essentially dramatic. The mystic element which he here infuses and his manner of treatment are very decided steps towards that revolution of musical stage works which was to culminate in the music drama. In its form, the libretto presents less of a departure from the older style than in its subject and spiritual import. There is still the old operatic form of set aria and scene, but so consistently does all hang upon the dramatic structure that the entire work is a convincing and moving force. This same advance in spirit and dramatic earnestness, rather than in actual methods, is that which also distinguishes the score of The Flying Dutchman from that of Rienzi. The superficial brilliancy of the latter gives place in The Flying Dutchman to a dramatic power which is entirely lacking in the earlier work. One important innovation in form must be remarked: the use of the leading motif, which we find for the first time in The Flying Dutchman. Wagner here begins to employ those characteristic phrases which so vividly characterize for us the figures and situation of the drama. In harmonic colouring the score shows but slight advance over Rienzi. We can observe in the frequent use of the chromatic scale and the diminished seventh chord an inclination toward a richer harmonic scheme, but, taken in its entirety, the musical composition of the work belongs distinctly to what we may call Wagner's classic period, and is still far from being the music of the future. The success of Rienzi brought to Wagner the appointment of court conductor to the King of Saxony, in which his principal duties consisted of conducting the opera at Dresden. Wagner occupied this position for 7 years. He gained a practical experience of conducting in all its branches, and a wide knowledge of a very varied musical repertoire, which broadened his outlook and increased considerably his scope of expression. Besides the operatic performances, the direction of which he shared with Reisiger, Wagner organised for several seasons a series of symphony concerts at which he produced the classic symphonies, including a memorable performance of Beethoven's 9th Symphony on Palm Sunday, 1846. Wagner threw himself with great zeal into the preparation of this work, one of his first sources of inspiration. The result was a performance which thoroughly roused the community, including the musical profession, which was well represented at the performance, to a sense of Wagner's greatness as an interpretative artist. There were many other events of importance in Wagner's external musical life at Dresden. Among these he tells us of the visits of Spontini and of Marschner to superintend the performances of their own works, and of a festival planned to welcome the King of Saxony as he returned from England in August 1844, on which occasion the March from Tannhäuser had its first performance by the forces of the opera company in the royal grounds at Pillnitz. In the winter of the same year we find Wagner actively interested in the movement which resulted in the removal of Weber's remains from London to their final resting place in his own Dresden. In the ceremony which took place when Weber's remains were finally committed to German soil, Wagner made a brief but eloquent address and conducted the music for the occasion, consisting of arrangements from Weber's works made by him. In the midst of a life thus busied, Wagner found, however, time for study, and in the summer months for musical creation. His interest in the classic drama dates from this period, and it is to his studies in medieval law pursued at this time that we may attribute his knowledge of the subjects which he later employed in his dramas. Two musical works are the fruit of these Dresden years, Tannhäuser and Lohengrin. These two works we suitably bracket as forming the second period of Wagner's creative work, and, while his advance was so persistent and so marked that each new score presents to us an advance in spirit and form, these two are so similar in spirit and form that they may be named together as the next step in the development of his style. Tannhäuser and Lohengrin are designated by Wagner as romantic operas, a title exactly descriptive of their place as musical stage settings. While infusing into the spirit and action a more poetical conception, their creator had not as yet renounced the more conventional forms of the operatic text. The most important feature of the opera to which he still adhered was the employment, both scenically and musically, of the chorus. This, together with the interest of the ensemble and a treatment of the solo parts more nearly approaching the lyric aria than the free recitative of the later dramas, are points which these works share with the older opera. The advance in the musical substance of these operas over the earlier works is very great. In Tannhäuser we find for the first time Wagner the innovator employing a melodic and harmonic scheme that bears his own stamp, the essence of what we know as Wagnerism. From the first pages of Tannhäuser there greets for us the first time that rich sensuousness of melody and harmony which had its apotheosis in the surging mysteries of Tristan und Isolde. Wagner here first divined those new principles of chromatic harmony and of key relations which constituted the greatest advance that had been made by a genius since Monteverdi's bold innovations of over 2 centuries before. In his treatment of the orchestra, Wagner's advance was also great, and revealed the new paths which an intimate study of Berlioz's scores had opened to him. In these 2 scores, and particularly in Lohengrin, we find the beginnings of the rich polyphonic style of Tristan and the Meistersinger, and the marvellously expressive and original use of the wind instruments, by which he attained, according to Richard Strauss, a summit of aesthetic perfection hitherto unreached. With the advent of these 2 music dramas, there commenced that bitter opposition and antagonism to Wagner and his works from almost the entire musical fraternity, and particularly from the professional critics, the records of which form one of the most amazing chapters of musical history. The gathering of these records and their presentation has been the pleasure of succeeding generations of critics who, in many cases, by their blindness to the advances of their own age, have but unconsciously become the objects for the similar ridicule of their followers. Great as may be our satisfaction in seeing history thus repeat itself, the real study of musical development is more concerned with those few appreciators who, with rare perceptive powers, saw the truth of this new gospel, and by its power felt themselves drawn to the duty of spreading its influence. Wagner once complained that musicians found in him only a poet with a mediocre talent for music, while the appreciators of his music were those outside his own profession. This was in a large measure true, and the explanation may be easily found in the fact that attention to the letter so absorbed the minds of his contemporaries that the spiritual significance of his art entirely escaped them in the consternation which they experienced in listening to a form of expression so radically new. It is interesting to note in passing the attitude towards Wagner's art held by some of his contemporaries. That of Mendelssohn, as well as that of Schumann and Berlioz, was at first one of almost contemptuous tolerance, which in time, as Wagner's fame increased and his art drew further away from their understanding, turned to animosity. It is somewhat strange to find in contrast to this feeling on the part of these romanticists the sympathy for Wagner which was that of Louis Spohr, a classicist of an earlier generation. The noble old composer of Gesonder was a ready champion of Wagner, and in producing his operas studied them faithfully and enthusiastically until that which he at first had called a downright horrifying noise assumed a natural form. But he who was to champion most valiantly the cause of Wagner, and to extend to him the helping hand of sympathy as well as material support, was Franz Liszt. Wagner's acquaintance with Liszt dates from his first sojourn at Paris, but it was only after Wagner's return to Germany and the production of Rienzi that Liszt took any particular notice of the young and struggling composer. From that time on, his zeal for Wagner's cause knew no bounds. He busied himself in attracting the attention of musicians and people of rank to the performances at Dresden, and made every effort to bring Wagner a recognition worthy of his achievement. In 1849 Liszt produced Tannhäuser at Weimar, where he was court conductor, and in August of the following year he gave the first performance of Lohengrin. During the many years of Wagner's exile from Germany, it was Liszt who was faithful to his interests in his native land and helped to obtain performances of his works. The correspondence of Wagner and Liszt contains much valuable information and throws a strong light on the reciprocal influences in their works. And so throughout Wagner's entire life, this devoted friend was continually fighting his battles and extending to him his valuable aid till, at the end, we see him sharing with Wagner at Bayreuth the consummation of that glorious life, finally to rest near him who had claimed so much of his life's devotion. Wagner's term of office as court conductor at Dresden ended with the revolutionary disturbances of May 1849. It is only since the publication of his autobiography that we have been able to gain any clear idea of Wagner's participation in those stormy scenes. While the 40 pages which he devotes to the narration of these events give us a very vivid picture of his personal actions, and settles for us the heretofore much discussed question as to whether or not Wagner bore arms, we can find no more adequate explanation of these actions than those which he could furnish himself when he describes his state of mind at that time as being one of dreamy unreality. Wagner's independent mind and revolutionary tendencies naturally drew him into intimate relations with the radical element in Dresden circles, August Roeckel, Bakunin, and other leaders of the revolutionary party. It was this, coupled with Wagner's growing feeling of discontent at the conditions of art life, and his venturesome and combative spirit, rather than any actual political sympathies, which led him to take active part in the stormy scenes of the May revolutions. While his share in these seems to have been largely that of an agitator rather than an actual bearer of arms, the accounts he gives of his part in the disturbance show us plainly that the revolution enlisted his entire sympathies. He made fiery speeches, published a call to arms in the Volksblatt, a paper he undertook to publish after the flight of its editor, Roeckel, and was conspicuous in meetings of the radical leaders. With the fall of that provisional government, Wagner found it necessary to join in their flight, and it was by the merest chance that he escaped arrest and gained in safety the shelter of Liszt's protection at Weimar. Wagner's share in these events resulted in his proscription and exile from Germany until 1861. The following 6 years were again a period of wanderings. While maintaining a household at Zurich for the greater part of this time, his intervals of quiet settlement were few, and he travelled restlessly to Paris, Vienna, and to Italy, besides continually making excursions in the mountains of Switzerland. While Wagner, during this period, enjoyed the companionship of a circle of interested and sympathetic friends, among whom were the Wesendoncks and Hans von Bülow, his severance from actual musical environment acted as a stay to the flow of his musical creative faculties. Aside from conducting a few local concerts in several Swiss cities, his life seems to have been quite empty of musical stimulus. But this lapse in musical productivity only furnished the opportunity for an otherwise diverted intellectual activity which greatly broadened Wagner's outlook and engendered in him those new principles of art that mark his entrance into a new phase of musical creation. At the beginning of his exile, Wagner's impulse to expression found vent in several essays in which he expounds some of his new philosophy of art. Art and Revolution was written shortly after his first arrival in Zurich, and was followed by The Art Work of the Future, Opera and Drama, and Judaism in Music. He also was continuously occupied with the poems of his Nibelungen cycle, which he completed in 1853. In the same year, Wagner began work on the musical composition of the first of the Nibelungen cycle, Rheingold, and at the same time he conceived the poem for Tristan und Isolde, the spirit of which he says was prompted by his study of Schopenhauer, whose writings most earnestly attracted him at that time. Composition on the Ring cycle meanwhile proceeded uninterruptedly, and 1854 saw the completion of the second opera, Walküre. In 1855 he passed 4 months in London as conductor of the Philharmonic, an episode in his life which he recalls with seemingly little pleasure. In the following year, 1856, he had completed the second act of Siegfried, when the impulse seized him to commence work on the music of Tristan und Isolde, the text of which he had originally planned in response to an order for an opera from the Emperor of Brazil. During the next 2 years, Wagner was feverishly immersed in the composition of this work. The first act was written in Zurich, the second act during a stay in Venice in the winter of 1858, and the summer of 1859 saw the work completed in Zurich. While the earlier operas of the Ring, Rheingold, Walküre, and a part of Siegfried, were composed before Tristan und Isolde, it is the latter opera which definitely marks the next step in the developments of Wagner's art. It is impossible to allot to any one period of Wagner's growth the entire Nibelungen cycle. The conception and composition of the great tetralogy covered such a space of time as to embrace several phases of his development. Between the composition of Lohengrin and that of Rheingold, however, stands the widest breach in the theories and practices of Wagner's art, for there does he break irrevocably with all that is common to the older operatic forms, and adopts those methods by which he revolutionizes the operatic art in the creation of the music drama. In first putting these theories into practice, we find, however, that Wagner passed again through an experimental stage where his spontaneous expression was somewhat under the bondage of conscious effort. The score of the Rheingold, while possessing the essential dramatic features of the other Ring operas and many pages of musical beauty and strength, is, it must be confessed, the least interesting of Wagner's works. It is only when we come to Tristan and Isolde that we find Wagner employing his new methods with a freedom of inspiration which precludes self-consciousness and through which he becomes completely the instrument of his inspiration. End of section 28.